Dun, 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 dun. Wow. Oh, it's Wednesday. That's right, it's Wednesday. I've got no, like, funny, you know, Wednesday thing. I could do the it's Wednesday, my dudes thing.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
You know, yeah, that works. Why not? Why the fuck not? That's what I want to know. Give me a good reason why not. There it is. There's your Wednesday starting soon screen done. Welcome everybody. How's it going? I'm back. I'm still back. I've not gone. I'm still streaming. Here we go. Hello, Tart. How are you doing? Welcome into the stream. Tejan's here as well. And Master of the Art, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing? I'm doing very good. Thanks for asking. Doing very good. Hello, Chimera Ex Machina. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. How's your Wednesdays been? This fucking mustache wax. Let me fucking... I don't know if you can see. You've really got to, like, slather it on for it to have an effect. It's crazy how hard it is to make my mustache go like that way. You know when you see folk with like the mustache and it goes like that way and it's looking real like shaped and smooth and shit? I've put a lot of that wax on today. It's a bit much, really. Fucking crazy shit. But the good news is that the L'Oreal stuff that I got for my beard from Boots yesterday, it's a lot cheaper than the Lush stuff. So it's good. I'm not gonna go poor, go into Lush every 2 fucking weeks. Beard looking awesome, by the way. Thank you, Tart. Thank you very much. Yeah. So we got a cool stream planned for you today. I am going to be finishing watching the Dan Olson NFT video that we were watching last night that we didn't have time to finish. I've got it right at the point where we left it from last night. So that's going to be very, very good. Very, very poggers, in fact. And then we're going to be watching the Joe Rogan Experience because he's had our buddy Jordan Peterson on again. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's fucking right. Jordo Peterman, he's back. He's back on the Joe Rogan Experience. And apparently, they said some absolutely insane things yesterday. Or today? Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday that it went live. So I can't wait to see what's going on there. That's going to be funny. Putting the wax on will make you great at karate from what I remember from movies. That's right. Wax on, wax off. Yep. That's correct. Funge me muley boy. Kiri, I will never funge you. You are non-fungible. Telling you. Hey, Steely Hands, how you doing? That's a huge shock. The Ape Man and the Frog Man said anything outrageous. Yeah, crazy. Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought it? He's out of hospital after his meat diet got him sick again. Yes. Mm-hmm. Time for some overwhelming sense of impending doom. That's a good bit. That's a good bit. It was apple cider vinegar. I just had an overwhelming sense of doom. 1 teaspoon is all that did it. Hey S Jane, how you doing? What's going on? Needed some body doubling to actually get some shit done. Super grateful you're online. I'm always gonna be online. I'm too online. I'm literally terminally online. That's not true, actually. I've been really like doing quite well recently with avoiding Twitter and stuff like that in the day, because the way that I do it, right, is I wake up. The first thing I do is look at Twitter. I get the depression out of the way early, right? That's just how I do it, yeah? Start off the day feeling like shit, then the day can only get better. Then I go to the gym. While I'm on the cross trainer at the gym, I watch like, I don't know, I'll watch like a stream or a YouTube video or something. And then the rest of the time at the gym, I just listen to music and I don't look at Twitter or anything like that. So that's going really well. And I don't look at Twitter until I go live, really, after that. So it's going really well for me. Hey, Agnew, how are you doing? Long time no see in the chat, dude. What's going on? Yo, have a little shout out, Agnew. We got some excellent people in the chat. Kiri, Magic as well. Sophie from Mars is also in the chat. Our Soph. Go follow our Soph. Go follow our Kiri. Go follow our Agnew. Some lovely, lovely streamers in the chat today. Valley's using Twitch. Hello, how are you doing? Cider is very dangerous, don't you know? That's right. Didn't sleep for a week. Me giving Jordy Pizza soda water and lime to cure him of scurvy. That's right. Gym to get the anger out. You do kickboxing. I've not had time to get back into kickboxing. I really want to get back into kickboxing. I did a semi-pro fight once, I'll have you know. I got battered. It was really tough. Done a lot better since you adopted a non-interact policy with fascists. Only block. There's been a bit about that in my Discord recently. One of the members of the community is getting involved in a lot of arguments online. You know, like arguments and replies and stuff. And that is one of the best things that I learned about Twitter. You know, and I said it to this person. I said, like, the best thing you can do is get your final word in and then just mute them. Because they don't know that you have muted them. So they're not going to be like, huh, I won the argument because you blocked me. And also, you could just say something like, you know, they'll say, I don't know, they'll say something like, oh, well, you know, how do you address the very real concerns of some fascist, right? And then you just say to them, it really easy. It's really easy, this gang. What you do is you say to them, how do you address the really big concerns about me now being your new dad because I had sex with your dad last night? And then you mute them. And they can't say anything back to you. It's great. It's the best. It's the best. Your Twitter analytics has gone up. That's right. That's good. It's the best way to do it. Oh, hello, Buttocks. How are you doing? Oh my god, there's another phenomenal streamer in the chat. Go show some love to Buttocks. How are you doing, Butts? What's going on? I missed your face, Butts. Even though I've been in your stream since I was not streaming myself. But you know what I mean. You get what I'm saying, right? What Americans call cider has confused me to no end. Wait, it's just cider, right? What's different? What's different? The thing is, my art followers really don't like me telling people to funge themselves. Yeah, and that's okay, that's a thing as well. When you start becoming like a bit of a deal on Twitter, do you know what I mean? Like, I've noticed that people really start to unfollow you if they see you like going off at people in replies. It's like a bit cringe. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I love it. Funge themselves. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's gross and I'm American. I do love hard cider, not the same as cider here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, it's a learning moment for me. It's a learning growth moment for me. What do you mean? It's usually a warm, non-alcoholic drink. So apple juice then. Because that's what that is. That's just apple juice. Yeah, hard cider is nice. It's thicker than juice. Oh, what? I am a bean. I am a pill. Thank you for the host, Bugs. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit. It's got more cinnamon and disgust. Okay, when you said thicker than juice, all I can think about is that I was watching Joel's stream, Varg Skeletor Joel, on Monday, and he was playing, what's the ape game? What's the monkey game? Where you evolve. Is it just called, it's called Ancestors, right? Ancestors? And I was watching that stream on Monday, and he was like doing the thing where you get more neurons or something in that game. And someone in the chat just wrote, semen thickens, in all caps, and I can't stop thinking about it. The cider is not always made of apples in the States. That's concerning. That's concerning. Deleted your old Twitter account and moved to a private one where only friends follow me. Best decision. I could shitpost all day, all I want, and only my friends are forced to see it. See, I did that. I have an alt account now. I have an alt account, and I say all the things about how I, like, cummed in my hand and ate it today, and no one has to see that on my main anymore. So I don't lose followers on main. But I might lose followers on Twitch for saying stuff like that. Hello, Gay Hawk. How are you doing? What's going on? You woke up, saw the worst take I've ever seen, and went back to bed immediately. What was the worst take you saw? Come on, share it. This is a sharing space. This is a friendly sharing space. Yeah, I thought. Yeah, hi, Leo Shix. Yeah, I thought cider was a specific method too. Right. Right. Yeah. Like in the UK, if it's cider, it's cider. Like you get pissed. Like that's all it is, right? Hey, Nakalita, how are you doing? It's a memorable quote, yeah. Pear and Kiwi, look, I know, look, okay, so people in the chat think I don't know that Perry exists and you know, cider that you can make with other fruits. I know. I know that. Cum thickens, yeah. Did someone mix cornstarch to their cum or what? No, it just means there's more neurons in it. There's more genes in it. So the cum was thickening. It's good. It's good. It's a good chat message. It was a good chat contribution. I have a special chat that's just my sister and my best friend where I post leftist memes. That's nice. We do that in the Discord. I have a Discord for that. Hey, Mishmallow, what's going on? Welcome in. Welcome back. Welcome back to you. Welcome back to my stream. It could have been worse, to be honest. Some gender-critical gamer freak talking about how Bloodborne is actually about being de-trans. That person has never, ever been outside. That's really sad. Hello, Samurai Sphinx. You can come into the Discord if you ask. Not a problem. You're working on a script for why Bloodborne can be read very left-wing without much effort and why it's also trans as hell? Fuck yeah, let's go. Be right back, gonna make some thick cum cider for everyone. I don't like that this is where it's gone, to be honest. I don't like that this is where this is gone. Thick semen cider vinegar, not great. Oh my god. Boss baby syndrome? What the fuck is that? What the fuck does boss baby syndrome mean? Okay, right. We are, we're moving on. It's Dan Olson video time. We're finishing the Dan Olson video. Let me just change the category that I'm in. I don't think you can drop hot quotes like that and not expect the chat to slide. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. Bloodborne is actually about transition from human to moon slug child. Yeah, that's right. That's right. The guy who's only seen Boss Baby seeing anything else and getting Boss Baby vibes from it. Yes! Now I know what you're referencing. Yes. Getting real, but yeah. Was that a Jack Saint tweet? I feel like that was a Jack Saint tweet. Or like a Sean tweet. I don't know. Someone tweeted it. So it's Akira? No, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Akira? Akira's got nothing to do with... we had this in the chat yesterday. Akira is like... Isn't that Persona 5 syndrome? Any media that someone hyperfixates on. That's what it is. Any media that someone hyperfixates on syndrome. That's what it is. Right. Listen. I've stalled for long enough. It's NFT time. If you don't remember last night where we were, what we've spoken about already, we've spoken about how crypto is very cringe and NFTs are bad. Dan Olson, this is a great video. I'm going to drop a link to the video in the chat because, you know, it's good to play these videos along muted while you watch the stream so this person gets a view, you know? And it's a lot. It's a lot to explain. It really is a lot to explain. But this is going to be, it's going to be good. NFT fucking time. Uh-huh. The only anti-trans thing about Bloodborne is how British it is. Yes, that's correct. That is correct.
Some way, shape, or form. Sometimes this is just a nebulous sense that the whole thing will go to the moon, meaning the value of the tokens will take off and thus early buyers.
To the moon! Sorry, I had to do it for Chimera. I had to do it for Chimera. I'm sorry, mate. I'm very, very sorry.
Buyers will be able to resell for huge profits, or more direct, as the project leaders promise the formation of, effectively, an unofficial hedge fund investing a communal pool into other crypto products. Probably the funniest of all of these was Betting Kongs, which wanted to create an unregistered real money casino in which token holders would be explicitly part owners and
I showed the video to my dad who keeps asking me to explain crypto, and I think it broke him. Right. I don't know what your dad's politics are like, right? But here's the thing. Wait, what's going on there? Oh my God, I think I've got like a dead pixel in my... Oh no, it's... Hang on, I've just realized. One of my things was showing, one of my clips. Right. Where was I? Right, I don't know what your dad's politics are, but here's the thing, yeah? If you show someone what NFTs are, who is like a boomer and like doesn't understand why capitalism is bad, it absolutely will break their brain, because it's like trying to explain, it's like when you try and explain to someone in the Matrix that they're in the Matrix. Whoop!
Bro, how do you not get crypto? Lol, I made $3 in a day, bro. You just don't get it.
Whoop, thank you so much for the 51 months! Whoa! RJ, thank you for the gift sub continuation. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you both. Welcome in. Welcome in, RJ. Welcome in, Whoop. How are you fucking doing, Whoop? Long time no see. Long time no see. Yeah, it's like if someone tries to tell someone that they're in the Matrix, but they're too in the Matrix. They just turn into Agent Smith. You know? It sucks. If you're not extremely online, this video will turn you into a Bloodborne Moonslug. Yeah, that's true. Bald Lefto watches Bald Lefto and Ratio plus L. Listen, Sophie, we had this last night. Whatever, fine. Which one's the real mule? Whatever, yeah, fine, whatever.
Also permitted to gamble in the casino that they owned.
Betting Kongs is not your ordinary NFT project. We aim to create passive income for our NFT owners by co-owning a casino.
This is the thing. I knew you'd be like, I'm sorry, because you said this the last time you tried to like Ratio and L me, and I fell off in the chat. You were like, I'm way too sensitive to do this kind of humor. So that's why I didn't say anything. I'm not gonna insult you back. Because I know you can't. I know you said you don't deal with that kind of humor.
With a profit split.
Don't worry, I forgive you. I love you very much.
Welcome to the white paper, fellow gamblers. Why
Quit while you're
doing
ahead.
this?
Yeah.
To put it short, we love gambling, and we noticed how a lot of the operators out there are owned by large corporations who have no care for the community or the service they provide. We want to provide a project where everyone playing can be a co-owner of the place they're playing at and make money from it all.
Failure was probably the best.
This is the most insane thing. They've made a gambling thing inside of a gambling thing. I'm just like... incredibly illegal. Incredibly illegal. Right? It's the most insanely illegal thing I've ever heard of. He just kept saying, but what's with the monkeys? Oh, your dad? Yeah, your poor dad. He's had his brain broken. He's going to be Agent Smith tomorrow. I'm sorry. RJ says, I'm good. I got some stuff going and been tired lately. A lot of sleeping. Yeah, you get that sleeping. Whoop says, I finally just said fuck it and took another mental health day off work. Yes, mate. Fuck yeah. Are you in a union yet? Chat, you better all be joining unions, by the way. You better be fucking doing it. Get it done.
Best outcome for everyone here, if we're being honest. Some promise this in the form of a more conventional media project, like a comic book or a cartoon or a movie, or all of the above.
We have planned the creation of a series of comics
No.
dedicated
No.
to Pixel Girl. The key image is static, or at least we think so now. But the Squeaky Girl is still a seductress.
NF tits. Okay, I didn't know this. I didn't know that they... Oh, man. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. All right. Brain broke. Brain broke. Sorry. Can't figure it out. If we did Man with a Gun in the Middle Ages, the NFT guys would be so into it. They would! They would! They absolutely would. 100%. It's like gacha games, but worse. Yeah, true. Yeah, is crypto pure ANCAP? Yeah, it's pretty fucking ANCAP. I don't think it gets any less ANCAP, to be honest. NFT profile pictures of Man with a Gun, they would love it. Yeah, every single, this is the thing, every single NFT bro thinks that they are Man with a Gun in the Middle Ages because they think that they're inventing new things all the time, and now is the Middle Ages. That's what they think.
So the image of breasts will be presented
Hey, Mr.
in
Dank.
various variations that our community will approve. Let's imagine there are 5,000 NF tits holders. There is a 30 million market of comics lovers in the US. On average, every comics lover spends around 20 USD per comic per week. It means $80 per month and $960 per year. The total addressable market is worth 28,800 million USD.
Okay, they just made that up. They just made that up. They've just made that up. That's all that's happening here. The NFT bros love making stuff up. That's how they get away with all these scams. They just make stuff up. That's all it is. If I was a capitalist wanker like these people, I'm not sure if I'd be embarrassed to have come up with NFTs or wish I had. Oh, God. Wait, what do you mean I'm frozen? AJ coming back into my stream after 2 weeks with the trolling. Holy shit. When your tangible value is just smoke and mirrors, no amount of zeros is out of bounds. Yeah, true. True. Man with a Gun is important for understanding the world. Man with a Gun in the Middle Ages, yeah. This is reminding me of the I'll grow infinite tomatoes for infinite profit guy. I think your screen might be the only screen that I'm frozen on, AJ. Lovely. Go follow AJ, everybody. Their internet is a lot better than it is right now when they stream, honestly. I promise you. I promise you. Total addressable market is such a funny phrase for me from having worked in startups, because whenever anyone talks about their total addressable market, it's legitimately always as funny as this. Yeah.
Let's imagine we take 1% of this market. It's 288.
I get the feeling that I could sit in a room of every single day with someone explaining NFT and crypto to me, and I'll never understand it until the day I die. Right, Mishmallow, it's very, very simple. Okay, right, very, very simple. Break it down. We're going to catch up everybody in the chat, right? Money, as we know it, made up, fake, used to oppress us, right? Crypto is just money 2.0. That's all it is. Someone did money again, and that's it. That's all that's happened. So yeah, it's just that. It's just that. Hypothetically, if we could sell our product to everyone on Earth, then we'd make roughly infinity money. Yeah, yeah, that's the shit they say.
Million USD per year on the base of monthly subscriptions raised in crypto. This is a cash flow.
Thank you for the host, super sweet
active
boy.
Communication and appreciate the effort, as announced this afternoon, trying to resurrect this project into something successful. The only thing I would like to see, assuming the project can be successfully turned around, is to perhaps, in addition to some revenue sharing, have some revenue donated to breast cancer research. To truly enjoy them, we should keep them happy and healthy.
Fuck off, man. Yeah, man. We might as well get in some money for the Breast Cancer Research Foundation now. Because, you know, by the time we've, like, destroyed the environment, breast cancer is going to be a real problem. Way more of a problem than it already is. You know, that. You know. Yeah, these people love money so much they invented it again. Hello, Ingrid, www. Welcome to the stream. You can use it for money, right? Money, but it can't be used for goods and services. Hey, Mr. Fishy. Money too. Monkey business. That's it. That's it. Yeah. NFT bros use the word community the same way we do in social media marketing. Something to feed off of. It's so blatant. I feel like he goes into this. I feel like people were saying in the chat last night he goes into this later, yeah. Money 2.0 supposedly solves Money 1.0 problem. Actually, it just adds more problems, which then it tries to solve. Yeah. Well, does it try to solve them? I don't know. Because it's worse because no one who's involved in the blockchain is accountable for the bad things that happen with the blockchain. But I guess that's the same as the person who invented money, but monies have banks to regulate it, right? But it's not a very good regulator. Fucking hell.
As already implied, many of them promise video games, often an MMO, but just as often, like, just the concept of a video game? Okay, wait, let me word that another way. They will promise a video game, like that's the promise, in its entirety. No clues for genre, style, scope, engine, or platform, or how any of the tokens would interact with it. Just a video game. If we sell 10,000 tokens for $300 each, we will start brainstorming development ideas for a video game. Now, all of these tend to be...
If we sell... Sorry, hang on a minute. Let me just pull that back.
Video game. If we sell 10,000 tokens for $300 each, we will start brainstorming development ideas.
So basically, if we make how much is that, chat? I can't do maths. 300 times 10,000. 3 times 10 is 30. So add 1 0. No, add 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros, right? I don't know. 300 times 10,000 is like 300,000. Is it 300,000? Is it 3 mil? It's 3 mil. Hello, Mark. How you doing? Welcome in. So yeah. So they're like, yeah. Hi, Amina. Yeah. So yeah. Let's make 3 mil, and then we'll think about maybe making a video game. Are you fucking for real?
Ideas for a video game. Now, all of these tend to be in collections of 10,000, and there's actually an interesting...
It's loads. It's loads.
That. The initial format was to mint an entire collection and just shove them out onto the market. The cap comes into play purely because you have to tell the program generating the garbage when to stop. However, as the scheme started to take off and competition rose, it became obvious
I don't math, Chimera. I don't math.
Doing it because that meant paying gas fees on everything up front. So someone came up...
I saw a fucking sick neurodivergent maths meme today, and I'm gonna get it up.
The system for minting a random output on demand, which shuffles the mint cost off onto the buyer. From there, it all took off like wildfire. Very low upfront cost, extremely low risk, plus it turns the entire system into a gacha game with different rarity curves for attributes. At best, these are all obfuscated gambling schemes, at worst, active scams. And the payoff of failure makes it extremely...
Oh no, where's it gone? It was on Salberry. My mate Sal, you'll know Sal. It was on Sal's fucking Instagram story, and she's like deleted it or something.
Difficult to parse one of those from the other.
But it was basically like a picture of Peter Griffin, thinking about maths, but like in a different way. So like when I do maths, I'll always think like, okay, what's like 31 times 75? I'll be like, okay, well, what's like 30 times 7? Wait, no, that's too hard. What's 3 times 7? So that's 21. Okay, then add the zeros. All right, that's 210. But then add the 5 and the 4. Do you know what I mean? Instead of just like people who can just be like, yeah, it's 220, whatever, 230 something, you know? It's so fucking ridiculous.
World of Wojak only sold 20 tokens to 11 people.
Is that not how you're supposed to do it? If you do it like that, maybe you found it. Let's see, RJ. Stick it in the chat if you can. Stick it in the chat.
And still pocketed over $5,000. Pro Camel Riders sold 114 tokens to 71 buyers and took home $25,000. Metamon sold 722
It's that, yeah.
999 tokens
Oh my God.
to 343 buyers, and
It's that, yeah. It's literally that. That's the meme. Normal person, 7 plus 6 equals 13. ADHD peeps, if 7 plus 7, 14, and 6 is 1 less than 7, then 7 plus 6 must be 13. That's literally me. But I still can't do that. Because I have like dyscalculia or some shit, whatever that fucking thing is, where like whenever you think about numbers, my brain just stops. You know what I mean? It just stops. I'm literally neurodivergent and a minor. Stop making me do maths. Yeah, leave it to the professionals. World of Wojak? Wait, what? That's right, yeah. Listen, the more and more people find out that they're ADHD, the better. That's one thing that I will say. Hello, Pib. Please, everybody, go follow Queen Pib. She is literally the best. If you like my politics, you'll love her politics, because they're the same. And also, her show is literally the best thing on Twitch. Criminally underrated. Please go follow her. Math be hard, leave it to professionals. One thing that makes me irrationally angry about this is the fact that a lot of NFT want to take memes and sell them, trying to financialize one of our only remaining sources of communal art. Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. Hello, Zoroastro, what's going on? Yeah. Memes versus NFT, the ultimate war. You never thought of that? Your brain melts as soon as numbers are mentioned. You just thought you sucked at maths. It's a real thing. It's like dyslexia, but for numbers. You just whip out your calculator, your brain power runs out at calculations exceeding 10. Everybody is literally neurodivergent. Queen Pib says, nah, I'm the diet mule of politics. No, you got the same politics as me, you just don't speak about them a lot. That's all it is. But there is a huge market for a drag queen that talks about politics. Like, let's face it, you know? Let's face it. Yeah. That's how you do math as an autistic. That's right. Literally everybody is neurodivergent and a minor, yeah. I had no idea I did that with maths, but I do. Also got diagnosed with ADHD at 31. Woo. Well, that's great. I'm looking forward to my diagnosis. I'm on the ever so long NHS waiting list right now. No, I said, how long can I expect to be on the waiting list for? And the lady at my GP said, I don't know. I do not know. Love the Tories. I love the Tories. I'm so glad they underfund our NHS and are selling it off to private, companies. Great. Absolutely brilliant.
walked off with $211,000. Since the average buy-in is over $350, the payday for failure makes it
do it,
irrational
RJ. Do
to
it.
succeed. The interesting aspect of it all, though, is the emergent fiction of it. These smoke vendors don't have an actual product more complex than the output of a vending machine in the front of a grocery store, so they need a story to sell instead. And so we get this wave of poorly defined projects pitching a token with an attached JPEG that represents the concept of a thing that could become a future business. What that business does is unimportant, and indeed many of these projects, successful and otherwise, trade in a flattering myth of decentralization.
So, like, here's the thing, yeah? Like, it's kind of, this shit is kind of similar to, like, Kickstarter fraud, right? You know, when game companies, game devs were like, oh, I'm gonna make this game called, I don't know, just pulling a random name out of the hat with no bugbear towards it whatsoever, 7 Days to Die. if you give us this much money, we'll make it into this incredible game with all these things in, right? Give us loads of money, and then because they've got so much money from the Kickstarter and they're also selling the game on Steam, which is like not that good, then they just don't actually do the things that they said they were going to do in the game, and they just sit there and like take 50 years to develop the game, and they don't actually do anything about it. But in this case, they don't even start developing a game. So it's like that, but they don't even have to do anything. Kickstarter is in on Crypto 2 now as well, so it literally is. Yeah, right. Exactly. Fucking so fucked. Wait, what's that? What's that you're typing in the chat? Quag yes? Wait, Kiwo... How do you even say that?
Where the direction of the business, down
Poop
to
Hero.
its fundamental product, is shunted.
Wait, did that happen with Loop Hero? I thought Loop Hero was good. Oh, Yog Quest. Oh, that's like a Yogscast thing, right? That's very sad. That's very sad. Yeah, did I just cast a spell by saying yes?
Into the indeterminate
That's a
future to be
Cthulhian
decided
spell.
later by collective consensus. Are we a comic book, a movie, a hedge fund, a casino, or a bi-monthly curated box of snacks? Well, that's for the token holders to decide. All that matters is that whatever it is, it will definitely make the value of your tokens go up. So you should definitely buy too.
Yeah, that's how it works, gang.
One thing I learned about NFTs, if you think something's going to be a blue chip, you should definitely buy at least two, because you're going to get one emotionally attached to one of them. And you're not going to want to sell it because NFTs are going to explode all over the world. And if you've got a blue chip today, it's going to be incredibly more valuable.
I'm just imagining, right? I'm just imagining like all these fucking dudes, all these crypto bros, right? They're sad there. They're sat there being sad, like perusing these NFTs. Like they're literally sat there like, yeah, I think this one's going to be a blue chip. And it's like a pixel art picture of a turd. Yeah, this one's going to blow up, I think. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. That guy sold me oregano in high school. He's got the schoolyard drug dealer Tash as well. He's got the schoolyard drug dealer Tash. He literally did. If you make Notch say Kogiest, he goes back to the chud dimension he's from. That's right. That's fucking right. I summon thee, Yog Sothoth.
In 5 years from now, or even 3 years from now, or 2 years from now,
Why do they all look like that?
than it is today.
On the front of otherwise respectable, or at least established brands and people getting into NFTs, the results tend to be extremely tepid and insubstantial.
Oh,
even
man.
by the standards of NFTs.
McRib.
Very low risk, low quality, low engagement
Mint
tokens
McRibs to the
shoveled out door
blockchain.
to capitalize on a hot buzzword, chasing the cash that's sloshing around. Tied up in all this, there's an extremely pervasive resistance to any form of skepticism that ultimately manifests as a sort of toxic positivity. This is all part of a complex feedback loop. The projects, broadly speaking, lack any kind of substantial product, existing almost entirely as promises backed by nothing.
Sophie says in the chat, doing a psychology study into what about having shitty mustache and no eyebrows makes men into the ideal market for NFTs.
More than a screenshot of a roadmap and some
funny.
sample PFPs. And again,
Wait, you won't mention any on chat? Wait, what? Is there a place where you could go browse or sign up for NFTs, like an online catalog? Yeah, you can. So, like, there's multiple storefronts for NFTs. Like, you just have to Google it, right? There's like loads. You know, yeah. You're curious if it's a shopping thing. Well, I mean, technically, yes. You're shopping for something that has no value and doesn't mean anything and is ultimately a scam. Sure, if you want to call that shopping, sure. Uh-huh. It reminds you of the Louis Theroux documentary on gamblers in Las Vegas. Yo, you've just unlocked a memory. Holy fucking shit. It is like that. It is like that, where they know it's really bad, but they just can't stop doing it. And they like try and justify it to themselves, you know, all the time in like weird ways. weird cult-like ways, you know? Love to get emotionally attached to a JPEG I paid an obscene amount of money for rather than just right-clicking it. Just a financial vehicle for blood money, yeah, for sure.
And I think it's really important to keep in mind that that goes for successful projects just as much as for rug pulls. There really isn't any meaningful difference between a Party Ape Billionaire Club and a Betting Kongs. Betting Kongs were never going to make a casino, even if they hadn't tanked, and despite the fact that they were running billboards in Times Square, PABC is never making an MMORPG. Both claims are equally ridiculous, but one of the two made a huge pile of money. The primary product is ultimately hype, which is both insubstantial and fickle. Negativity, both internal and external, can have a meaningful impact on the willingness of people to buy into a project. And if buyers are tepid, then you won't get a runaway sale. And if you don't get a runaway sale, then that's going to turn off buyers even more, which means the secondary market for tokens will likely fail to materialize. This is what makes enthusiasts so deeply unreliable. They have meaningful financial stakes in an intangible, volatile thing that exists entirely as a collective idioform. A story about a potential future outcome whose value is based entirely on public perception. You can't trust what they have to say because they're currently holding a hot potato. And as much as
idioform. We've got the captions on here. So you can see idioform, like spell like ideology in the first part.
They insist that they just really enjoy the—
Oh, you were making a joke! Oh! Idiot form. Yes, very good. Very good.
The feeling of a burning hot potato in their hands. Do they? Or are they just hoping that you'll catch it?
That's a thing.
This creates an environment of toxic positivity where doubt is aggressively policed by both project leaders.
It does. It fits the theme. It fits the theme.
Interest in hype, since their big payday is the minting rush, and community members themselves who have a speculative financial interest in hype. While all of that is logical in the pure sense that there's an effect that can be explained by an incentive, the output is effectively a self-organizing hype.
A famous tweet pointed out, for a fraction of an NFT, you could get a furry artist to draw you a buff capybara with a massive knob, like 100 times. Yeah, ultimately far more valuable as well, yeah.
Control group. Doubters are ostracized so aggressively that it chills all conversation about a project's actual viability. All concerns are just FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Questions that would be utterly banal in any other investment forum: what has the team done? What assets do they have? Why should anyone believe that they can deliver on their promises? Are treated as hostile. And the frank reality is because there aren't answers. Party Ape Billionaire Club is just as vaporous, and yet they superficially succeeded. So there's incentive to enforce the collective illusion. This is multiplied by an internal form of performative etiquette. Participants ritualistically wish each other good morning and good night, boiled down to the shorthand GM and GN. That seems like a small—
Oh my god, it's like my Discord. Oh my god. I'm just kidding. We have good stuff in there. Hey, Craig Pyrex, how you doing?
thing. There's nothing inherently suspicious about good morning or good night.
Oh yeah, you can absolutely commission Tart Streams to draw you a furry character if you want. Not porn, Twitch, not porn. Tart Streams will draw you not porn. You can commission them to draw you not porn. Guy who made the internet. This will be the vector of the ascension of man into a classless egalitarian being of pure information. Internet. You'll want a shitty JPEG of a monkey smoking meth for $300,000.
But in observed practice, it's a very distinct ritual. Not merely a shibboleth, but a repetitive action that signals in-group membership and affirms loyalty on an ongoing basis. If you have diamond hands, it means you're willing to hold a token until some promised future where the value goes to the moon. You're not—
I want someone to, like, you know, make a comic or something about diamond hands. It sounds really cool. Like, I don't want anything to do with fucking NFTs or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? Just like a cool comic about someone with diamond hands. Like, every time I hear it, I'm like, why is this not a thing? You remember, if you were here last night, as soon as he said it, I was like, is that a JoJo thing? You know? Anyway, I'm just going to go turn off my crock pot.
Not a paper hands loser who is easily spooked by instability, volatility, or the fact that there's no reason to believe that anyone is ever going to want to buy a crypto astronaut in the future. The shorthand WAGMI, we're all going to make it, is aphoristically bandied about even in openly zero-sum competitions where, by definition, most participants explicitly won't make it. But you can't point that out, because that would be FUD. And if you're—
Yeah, how sick would that be? A fucking superhero with unbreakable hands. You've been called diamond hands before, very different context though. My brain is spinning with what that could be. Something, the neon god they made. Don't give them ideas for their next NFT comic venture. It doesn't matter because it won't get made anyway. Even if you give them ideas, it won't get made. They'll say that they'll make it, but they won't. And then a real artist will go out and make it, and it'll be something really cool. You know? It doesn't matter.
If you're spreading FUD, then you're NGMI, not gonna make it. And making it, getting rich, is all that matters. HFSP, have fun staying poor. These are synthesized into a no true Scotsman paradigm.
So Mish Mallow in the chat is saying, so it's great that Mish Mallow is here. Like, Mish has said that she doesn't understand NFTs, right? And stuff like that. So it's great that you're here to sort of be like, because we're all fucking, you know, everyone in the chat, all of us, we've all got NFT brainworms. We're talking about this shit all the time. It's our thing right now. Do you know what I mean? We're all talking about how they suck. We're all talking about how, like, embarrassing and cringe it is. Like, you don't even fucking know what the fuck is going on, right? So it's great to have someone like that to bring us down to earth. And you're absolutely right. Like, when saying things like FUD and NGMI, it is cringe and satirical. It's absurd. It's like cult shit. It's really fucking culty. Do you know what I mean? It's a fever dream, and they have to make it like that to you know, justify their absurd obsession, which is simply just money, but less regulated, and also no one is accountable for anything that goes terribly wrong with it. You know what I mean? FUD means something so different up here. Yeah, in Scotland. Yeah, what does it mean? Did you see the Jimmy Fallon NFT thing that was so cringe? I didn't, but hello, Andy. How are you doing? Folks, please go follow I'm a Coconut. He is an absolute ledge. FUD means your fanny in Scotland? No way, man. Okay, that's pretty funny. That's pretty fucking funny. Elmer fucking FUD, eh? You pure FUD. I fucking love the Scots, man, honestly. Oh, God. Sometimes they actually create something and then it looks like Red Ape Family. Oh, yeah, we saw that earlier. Uh-huh. Milieu control is what it's called, I believe. When high control groups, cults give you a new language that you can only communicate with others in the cult and become further dependent on the in-group. Right. Yes. Hello, Spunk Tandino. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I can't remember. You don't like I can't remember if you don't mind being called Spunk or 5Punk. I'll be upset if you don't like being called Spunk. Anyway, let's check it out.
The we.
Okay, call me Spunk. Great. That's good. Great. Okay, good. I didn't want to be upsetting anybody.
In We're All Going to Make It does not refer to we all. It refers to the select, the chosen, the diamond hands and the hodlers. Those who make it are clearly the we. And if you didn't make it, then you weren't. People who get angry about being scammed by a rug pull or by malware or by social engineering are...
Whoa. Let's read this. Hang on. How do I get back? Is that a thing I can fucking do here? Can I, like... I thought it was like... How do I go back a couple of seconds? Oh, there you go. Okay. Been trying to put on a good face since I lost my ape, but I gotta be honest, this was my kid's college. Bro! My mortgage. Just absolute shit that some of you out there think it's okay that I got ripped off. Fuck you if you think theft is okay because I wasn't smart enough. This is what happens. This is what fucking happens in these circles. How did they lose it? You know what happens, AJ? People make these fucking images and then they put a link to the image on the blockchain, but then the image gets fucking pulled and it just goes to something that says error 404 page not found and shit like that. Remember when the Polygon group cooperated with Nonce Finance? I do remember that, yeah. Thank you, yeah, left arrow and stuff. Yeah. No, that's all right, Spunk. Don't worry about it, mate. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's absurd.
Are berated and belittled for not following the crowd. This incubates a community trained to ignore warning signs and dismiss criticism. A community with...
Just trying to work out how you lose something that's imaginary. Well, that's the thing. They don't actually own it anyway, which is why it's so absurd and it's really, like, depressing that they have these, like, breakdowns when they realize, oh my god, all my ape's gone. You know what I mean? Because it's like, they weren't even yours to begin with. Like, you got scammed already. Just because the image is there after you click on a fucking link on the fucking blockchain or whatever, it doesn't mean that you ever owned it. It is Mishmallow. That's exactly what it is. It's stock market shit. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Yes, you've got it in one. That's how simple it is. It's complex, and that's why this video is very long, because there's a lot to it. There's a lot to why it's so bad. But yeah, there's a reason why this video is called Line Goes Up, in it. It's the stock market, but worse. Unregulated nonsense.
Internal language and customs that are explicitly incompatible with outside communications. Skepticism is FUD from non-believers who are trying to undermine the value of your assets and manipulate a crash or trick you into being a paper hands. It all maps onto narratives of sin and deception, a chosen few who are privileged with advanced knowledge about the promised land which they can achieve by holding strong to the rituals and expelling all doubt. The end product is a self-organizing high control group. And the results of that are obvious. There are still people convinced that somehow, someone is going to pick up the ashes of evolved apes and manifest the rest of the project. A belief based on no observable evidence.
No one is gonna do that. No one is gonna do that.
You like to ban people, right? You like to ban people from your Twitch stream, huh? All you're doing is shitting on Decentraland, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry you don't like to make money here in the network, but I wanted to talk on your Twitch stream, man. I probably could have brought a lot of people on there, and all you want to do is talk shit and ban people, man. You banned me instantly.
So the question...
These fucking losers are such dorks. Like, I swear to God. You banned me. Oh no, I can't talk in your Twitch chat anymore. Now I'm gonna harass you. I swear to God, these fucking dorks. That's what every single person who you ban in a Twitch stream is like. Literally. I swear to God. It is similar to those scams where you can buy and name a star. It is. And that's right, Samurai Sphinx. Yeah, it is tragic. Some of these people are victims. That's right. They are victims, yeah. Uh-huh. Unregulated, volatile, hard to understand, based on no actual tangible value. Yeah. Sorry, I just got a cough from nowhere. I hope I've not got fucking Rona. That's a test tomorrow. Hello, Sorka. How are you doing this evening, friend?
Question then is, what do the tokens actually do? As mentioned before, the token itself is just a box that a bit of data can be put into. Now,
right,
this
Steely.
box is extremely small, to the point that even an average cell phone photograph is several times too large to fit. Due to the nature of the chain, updating software that's put onto the chain is both difficult and expensive. Complicated programs need to be broken up into multiple tokens, each containing a smart contract that defines a portion of the whole, and all of these contracts need to interlink and reference each other, but with an eye towards the fact that each transaction that either computes or alters information requires paying processing fees. Only reading information is free. The process of fixing a bug in a smart contract basically amounts to minting a new copy of the contract and then jumping through some hoops to rename the old and new contract so that the new copy has the name that any other interacting contracts are looking for, paying fees for just about every step of that process.
So like they love this fucking blockchain shit so much. But every time they have to change something in one part of the blockchain, they need to pay an absurd amount of fees. This is fucking absurd. Absolutely absurd.
Yes. This creates a very funny catch-22 where on one hand is the insistence that the NFTs that end users buy are potentially extremely powerful, able to be miniature self-governing applets that exist in a web of like applets, and on the other hand is a large stack of incentives to put as little into them as possible. For an example of
Jesus
the pitfall,
Christ.
Wolf Game was a somewhat popular NFT-based gambling game that bragged about being hosted entirely on-chain.
Yeah, these people claim that they hate bureaucracy. The entire blockchain is built on bureaucracy.
Everything from the pixel art wolves and sheep to the...
Right, yeah, proof of work in a nutshell. It costs because not just one computer, but thousands of other computers are processing the same line of code. Oh my god.
Code was stored on Ethereum. The idea behind the game is that users would mint a character token which had a 90% chance of being a sheep and a 10% chance of being a wolf, with a finite supply of wolves and sheep available. The important thing here is that the character tokens weren't just a bit of art and a serial number, but tiny programs that allowed users to perform interactions like staking. The problem is that their code was full of multiple bugs, and since some of those bugs were contained in the character tokens, they were replicated across all 13,809 minted tokens.
Peter Smith must be hella rich, right? Wait, do you not mean Peter Thiel? Are you not talking about Peter Thiel?
A glitchy token can't be patched. It must be replaced. So the Wolf Game devs were forced to not only redeploy all of their contracts, but attempt to remint and distribute identical copies of every token generated.
Hey Stewie, how's it going? On the other side of this, my son wanted to get into mining. I got to use it as an opportunity to teach him about computer architecture, threading, and how to optimize processes. Yeah, like, as soon as anyone starts saying they want to get into mining, you need to fucking, obviously not actually physically, but slap that shit down straight away. Like, that's the kind of thing that, like, destabilizes fucking energy networks. That's the kind of thing that causes destability in countries like Kazakhstan. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, listen, instead of doing that, have you considered not doing that and just learning to code instead? It would actually be a lot better. The Donny who owns the blockchain. I don't think anyone owns it, right? This is what led to possibly the first Ethereum hard fork. One decentralized autonomous organization had a bug in its code. Someone sapped all the funds out of it. Right. Hey, Kortadov, what's going on? Welcome in.
It didn't go well. Given the risks inherent in putting functionality inside the token itself and the high cost of interaction, the most common application is to use external systems to simply check for possession of a token.
Funny you should say that. He's now learning HTML5 and Python. Yeah, that's what we want. That's what we fucking want. Yeah. Oh, sending you love, Kortadov. You have some hugs. You have some hugs from me. Gang, in the chat, if you've got like hug emotes or whatever, you send them over to Kortadov. Love that boy.
This is where we introduce another player into the ecosystem, wallet managers like MetaMask. In a few short years, the system has already grown so bloated and difficult to interact with that it's become necessary to develop middleware applications that simplify the process of generating wallets, switching wallets, and mediating handshakes between the wallet and external systems.
No, blockchain.com is like Coinbase. It's where you go to buy crypto, yeah.
From one point of view, these wallet managers are the golden key that makes it all work. They solve the single sign-on problem, allowing your web browser to simply know that it's you who is using it, automatically negotiating permissions based on relevant tokens. It's your log.
Neoliberal rainbow capital idea of the day, a non-profit which sets up solar-powered compact mining rigs that can be distributed to the global south. Fucking hell.
Your credit card, your Steam profile, and your bank account all rolled into a single point of contact.
That's the most cursed thing I've ever read in my chat, Mark. What the fuck? Good God.
Making interaction with Web3, the internet of the future, frictionless. From another point of view, it's a massive point of failure that contains so much information, so many permissions, so much of worth, that it becomes an extremely obvious point of attack, manufactured by idiots who claim to be building a security product in 2021 that doesn't obfuscate key phrases within the UI or use two-factor authentication. Remember, again, that these people want to put medical records, driver's licenses, professional accreditations, and real estate deeds into their system. They should not be trusted. The entire market is absolutely lousy with scams and has been since Bitcoin first gained any traction. Every single scam structure imaginable has been dusted off and redeployed into this explicitly unregulated market where victims are largely without risk.
I was waiting for someone to say that, Tart. Okay. Tart Streams in the chat says, following on my comment from before, this video either turns you into Bloodborne Moonslug or into the Joker. It's also bleak. Right, listen. It's not bleak. And I'll tell you why. People are, without cryptocurrency being a knowledge that they have in their lives, becoming more and more left-wing as shit goes on, right? The only reason that neoliberal capitalists run our governments and our societies across the Western imperial core is because, you know, of the voting systems that we have in place, electoral politics and stuff like that, right? If there is a future where NFTs, cryptocurrency, whatever, becomes this huge setup system like what we have now for the fiat currencies and stuff like that, right? People are going to very quickly start burning shit down. That's just going to happen. Like, literally look at what happened in Kazakhstan. They literally had a revolution because of fucking crypto destroying their, like, energy grid and shit. Do you know what I mean? You know, that's like, that's happened right now. That happened literally, you know. My mic is clipping a little bit. I don't think it is. But anyway. There's no need to be feeling bleak about it. There's no need to be feeling bleak about it because we're gonna end up in a situation where no one stands for this shit, and these crypto losers will be trapped in their little weird islands where they don't have the age of consent and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's just whatever. It's just whatever. Like, it's just, you know, they're all gonna suffer. They won't be able to buy anything with it. As soon as something like, you know, as soon as something like Kazakhstan happens again, they'll be trapped on their little fucking weird islands and they won't be able to get off. They won't be able to order food or anything like that. It's going to be fine. It's literally going to be fine. Hey, Dave, how you doing? What's going on? Go follow Dave, everyone. He's a top streamer. All crypto's done is strap a rocket to the back of the bus, heading for the wall. Correct, Master of the Art. Yes, that's absolutely right. If you don't turn into Agent Smith, it'll insta-radicalize you. Oh, yeah, sure. I get that. But I just wanted to address the Doom pill. I just wanted to do that with regards to your comment.
Course. These range from institutional scams like Ponzi schemes, pump and dumps, and insider trading, to middleweight scams like gold brick and wash trading, to grittier scams like phishing and sending fake links. Pump and dumps in particular are conducted in broad daylight.
Nakalita, I'm talking about cryptocurrency in general, not just NFTs. What I said all there, cryptocurrency applies to every single cryptocurrency shit that I'm talking about. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. So yeah, sure, when NFTs are done, there will be a new scam, of course, but as soon as people get wiser and wiser to it, they'll be like, oh, this is dog shit. You know what I mean? People won't stand for it. Even NFT bros. You saw that fucking guy with the, like, I don't know what happened to my ape. It was my kid's college. It was my mortgage. Oh my God. Right? Even they will get radicalized as a result of this. Trust me, it's going to happen.
It's not illegal, it's just against the terms of service of the exchanges that you use to do it. So the worst case scenario is you burn your account. They'll straight up walk you through the process of doing a pump and dump. No code words, diagrams, and everything. They're notable as they're actually a two-headed scam because, you see, you might get recruited onto the pump half of the scheme, or you might think you're being recruited to pump, but you're actually the dump. As already mentioned, blockchain is resilient to direct man-in-the-middle attacks or someone tries to inject bad data straight into the chain, but man-in-the-middle attacks are rare. In an environment like cryptocurrency, with few, if any, repercussions for misbehavior that stays within the cryptosphere, man-in-the-middle attacks are wholly unnecessary. Why try to brute force your bad data onto the chain when you can trick someone into giving you access to their wallet, then transfer all their stuff out? Every smart contract becomes a self-rewarding bug bounty where the payout is whatever apes and coins you can grab before anyone notices. And that's not even touching on the subject of malware. Smart contracts are just code. They're software. There's no reason they can't be viruses or worms. The primary limitation is processing power. But also, it's a virus that someone can drop directly into your bank.
Ghosting girls after the first date, call me pump and dump. More like West Elm Caleb. Oh my god, I can't believe that you would ever be a West End Caleb. That's so toxic. What a disgusting piece of shit.
This bank account and just wait for you to activate it. And yeah, that's right. There's no offer/confirmation step in sending tokens back and forth. Someone who knows your wallet can just drop stuff right into it. So, like, pin that somewhere in your brain. The best part about
Sorry, I am muted. Like, so someone said, because of the West Elm Caleb thing, oh, we need to start giving men a bit of a break, and obviously, you know, we don't need to like start giving men a bit of a break or whatever. But yeah, if they've not done anything like crazy bad, sure. This person that said this mentioned a guy called Couch Guy, and I have no idea who Couch Guy is or what that's all about. What did Couch Guy do? Here it is. What was meant to be a sweet, heartwarming video turned into the internet's hottest relationship scandal, with millions of TikTokers picking apart whether the 20-second clip was definitive proof that Robbie, soon to be known as Couch Guy, was cheating, dissecting everything from the time it took him to stand up. Like like the way that this was, right? How this worked out. I remember what people were saying about this now. He was sat on a couch with two girls, and his girlfriend was like filming him or talking to him, and TikTok was like, this guy's cheating on his girlfriend. And we know that because we've sat here like dorks overanalyzing a video, a 20-second video. And it's like, I really think the pandemic has made people insane if we're doing stuff like this. Do you know what I mean? Like, you really need to start going outside if you're doing this. Like, just honestly, touch grass. Like that probably fake story about the broker who sold all his stocks the day before the 29 crash because he got a stock tip from the shoe shine boy and figured if the pause knew about the grift, it was time to get out. We are the pause. If you know about it, it's already over. Unless Peter Thiel personally called you and told you to buy a thing, you are the mark, and probably even then. Right, yeah. What would happen if the program contained within the NFT is really processing heavy? Does that add to the energy consumption, or are they executed on the client side? That's a lot of words for someone who doesn't know much about code or computers or anything like that. But I imagine it probably does add to the energy consumption because all computers are processing all of the blockchain all of the time, right? Like that's the idea, right?
About this is that the whole ecosystem operates on a strict assumption that possession is ownership and access is permission, which is absolutely buck wild coming from software developers who claim to be very concerned with system security. If someone tricks you into sending them your Bored Ape, it's now theirs. The only mechanism in the machine for parsing legitimate transactions from illegitimate transactions is the consensus mechanism, which is only concerned with whether or not the transactions followed the rules of the software. The only illegitimacy it recognizes are people trying to insert fake data. When you are tricked into doing something, all of the mechanics of what follows are, by the rules of the system, legitimate. It's a legal transfer. More relevant, however, is the sheer density of these scams. The one market that cryptocurrency has successfully disrupted is the market of fraud. Think of it this way: a big population of people have willingly self-identified that they have substantial disposable income, poor judgment, low social literacy, a high tolerance for nonsensical risk, and are highly persuadable. People who fall victim to these scams have been—
One of my wallets was hacked. What the fuck, man? Please help me get my profile picture ape back. Don't let them win. Please don't bid or pay for these stolen apes. These are the 3 apes. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Yo, see you later, Mish. Thank you so much for being here, friend.
basically no options other than taking to social media and attempting to whip up enough of a frenzy that they can convince marketplaces like OpenSea to act as de facto censors by delisting stolen tokens. There's no authority.
It is hard to feel sorry for them. It is, because they do, like, because these people are extremely online again. Like, they're also extremely online, right? So they're horrific bullies a lot of the time, and they do operate like a cult. So it's really hard. It's very easy to not feel bad. Yeah. So bad. All right, Val, see you later. Thank you so much for being here. Back in my day, the only apes we had were on the Super Nintendo. Right, same here, Pib. What happened to the good old days of Danky Dong? What happened? Blockchain operates on I'm technically correct as the foundational of society. Right, absolutely, yeah. Apes together strong.
You can report them to that has the power to return your tokens. The best you can hope for is denying the scammers profit on their incredibly low-cost operation.
Right, yeah. I mean, I think it's important to bring that up because we kind of have to have that same mentality for people like anti-vaxxers, right? If it's just someone who's like a little bit scared and doesn't trust big pharma and stuff like that, it's like, okay, you can empathize with that, right? You can empathize with not trusting a corporation, a private corporation that just wants to make money making vaccines, right? You can kind of understand where they're coming from. But when it comes to like people who have that belief, but then are also saying it's because the Jews are in control and it's going to make you gay and trans, that's when you stop. Do you know what I mean? We have to have that level of nuance with like fucking NFT nerds, right? NFT nerds who are out there being shitty to people in the world. They know about the environmental damage it causes and they don't care. Fuck those fuckers, right? But if you're just like a Mark who's been convinced that you're going to make some money off this dumb shit, then those are the people. Those are the people, you know? Gay trans Jew needles. That is what they think. Yeah, that is what some of them think. The good old Jewish question that never stops. It keeps going strong. That's right. But we all know the real anti-Semitism is when you criticize Israel. That's the important anti-Semitism, you know.
If your business is tricking people out of their money, you would be a fool if you didn't take the
you got it, Nakalita. Yeah, you got it.
Not only have participants advertised their susceptibility to incoherent promises of future returns, the immutable structure of the chain, the persistence of data, and the ease with which that data can be collated means that for scammers, it's extremely easy to find marks. Every Discord for a rug pull NFT project is a roster of potential victims. The ledger of bakeholders is a shopping list of targets. The Twitter account of anyone complaining about what they lost on Evolved Apes is the low-hanging fruit of a very ripe orchard. And that's a pretty good segue into talking about privacy issues. A low trust environment is also a low privacy environment. Anything you do on a blockchain is, by design, accessible to everyone who knows how to navigate the data. Now, you might be thinking, isn't that the opposite of how it's supposed to work? I thought crypto was all anonymous. So, yes, crypto is anonymous by default. There's no inherent requirement for proof of identity.
But if you go on Coinbase to buy some crypto, you need to send them a fucking photo of your passport. Legit thing. You want to know how I know that? Because I did do that like 5 or 6 years ago or some shit. That's right.
and in fact numerous applications that would benefit from a stricter one-to-one correlation between accounts and people struggle with this. On forums and social media, it's called sock puppeting. In crypto, it's called a Sybil attack, where users are able to generate numerous alternate identities by creating additional accounts or wallets. The epidemic of wash trading on OpenSea relies on the ability to pretend you're several different people as you buy apes from yourself for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Rather than anonymous, this is pseudonymous. Everyone can see what wallets and contracts your wallet interacts with based off the long hash addresses like this. But that hash is only implicitly connected to your...
So they could basically use your passport then? I don't really know. I've not experienced any fraud as far as I know, but like... You need to send them a picture in order to use Coinbase. It's ridiculous. But all the moon safe Ether moon coin you could and cashed out your millions early last year. That's right. That's right. Bring the cancelling, Ray.
Your identity based...
Get your twitlongers ready, folks.
...based on circumstantial connections. Of course, a big circumstantial connection would be something like registering with a crypto-based social auction platform that intrinsically connects the two. This makes it pretty easy to see that Lena Morris, over...
Wait, what? The clay jar containing your first spark of childhood joy? Oh my god.
The attached girlfriend paid $153 on March 31st to mint the overly attached girlfriend NFT, followed by a $205 reserve on April 2nd to list the NFT on Foundation. Ethereum whale Fard then bought the token on April 3rd for 200 Ethereum, 30 of which went to Foundation, with Lena getting the remaining 170, which she transferred into USD using the exchange service Kraken in a block of 105 on April 4th and a block of 65 on April 22nd for a combined total payout of $374,726. After her sale, Zoe Roth transferred the Ethereum to dollars via Coinbase the next day and hasn't touched the wallet since. Kyle Craven minted several other tokens, but for the most part just split the Ethereum from the initial sale into two separate holding wallets where it's sat untouched since.
Gets 63k in crypto, loses keys. Bad luck, Brian.
You don't need to be some super hacker to figure this stuff out. It's all publicly available. That's the entire point of the system. And in another feature not bug arrangement, remember, nothing can be deleted from the blockchain without tremendous effort. Now, that's fine if the blockchain only contains a contextually relevant log of transactions. There are absolutely contexts where that level of transparency is desirable. But that falls apart when you start talking about using the blockchain itself as the storage medium for, like, an entire social network. Blockchain-based social network Scuttlebutt seems tacitly aware that this is a bad idea, like somewhere inside their human brains they recognize that it might be a mistake to make it impossible to remove things from the system when they warn users that anyone willing to dig can surface any old usernames, photos, and bios, but that doesn't actually give them pause. So, if someone posts, say, child abuse imagery, revenge porn, your home address, intimate details of your private life, there's just nothing you can really do about that. If you mistakenly overshare, post some information that maybe you shouldn't have, it's already too late. You can try to hide it, but you can't delete it. Remember that if someone knows your wallet address, they can just put tokens directly into it. As alluded, there's a whole scam where you drop someone an NFT that lifts the art from, who cares, somewhere, but the smart contract is malicious code that drains their wallet if they ever interact with it to move it, sell it, stake it, it just becomes a landmine sitting in their wallet forever.
Yo, this is fake, this is fake, this is fake, this is fake. They popped up in my wallet, I clicked on it to delete it. Immediately, they stole 19 grand. Happily, I just started this wallet, but they already stole 19.
I love my unregulated future money. It's great. It's the future. I'm so glad we made a decentralized currency away from banks. It's great. What a fucking phenomenal idea this was.
15,000 out of it. Need fucking help immediately.
Even on the non-malware side of things, people have already been using this to dump promotional...
I think it's extra hilarious when these NFT bros, like, they want to speak to the manager of cryptocurrency. They want to speak to the manager. They're like, I need help immediately. You can't, bro. You can't. You can't get help. That's the whole idea. Come on, man. Why can't they just buy a shitload of Rolexes like the usual rich dude bros? I know. It's like it's not even tangible. This is the ANCAP utopia in action. Lay in that bed, bucko. Yeah, crypto Karen, right?
Tokens into the wallets of celebrities and influencers, but you know,
you're missing out, Muel. Get a top hat and monocle and assign yourself the manager of crypto. Oh man, that would be like the Morpheus of crypto. I would be the Morpheus of crypto, right? I would be like, do you want to know what it is? And then just show him this video. It'd be like, you've been scammed, Neo. Your whole life, you woke up and you thought these apes were real. Guess what, bucko?
Pics are an any second now kind of thing, right? Oh, look, I minted a photo of your front door and dropped it directly into your wallet. And you can't just, like, delete it. You need to actively send it somewhere and pay gas fees to do so. Revolutionary new vectors in harassment. The end product here is a massive power imbalance that's baked into the fabric of how you engage with this new world order. Users who engage with the system authentically as themselves expose vast swaths of information about themselves and their activities, while users who engage disingenuously are empowered in their ability to deceive, defraud, and disappear. A lot of this rhetoric stems from a pretty deep failure to understand what a central authority really is, or that you can decentralize data storage while centralizing data. Ethereum is ultimately a central platform, and the fact that a few dozen people need to sign off on every major change before it can be implemented is largely meaningless.
You know, maybe I misjudged this blockchain.
Symbolic, with the validation network ultimately sitting somewhere between consortium and cartel.
Oh, sweet. Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension, Lois.
Every large platform has multiple...
Was that a good Peter? Was that a good Peter impression from Family Guy? Oh, freaking sweet. Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension.
Internal and external stakeholders to form a consensus about the direction of the platform. Windows is not a single-minded monolith. Apple issues voting shares. Google is basically a hydra. While the network of Ethereum miners and validators are not a formal...
Decent Peter, yeah.
...corporation...
That one's going in the bank. Decent Peter.
Yet, there's no mechanism in existence that can...
Hey, Peter, look at this monkey I just bought.
...tells them to act in...
I lost everything, Peter!
...interest of users, particularly poor and
not so good to Joe.
Users,
not so good to Joe.
Where those interests conflict with their own. The movement of Ethereum from proof of work...
Hey, Peter...
...to proof of stake has been vaporware in no small part because the validators simply choose not to. Because proof of work, volatility, and high gas fees benefit them.
It was a subpar, Joe, yeah, I'll give you that. Don't put that one in the bank. That one's not going in the bank.
And now, while proof of stake and low gas fees only benefit them in a hypothetical future. Because these
That's such a good meme. We will both surely drown, says the Scorpio. Says the frog. Lol, said the scorpion. Lamau. I love that meme so much.
Are what you get when you let guys like Vitalik Buterin and Elon Musk design the future. The sole protection for users of Ethereum is that the system is so cumbersome that all but the most egregious...
NFTs are ripe for some real satirization at the moment. I'm just not smart enough to satire everything. If we could sell an NFT of a ghost in a jar, I'd like an extra level of separation from reality to the whole ghost in a jar on eBay from years ago. Yeah. An NFT of a ghost in a jar. That's true. It's in the blockchain. You can't escape subpar, Joe. Yeah.
Aren't worth addressing. Of course, that in truth means...
What about the girl selling NFTs of her farts? That's fucking great. That's what she should go into next. Because she can't fart anymore. Because she like prolapsed her ass or something from farting too much. Yeah, that's the new satire.
That only the wealthy have access to justice within the system.
Yeah.
If you take all these different things, all these parts of your identity, all your economic activity, all the video games you play, all the groups you join, and stick them into one system, that's a central system. It doesn't matter how much...
Okay, gang, I'm gonna do my nails. I'm gonna start doing my nails. I don't have a camera to show you the nails getting done though, so I'm sorry about that.
Many different servers that system spans, or how many validators need to agree before changes can be made.
Leonardo da Vinci would be interested in those if he was still alive.
Place. The proposed Web3 crypto...
I still can't get over that. Like, I woke up on Monday and, like, the Vagina Museum was like, haha, this gay guy couldn't draw vaginas. What a joke. I still can't get over that.
...driven future of the internet is a privacy disaster. This is why I find MetaMask horrifying as a product. It's a bucket that's asking you to pour unfathomable amounts of data and permissions into it. It's such a tremendous and monumental point of failure. And this is where NFTs really bloom into their final form.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a scam.
The primary use case of tokens, beyond speculation, ultimately is to function as access passes. From a web engineering perspective, imagine tokens that are the mother of all cookies.
He only knew
and
the
consider
bussy.
A tracking token that users don't
She's actually doing it?
willingly associate
Nah.
themselves with, but enthusiastically drag with them from device to device, ensuring a continuity of tracking across all web activity. The future version of the web, built on the back of cryptocurrency and mediated by financialized tokens, is a dystopia. It's a technology that's built to turn everything into money, to treat every corner
It's
of our
LGBT
social
history, that's
existence
right.
as a marketplace, to attach an abstract representative token to everything from video games to labor unions. Now, proponents of Web3 will disagree with this assessment, particularly the claim that cryptocurrency is endemic to Web3 and the two are intractable, but that's the practical reality of the situation. Every substantial project branding itself under the banner of Web3 is strapped to the side of a blockchain, be it issuing governance.
Now, this is a really interesting one because I have no idea about anything to do with Web3. I've got no idea. You want to talk to me about Web3? Okay, go for it. I will not understand.
Relying on the chain's smart
Let's see
contract layer,
let's see if
or
Dan can
requiring
help me.
possession of a cryptocurrency in order to pay the processing fees that are mandatory in order to participate. They are, at this point, philosophically and technologically entwined. Less accessible, less free, less interesting, and substantially more expensive, Web3 is the vanguard of a million paywalls and oppressive, code-enforced DRM schemes sold to idealists as a decentralized system where they and non-wealthy stakeholders have the power. I see tremendous blind spots in a community that is
Yo,
spent
see you
so
later,
long
Mark. Thank you so
focusing
much
on
for
the
being
hype
here,
of
man.
an untenable fantasy metaverse where they're the ones cowing corporations with immutable ownership, guaranteeing their ability to resell video game horse armor, that they failed to consider that the enforcement of ownership can and will be used against them if and when corporations decide to leverage their power in the space. The fantasy amongst evangelists is that a tokenized economy where digital goods are mediated by NFTs would give them more power. Goods like digital games would have true ownership, encapsulated in the ability to be resold, but there is no reason to believe
That's all
that
they
this is
want,
how
isn't
things
it?
would shake out.
They just want to fucking actually be able to say like, this video game is mine. You know what I mean? Rather than just like playing it like a normal. Like they cannot be normal, can they? They have to be special. They absolutely have to be special. If they talk Web3, it's crypto, NFTs and all that. If it's Web 3.0, it's the next version of the internet that doesn't exist yet. Right, okay. Ethereum sold itself as Web3 on the basis it'd be a decentralized system. Right. It's still dependent on Web 2.0 to exist. Right. Web 3 is not a thing. Yeah, it's like crypto bullshit. Okay.
Far more probable result is that the tokens are used to lock products down.
Oh, hey, Black. How you doing?
The Squid Game token
Black.
scam is illustrated.
How you doing?
In early November 2021, a new meme token popped up styled after the hit Netflix show Squid Game. Over the course of about a week, the price of the token was pumped from a few cents to just under $3,000 US. Estimates are that the Squid developers took in about $3.38 million before cashing out their holdings, deleting their socials, and vanishing into thin air. Classic rug
What the
pull,
fuck?
but the truly transcendental detail is that it left buyers with not merely a useless token, but a token that couldn't be sold at all. Built into Squid was a requirement that in order to transfer or sell the tokens, a corresponding number of marbles tokens needed to be spent at the same time.
What the
hitch was
fuck?
that marbles were never available. No rules were broken in this scam, and indeed the Squid tokens do exactly what they say they do. If you have the appropriate amount of marbles tokens, you can absolutely transfer or sell your Squid. Just good luck getting any. A game developer can, in any of myriad ways, deliver on a truly owned digital token that is rendered untradeable in practice, and all by playing by the rules. Rules must always be evaluated for their power to oppress. This is a blind spot to crypto enthusiasts because they just assume that they're the early adopters, they're the ones who will have power, they're the ones who will get to set the rules, and they're the ones who will do the oppressing.
No.
Consider that any token that can be used to grant access can also be used to revoke it. Like, let's say that I create a hangout spot in one of the metaverse contender platforms, Decentraland, and we call it the Ahigao Alpaca.
Wait, that's a legit thing?
The Oasis has a backroom that only allows registered players to enter, meaning you need to have your MetaMask linked to Decentraland in order to get in. This type of gate is typically...
Yo, see you later, Spunk Tandino. See you later. Thank you for being here. He thinks it'd do the world good to send crypto bros into the re-education camps as a treat. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Again, it depends like what level of crypto bro, right? You know what I mean? Like it's sort of if you've just been scammed, I think it'd be really easy to like explain to them why they've been scammed. It's like, yeah, okay, yeah, I've been scammed. Yeah, that makes sense, right? You know what I mean? But then like, you know, the ones who are like running the scams, definitely re-education gulag 1000%.
Used to create VIP areas, places where only people who hold a specific token or class of token can enter. Only people with official Ahigao alpacas can enter. But, as is well known within the lore of the metaverse, the Ahigao alpacas have long been at war with the Bored Ape Yacht Club, so rather than checking for an alpaca token, I check for ape tokens and then forbid entrance. Or maybe I just make my game artificially more difficult for them, or inflate my prices. Now imagine that instead of running a hangout spot in a video game,
the fucking what?
Decentralized finance organization
right.
giving out mortgages in cryptocurrency, and I scour your transaction history for donations to the NAACP as part of my risk assessment protocol. Imagine that Nestle is able to track unionization efforts in real time because the union is issuing governance tokens on a publicly auditable blockchain. The belief that the world will be fairer if the rules are enshrined in code enforced by
Ahigao alpaca is my favorite.
Difficult to change or circumvent is laughable. It's not merely naive, but categorically ahistoric. This is where a lot of my resistance comes from. You can create specialized crypto chains that have a negligible environmental impact, but the force of...
Sorry, chat. I know I'm being ignorant by doing my nails, but I'm nearly done. Nearly done.
That model is culturally destructive. The current system sucks, but this is just a worse version of the current system.
I'll read your very sweet chat messages very soon.
Tokens all the way down.
This game has a good high barrier of entry, so most people can't do it unless they have what's called a scholarship, where someone essentially pays for their barrier of entry to allow them to play the game, and then they can split the profits afterwards.
What the fuck?
Like, okay, Axie Infinity is a so-called play-to-earn video game based on Ethereum, but because Ethereum is too slow and expensive to interact with directly, the developers, Sky Mavis, created a side chain called Ronin, which consists of a governance currency called AXS, the game character tokens called Axies, and the in-game currency called Smooth Love Potions, or SLP. All of these components are built to function as money because that's what the machine is built to do. The so-called play-to-earn model is a great case study in what the end result of the crypto ecosystem actually looks like. Axie Infinity gets a lot of credulous coverage from the press because a handful of people in the Philippines are able to make a marginal living by playing the game and flipping their SLP, which lets Sky Maven turn around and pretend that they're a humanitarian
always black chimera,
and not a for-profit business who makes money off all the people rushing to buy a team of Axies, believing that they can get paid just for playing. Now, real quick.
I'm bisexual, so they're always black and they're always badly done. And then they're always chipped for a couple of weeks.
Axie Infinity is a lightweight card-based PvP game where players fight with a team of 3 critters called Axies. It's a bit Pokemon and a bit Slay the Spire. Axies have randomized attributes and are all tokenized, so if you sell an Axie, you're selling that specific Axie. Smooth Love Potions are used to breed Axies and thus form the basis of the economy as they are fungible relative to the Axies themselves. Matches are either ranked or unranked, but only ranked matches entered using energy, which recharges every day, can earn SLP. The amount of energy you have to work with depends on the number of Axies in your wallet and ranges from 20 to 60. Additionally, higher ranked matches are worth more SLP. More SLP.
I look at my nails and I feel called out. That's right.
Energy to play matches, more flexibility within the metagame.
You know I'm right.
Compositions and baseline better stats, enabling easier wins. So the difference in earning potential between higher and lower ranked accounts is pretty substantial. What coverage tends to note and then quickly move on from is the fact that the game is extremely expensive to onboard, costing hundreds of dollars to assemble a basic team, which has led to the rise of what are euphemistically called scholarship programs.
Scholarship
like Whale
programs.
scholars that set up a large number of accounts, give players access to the game account, but not the underlying wallet, and then pay players a split of the SLP the account generates. Whale scholars and other mentorship businesses retain full control of the wallet and thus the axes, the SLP, and any AXS. It's capitalism in its rawest form. Players invest their time into grinding SLP, and then the owners take half the returns. Players get to barely make minimum wage, while the owners, who are taking 50% from dozens, if not hundreds of players, get to speculate on digital land.
Look what the whale scholars just got. We have land.
Okay. What did I miss? I think most people holding NFTs know they need other people to buy in to justify their investment, so they'll never back down as long as they own an NFT. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you're a victim of, then into trauma rehab. If you're a victimizer, then gulag. Yeah, that's right. When chat said marbles, please stream it, this was a misunderstanding. Yep. They're turning video games from a hobby and fun to actual work. Fuck that. Yeah. They were based in Epic, that's true. This is the point where my dad went full Colonel Kurtz going the horror. More awful than gold farming. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. RJ, we are going to be watching Joe Rogan very soon. As soon as this video is done, we're actually going to be watching the entire Joe Rogan Experience episode where Jordan Peterson is on it, and we're going to be laughing at him. That's what's happening in a bit. What does fungible even mean? I don't know. Isn't it supposed to be like tangible or something? Like it's not tangible. It doesn't get fungus on it. It doesn't decay or something. I don't know. You watched a game dev talking about this yesterday. If you want the link to watch too, yeah, I won't be watching it today, but sure, if you want to stick the link in the chat, I'll stick it in my watch later list. We can probably watch that tomorrow. Oh, it means changeable. Is that what it means? New form of landlordism just dropped. Oh yeah, they already started doing that. Yeah, they already started doing that. Hey Sausage, what's going on? I'm failing to understand how this is not a pyramid scheme and is not a pay-to-win system. That's because it is a pyramid scheme and a pay-to-win system. It literally is. That's it. That's it. You got it. You got it in one. Wait, did you not say this? Hold on. Am I tripping? Is this deja vu? Wait. I feel like you said this like... No, okay. I feel like someone said this the other week. That's why it's deja vu. Yeah, that's why it's deja vu. I got super confused. Yeah, you've not been here for a while. Yeah, I just checked your chat history. I was like, didn't you say that last week? I literally saw the future. Welcome back, Sausage. No, it's okay. Don't worry. This is anti-mushroom propaganda. That's right. Yep. That's right. Let's put this in the watch later. Non-fungus token. Peterson is from Alberta. Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson. Don't worry, we're gonna go through it together. We're gonna go through it together, Chimera. It's okay.
In the Arctic, baby. We have Arctic land.
Axie's energy system is fundamentally broken in how it promotes this exact middleman arrangement. If you have 21 Axies...
Wait. What do we think? They're looking alright, right? They're looking okay. Okay. Nail check done. Very fierce, that's right.
You can create one account that has 60 energy at its disposal, or you can create 7 bare minimum accounts with 20 energy each.
Is there such a thing as a fungible token? Maybe. I don't know. People have been so caught up asking, is this a pyramid scheme or is this a Ponzi scheme? You're ignoring the simple fact. It's a scam. Right, exactly. Yeah. 100%. Right, so crypto is a fungible token. There you go. Like a cryptocurrency, yeah.
High-ranked account with 60 energy will dramatically outperform a single low-ranked account with 20 energy, but 7 accounts that are played daily by other people is far and away the best ROI because it involves doing basically nothing except collecting your cut. Even more illustrative, between August and October 2021, the internal economy of Axie Infinity crashed. Not absolute rock bottom, but bad enough that all but the highest ranking players fell below the average daily wage in the Philippines, with low ranked players falling below minimum wage.
Oh,
Navic,
damn.
a think tank and consulting firm that does deep research on game economies.
Hey gang, do you remember when I downloaded a couple of trash games that gave me a crypto mining malware? Do you remember that?
Has done a pretty deep and thorough analysis of the Axie economy, and in their write-up, they identify the core source is psychological. Players aren't playing to...
Currency is fungible in general. A paper note or coin is a token of sorts. Right. Here's the thing as well, right? Here's the thing as well. It also doesn't make any sense because you can exchange an NFT for money. So you can. It is fungible, actually. There's nothing non-fungible about it. People exchange NFTs for money all the time. You know what I mean?
Play the game. They're playing to make money. They treat the game as a job and thus have little interest in the game items for their own sake. Once they have enough stuff to cover their job, they stop reinvesting and start cashing out. The price of low quality Axies, the ones that new players are likely to buy in order to onboard for the lowest cost possible, is propped up entirely by players buying them roughly at the same rate they're generated. This requires either mentors to be scaling up their teams by buying Axies instead of generating.
But you have to sell it as a unique whole. Like, like, wait, but you have to, an NFT is a thing, like a painting. Yeah, but it's not a thing though, is it? It's a link to a thing. Where, and like a Bitcoin is like a Bitcoin. You can't replace it with just any other painting. Yeah, it's a receipt, right? And yeah, people replace it with other paintings all the time. That's why it's absurd. Yeah. Having an exchange value equals fungible. More specific to note why the non-fungibility of NFT doesn't really mean anything useful. That's what I mean. Yeah, it's not even... How many unique holes does a crypto bro have? Boys have only got one hole. Come on, this one's obvious.
Them, or new players injecting new money into the ecosystem by onboarding. But the more players that are playing, the more SLP and Axies that will be generated, thus the fundamentally unsustainable economic model where an infinite supply of new players must enter the ecosystem forever purely to keep the price stable. If it tips one way or the other, you either get runaway inflation or runaway deflation. This happens all the time in games. Games bork their internal economy constantly. It just doesn't normally matter because you're talking about completely fictional gold or gems or dragon bones. A truly stable economy isn't even desirable from a gameplay.
It's an in-joke, sausage. It's there's a horrific debate, bro, that I believe is some kind of bully victim or some shit, who believes that women only have 2 holes below the waist, and it was very funny. It's a lot to go into right now, but yeah, it's an in-joke. We're all very aware that the people have more holes than that. Yeah.
Play standpoint anyway. Gentle inflation ends up helping newer and more casual players.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing. Things in the in-game economy, which lets those players participate and have fun. Of course, if your pitch is play to earn and not play to have fun, where the optics of buoying up the fictive valuation of your company rest entirely on the assumption that players can earn, then that's a bit of a different incentive set, isn't it? More people play Axie Infinity to try and make money than play it because it's a game they enjoy. This is a fundamental flaw in the model. If you pitch your game based on earning potential, you are going to attract people seeking to industrialize your platform faster and in greater numbers than
gentle inflation is my favorite deviant art tag
would otherwise play. This is exactly the parasitic situation that games for decades now have been actively minimizing because it creates vicious negative externalities. If players can sell their in-game stuff, then it changes the way that they play the game. It changes the way that they optimize their...
Like, there's something about it being gentle, you know? Like, there's something about the... Because, you know... like, inflation in general is like, it's not gentle. It's not a gentle thing. If you got something put inside you that made you inflate, it would not be a gentle experience. It would be incredibly painful. Like, just the fact that it's, like, gentle, that's what makes it extra funny.
Playtime. Since the vast majority of games are openly a non-investment, a straight exchange of money for entertainment, also known as a purchase, players tend to optimize their playtime for intangible returns like fun, distraction, socialization, relaxation, challenge, achievement, and narrative fulfillment, with absolutely no expectation that the money and time they put in should return anything other than those things. The key shift here and the meaningless
Dig Dug is a very gentle lover.
phrase that you'll encounter online is the proposition that the results of playing a game should retain value, which is code for having a potentially speculative price. In order to try and keep the grift mill running for another few months, Sky Maven have tweaked the economy to reduce the amount of SLP players can earn per hour. It's a nice...
That's right. Playing video games for a living is kind of hell. Especially if you're doing quality assurance. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. There's a reason that I switched to React content only on Twitch recently. How do you get more viewers? I don't know, do Dark Souls speedruns. Are Dark Souls speedruns fun to do? Absolutely not. Not when you're learning.
Marishly thin edge to be walking on, and the main thing it has managed to accomplish is enabling an entire strata of pit bosses running teams of players grinding out smooth love potions.
Yeah, really bad gas.
And
gentle
like
inflation.
All bosses, they have not taken the downturn in stride and have instead started cracking the whip.
We do not accept mediocre gaming anymore. Need at least 120 to 150 SLP a day, and those who yield more will be rewarded with additional percentage. I prioritize those who have gaming experience. We have a separate program for charity.
That's Maggie May
Evangelists
Fish,
like
right?
To point to this as though it's inspiring.
Yeah.
People in economically disempowered countries able to make a meager living by simply playing a video game. I reject that framing. It's horrifying. Our global system is so fundamentally unjust that people are patting themselves on the back for generating
AJ, could I get a shout out for Quillightful, please?
a whole new kind of online uwu pit boss who tells you to grind harder or you're fired, but caps it off with a blushy emoji. Looks like someone didn't meet their quota. This sucks.
Oh my god, Quill, are you streaming fucking RimWorld? Are you a regular? Are you a regular thingy? RimWorld player? What are you doing? Are you doing a new? Have you ever played it before? I fucking love RimWorld. RimWorld is one of the best games ever of all time. A regular Rimmer now? Yes, fucking brilliant. Yeah, a regular Rimmer. That's right, Dave. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Fucking brilliant. Bleck says, hold up, what are you saying here? I'm working on a paper about it right now. The entire culture sort of disregards ownership in how we historically understand it to access special access or permissions and centralizes buyership. Holy fucking shit. Which is why the most popular NFTs, from what I can tell, are ones that look most NFT logging. They signal the most efficiently that you've spent something, not that you own anything. Oh, that's right. Your stream was the first play, now you're 100 hours in and addicted. Damn! That's more than me! Maggie's done that exact voice for a couple of other videos. Yeah, she's so good. I fucking love Maggie so much. She's brill.
To the moon.
I think the thing that normies don't get about NFT bros is
that
their
was
the
psychic
staggering
damage.
volume of capital they already control, and how deeply rooted they are in the culture of the people who operate the platforms we all use every day. And that alone is a good reason for people to pay attention. They have a lot of money and a lot of clout that they can use to try and make fetch happen. This is something of a splitting point. Basically, the future shakes out in one of two broad ways. One is that some new technological buzzword comes along and blockchain and Web3 lose their sway over investment.
It's because of the Crypto Land video. Chimera's absolutely right. Every time someone says to the moon in like a funny little cute voice, it's the most psychically damaging thing of all time. Not just because of the fact that it's cringe in the way that it's presented, produced, whatever, right? It's also like a lie. It's also like a lie. The implication of it is staggering.
The stream of new buyers dries up, and the early investors...
They're trying to make something that's like a complete lie cute, and it's gross. You know what I mean? Did you see that a SpaceX rocket went haywire and is on a collision course with the moon? Wait, what? Did that happen today?
Cash out as best they can, popping the whole bubble. The other is that they're successful, and cryptocurrency is able to crowbar its way into enough corners of our lives that it becomes unavoidable. We're all forced in some way to maintain.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah, crypto bros are literally causing the end of the world. Billionaires and crypto bros are literally causing the end of the world today. It's happening today. It's in an orbital pattern that will eventually collide with the moon. It was launched 7 years ago. Oh, fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking finally.
Maintain a crypto wallet to manage whatever coins and tokens become necessary.
It was I sent crypto land to my best friend, and I think it was the worst thing I ever did to him. I vomited all over his couch while blind drunk. Okay, I didn't read your message properly the first time. I thought that you said you sent the crypto land video to your friend, and it made them vomit. It made him vomit while he was blind drunk. I can see that happening. I can actually see that happening.
For participation in society, providing early investors with a captive audience and steady flow of capital. To quote German sociotechnologist Jürgen Guter, better known by his online alias Tante, there are parts of your digital life that currently you can't really sell, but that's what they want to change. Everything needs to be bought and sold. Everything is just a vehicle for more speculation. The reason
just send Bruce Willis to stop it, right?
Access token to some service instead of buying or renting it like today is to create even more markets for speculation, and the smart contracts can be set up in a way that at every corner.
Yeah, that's true, Kiri. Yeah.
The claims that this technology facilitates an immutable ledger of ownership is itself largely hollow posturing. Wait,
what? Saw the news earlier that Facebook are backing out of their crypto, looking to sell and return any money they can claw back to their investors. Feels like if Facebook are backing out, the writing's on the wall for crypto. Yeah, but that just sounds like they're doing a pump and dump, right? That just sounds like they bought the dip and now they've made a bunch of money and they're gonna fucking give the profits to their investors. There's probably nothing stopping them from doing it again, and they just won't announce that they've done it, you know what I mean?
From within the ecosystem. Remember that most of the actual
Oh my god, they're gonna make their own crypto. You're absolutely right. Oh my god, you got it in one. They're gonna make their own crypto. Oh, it was their own crypto and it didn't take off? Oh, okay. Okay, right. Stablecoin? Okay, right. Being gay means every time someone mentions the moon, you think of Sophie and get sad. That's right.
Things being referenced are not contained within the chains themselves because the chains are too slow, restrictive, and bad at their job to actually store media, and because many of the things being sold are purely ephemeral. The IPFS address for any given media token can be effortlessly minted onto another competing chain, or even the same chain. That's not even right-click saving, that's referencing the exact same media. Why is the token on Ethereum more authoritative than the token on Tezos or Cardano or Solana or Ergo or Celo or Binance or Algorand or Polkadot
or
EOS
so many.
or Tron or VeChain or Ethereum Classic or Phantom or Stellar or Stacks or Neo or Waves or Hollow or Link or Radix or Harmony or Oasis or Icon or Secret or IOTA or Crown or Terra or Omni or Enigma or Elastos or Edgeware or Bytem or Fuse or Gather? If a chain hard fork...
How long did it take him to do that fucking bit? How long did it take him to fucking do that bit? It must have taken him at least 5 takes. At least.
Which version of your stuff is the real one? Bitcoin is itself mired in a turf war between Bitcoin.
I love the naming conventions in crypto. Safe coin, moon coin, safe moon. It's like calling a tenner a definitely not fake tenner. My God. That's so ridiculous. It takes like 10 minutes to create your own shitcoin on some platforms. Oh, God. Oh, I didn't know it was that easy. Oh, that sucks.
Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin SV. The myth of immutable ownership governed by these systems is predicated on a monolithic victor. In reality, your NFTs within the Ethereum ecosystem are ultimately just as trapped, sandboxed, and meaningless as your Steam trading cards. You'll hear about protocols like Polygon that aim to let you move stuff from chain to chain, but that's sleight of hand. You can't remove something from a chain, so all they really do is create a new token at the destination and add...
It's hard to finish that bit because every time you go to record, 20 more have been created.
a note to the bottom of the original token that says, "I'm currently somewhere else. Please don't move or sell me." It's an ask that's governed by smart contracts, so vulnerable to bad coding. In video game terms, they would be immediately hammered looking for item duplication glitches, a vulnerability that's basically inevitable in a mass adoption scenario. It's a system that is at once impenetrable and brittle, and that arrangement disproportionately empowers the dishonest. One of the complications is that it's basically impossible to extricate the digital scarcity concepts of NFTs from cryptocurrency and the core philosophies that cryptocurrency was built from. One rose out of the other, and they are basically forever entwined. One of the ironies of all this is that any legitimate artistic or anti-capitalist uses of the underlying technology are contingent on the tech remaining niche. On a very basic level, the systems just suck, being slow, difficult to use, and generally oblique. For the most part, to the degree that they're usable at all, it is largely at the mercy of only having a few users. There are blockchains that are reasonably responsive and reasonably cheap because they're not popular. Hic et Nunc is a well-regarded art market on the Tezos blockchain. Transaction fees and deflation are at the moment relatively minimal, and thus a lot of the transactions are able to operate in the range of $5 to $20. But that state exists by the grace of being 45th in popularity, just high enough to actually have users, but not high enough to have attracted too many bots. If Tezos goes, as they say, to the moon, then that all changes. Users adopt the platform disproportionate to the scale of validators.
Psychic damage again.
Skyrockets, and the actual marketplace of people using Hic et Nunc experience hyperdeflation, where hoarders are rewarded handsomely and buyers are punished. Okay, we need to pause here for a moment because this is actually really important, but absurdly complex, like textbook length subject matter, so here's the short version.
Oh man.
Deflation is counterintuitive because the line is going up, which makes it look like a good thing, but it's only good if you already have the currency in hand. As the purchasing power of a currency increases, typically because cash gets more scarce, the cost of goods and labor goes down. A deflationary economy punishes buying things, as anything that you buy today will inevitably be cheaper to buy in the future. If you need to buy things that aren't financial assets, things that don't appreciate in value, like food, clothing, rent, vehicles, transit fare, you screw yourself over. This is hyperdeflation, and it's not only designed into cryptocurrencies with their hard cap on total coin supply, but considered desirable by their creators and evangelists. This is what going to the moon means. Now let's talk about unions. Using tokens to verify union membership and participate in union activities relies on the tech being oblique enough that union busters and their clients don't see it as a meaningful arena to monitor. Also, that ship has...
Yeah, like, all that did to me was reinforce how much I hate money as a concept. I agree, Black. I agree. And yeah, it does seem like that's what it's going to be like, right? They're going to have crypto salary for different, you know, places that you work and stuff. You're going to have to buy stuff at the crypto store, you know? Kiss my crypto wife and kids, eat my crypto toast, leave to work at the crypto mines. Yeah, 100%. Name it, define the total cap, and you're good to go. Pedal your very own pump and dump. Few rocket emojis on Twitter, and you're well on your way. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. AstroTurf my bit cussy.
has already sailed, union busters and gig economy evangelists love crypto.
You know what's really funny about like nowadays, right? Like present day, you know what's funny about current day? If you said to someone, like, AstroTurf my bit cussy is like a very funny statement, right? It's very funny. I read it in my Twitch chat. It's very funny. It's good. It's a good chat contribution, right? If you said that to someone maybe 7 years ago, they would be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
They love DeFi and they love smart contracts and they love NFTs. And why wouldn't they? It's an environment that demolishes consumer protections and transfers tremendous amounts of explicit power to the wealthy. In a lot of ways, this is all just a system for deferring trust onto machines and pretending that there aren't humans on the other end. And if there's one thing that union busters love, it's the prospect of an unbreakable individual contract whose inequities
That's right, Master.
Machine. The current state of the web, concentrated in a few mega platforms, is the result of compounding complexity. We used to have a web where anyone could learn to write a web page in HTML in an afternoon.
It's literally my last 2 synapses clinging on for dear life. It's all I got left in me.
Writing text and then using tags to format the text. But over time, people, understandably, wanted the web to do more, to look better, and so the things that were possible expanded via scripting languages that allowed for dynamic, interactive content. Soon, the definition of what a website was and looked like sailed out of reach of casual users and eventually even out of reach of all but the most dedicated hobbyists. It became the domain of specialists. So casual users, excluded by complexity, moved to templates, services, and platforms. This process gradually concentrated a critical mass of users into a handful of social media platforms. Already, even within the space, new hegemons are forming. Tremendous amounts of capital and power are concentrating in corporations like Consensus, who own MetaMask, and Animoca Brands, who have wide and deep investment in crypto gaming. OpenSea, the at-present dominant marketplace for tokens on a couple different chains, is filling the power roles users need. While the chain itself is, in theory, the arbiter of truth, nothing prevents people from filling the chain with lies, and so arises a demand for not merely a chain parser,
Do you think there's a way to play crypto games without actually, like, contributing to the damage that crypto does? Is there a way to just, like, get the games just to see how bad they are? Because I saw that one that was like the Smurfs, and it looked like the Smurfs but in Minecraft, and I just had a light bulb moment. Pretty much no. Probably not. Okay, that's fair enough. Because if there was, you know that's gonna be the next Trash Wednesday.
Service that enables users to interact with the chain, but an interpreter of the chain. Motivational speaker and DC Mark Calvin Becerra claimed to have lost.
Can the blockchain run Doom? That's the real question.
Bored Ape Yacht Club
unionize the Smurfs, yeah.
Engineering scam. In reaction to this, he took to Twitter to whip up a mob that could pressure OpenSea and 2 other marketplaces into flagging the tokens as stolen and blocking them from being sold. Calvin was eventually able to resecure his tokens by paying a ransom because that's really all you can do, and he doesn't seem to consider that from the perspective of the thieves, that's an entirely
rip and tear the ozone layer.
desirable outcome. They won. Their plan worked. This happens all the time. Bored Ape members are particularly susceptible targets.
The only thing the climate fears is you.
of fraud owing to their specific combination of greed and low social literacy. Looking to avoid paying platform fees and royalties, many of them moved off OpenSea to doing transactions on a shady little platform called NFT Trader, which allowed scammers to run a very simple link swap scam and steal at least a dozen different ape tokens in the span of a couple days. The meat of Calvin's incident is the way in which the platforms that interact with the chain are being deputized by users to be the de facto authority, not on what the chain says, but what the chain means. It is just a recreation of existing power structures within the new environment.
And that's all it is, really, isn't it? That's literally all it is. It's just the same shit again. It's just the same shit again. like, you know, what is NFTs? It's like fucking art auctions. It's just art auctions again. The artist makes no money. You've technically bought a piece of art. It's technically yours. You don't actually own the rights to it or anything like that, but you've spent like an absurd amount of money buying it off someone who bought it off an artist for a very cheap price, right? Do you know what I mean? It's just that shit. It's just that same shit again. And then like crypto land, it's just fucking land deeds, but on the blockchain. And crypto itself is just money, but again, you know?
Now, this is where evangelists insist that the answer lies in DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, a revolutionary new way to organize people that will allow for the decentralized governance of these systems. So that's the claim, but what is it exactly once you strip off the paint? A DAO is an organization whose membership
I did watch the crypto land video 2 weeks ago, yep.
And privileges are governed by possession of relevant tokens on a given blockchain. And it's also the underlying software that...
Is that right, Kiri? If you mention stolen, losing, or theft, anything to do with crypto, you get a ton of bots. Oh my god.
Executes relevant operations. That's kind of really about it.
Yeah,
So
Beanie Babies. Yeah, it's Beanie Babies,
a
isn't it?
Conceptual DAO consists of three things: people, a digital machine built of smart contracts, and a token that allows the people to interact with the machine. In practice, most things that call themselves DAOs don't have the machine at all, and a substantial number either don't have the token or only have the token. The upside of a DAO is that it makes it easy-ish to create a formal organization at theoretically any scale, from only a couple people to a massive pool of stakeholders, and the program layer makes it possible to automate certain activities and the results. If the organization votes via the DAO interface, the results of that vote are automatically recorded and potentially executed. Though that framing is misleading.
You think you still have one of those little handbooks that said how much your sister's Beanie Babies were going to be worth? You know, I've got a Beanie Baby. I'm going to get you my Beanie Baby. Video playing though.
As with tokens themselves, there's no inherent functionality in a DAO. It's just a box that code goes into. I might as well be referring to all the things you could do with a web page. As already mentioned, many organizations presenting themselves as a DAO have no machine functionality at all. It's pretty standard to find a DAO that has issued a governance token, the script that's used for voting, with the systems to actually use that token being placed somewhere in the nebulous future of the roadmap. That open-ended...
I've got a Beanie Baby. Look, he's called Ringo. Ringo the raccoon. He used to sit here. He used to sit here like this on my mic. Because he's a raccoon, and obviously it's to do with trash. It's all my aesthetic, right? Let's keep him there. Let's keep him there for the rest of the stream. Why not? Why not? Yeah, this is just... Beanie Babies are just like this. Beanie Babies were just like little guys. They got... You hear that? You hear the beans inside? I'll give you 2 NFTs for him. Yeah, they're great. They're great little plushies. Yeah, that's right. When I had Dow explain to me, I was like, "What does this have to do with bitcoins?" Right. Hello, Goblin Hugger. How you doing? They're actually splitting some divorce settlements. Oh my god. Oh, there is going to be NFT splits. There is going to be NFT splits. That's true. What's the exchange rate of Beanie Babies to Boglins? That's a good question. I don't know.
This is actually important because while the claim is that these machines will further democratize the internet, the technical complexity that they add, the new specialized programming expertise that they require, concentrates a lot of power in the hands of people who can build the templates that in turn enable non-programmers to actually use it. It's just laying the seeds for the future recreation of the status quo. The Facebook, Google, Amazon dominated internet arose because the technical cost of building a modern website rose far beyond what the vast majority of amateurs could manage. So everyone moved to templates and then to services and finally to platforms. This doesn't even reset the...
Wife took the monkeys.
Clock on that. The technical cost of creating a DAO is already
Remember in 99, we all thought we were going to get stupid rich by collecting Beanie Babies? Ah, you taking the piss? Oh my god. This is what capitalism has done to people, yeah? There's so much going on in this image, right? If we went back into time, right? Before agriculture and everything like that, yeah? And you showed them this picture, right? How would you begin to explain it to them? You would be like, okay, so we have this thing, it's called forced bondage between two people. And that would not, people back then, they would have no concepts of this because everyone was fucking each other and everyone's kids were everyone's kids, right? You know what I mean? And then, so not only would you have to explain the concept of forced bondage, right, in between a man and a woman specifically, and then you would have to explain what a beanie baby is, the concept of a beanie baby, a thing that you hug and you love because in capitalist society you get very fucking lonely because of all the alienation and shit, and they'll be like, wait, what is capitalism? Then you explain capitalism, and then you explain that it's because these things are deemed to be incredibly valuable. Those people, our ancestors, they would destroy the human race before it began. That's correct. She turned the wee DAOs against me. Thoughts and prayers for the divorce lawyers who have to listen to a couple scream about who's getting what NFT, right? Yeah. People are putting marriage certificates onto blockchains. I can't. Oh man, what the fuck? Honestly.
Far beyond any casual amateur, in part because all of this is being built by programmers, and in part because of the stakes. The only thing this stuff is truly good for is managing on-chain assets. A DAO program can see the state of the chain and interact with it, so the DAO humans can vote on what should happen to those assets, and then the DAO program can automatically act on the results. But that raises the stakes. Because a DAO can see and interact directly with on-chain assets, there's the risk that via bad programming or unforeseen exploits, a malicious actor can use a DAO to access all kinds of stuff. The risk is directly proportional to the value of the assets kept on-chain. And remember, again, that evangelists want to put everything on-chain. The hilarious thing is that this has already played out once before. In fact, it played out with the first DAO ever built, called the DAO. This whole story unfolds over the course of 3 months in 20...
Desperately trying not to choke on my very chewy salted caramel protein bar. After reading the chat message, they would instantly die if the concept of selling gamer girl farts was explained to them.
2016, from April to June. The DAO was an Ethereum-based venture capital fund that aimed to use code to create an investment firm without a conventional management structure or board of directors. A scheme that's positioned as lightweight and
fucking good. That was a good chat message.
But really, it just translated to an attempt at minimizing human liability for the actions and behaviors of the fund. This unparalleled expression of greed made the major speculative players in Ethereum so horny that during the April and May pre-sale, they funneled 14% of the entire volume of Ether into the DAO's central wallet. Now, because the DAO's underlying code was open source, experts and malicious actors alike were able to pore over it for vulnerabilities, and indeed, vulnerabilities were found. However, because at the end of the day, fleshy humans are the ones actually pushing buttons and making decisions, the actual leadership of the leaderless DAO, horny for money and prestige, decided to launch in late May anyway. 3 weeks later, the DAO's programming was exploited and the attacker was able to transfer 1/3 of the DAO's funds into a holding wallet, about 5% of the entire Ethereum economy, valued at the time around $16 to $17 million. Now, because this threatened the bottom line of capital holders, the Ethereum project as a whole, the entire thing, was almost immediately forked in order to undo the hack and protect the interests of the wealthy. Ethereum Classic, the arm of the fork that didn't undo the attack, persists to this day, though it's notably less popular despite being demonstrably more principled. Because all the talk about decentralization is a myth. It's just words. At the end of the day, the guys in charge, the guys who built the system to serve their interests, are still in charge and keep a kill switch in their back pocket. Crypto is barely a decade old, and organizations deemed too big to fail already exist. The whole fiasco
actually did choke. Actually did fucking choke.
laid out the truth from the word go. Calling a DAO a revolutionary structure is smoking.
Choking on it. It's choking on his own leftist rage.
Just voting shares. You might as well call Apple a bold experiment in democracy because a baker's dozen individuals make the decisions instead of just one. Regardless of the future pitfalls, DAOs are also extremely limited. They are, again, just code. While evangelists promise that they can reinvent the social organization, mentally consider all the problems, conflicts, and decision-making that social organizations deal with and ask how many of those even can be solved by code. Some of them can easily be turned into computer programs, automated bookkeeping, payouts, collections, data tracking. Sure, that's all stuff organizations conceptually can make use of. But how do you code for the fact that red just really doesn't get along with blue? The pitch promises organizations bound by unbreakable rules, but how many organizations actually benefit from that level of rigidity? In particular, what happens when the version of the rules enforced by code run up against a complication that the coders didn't consider?
NFTs would have been a subject to a futuristic cult in any Fallout game. The reality is that we're in a Fallout game. That's the sad reality. We are actually in a Fallout game right now.
What happens if someone with legitimate stake in the DAO starts spamming the organization's internal systems with bad requests? What if not enough people participate in voting? What if the system locks itself up? What if the rules are rigged? What if the system commits a crime? If this technology did see mass adoption, a future time bomb already exists in the fact that very, very few of these systems have factored mortality into the considerations of their structure. Because what if someone with an important token dies is a really easy thing to overlook when you're kind of insulated tech bro who reinvents vending machines and calls them bodega boxes. Now, all of these hypotheticals are technically addressable.
What? He just keeps dropping these absolute bangers. Like, how am I supposed to cope with that? How am I supposed to cope with NFT bros have invented vending machines again, and they call them bodega boxes?
You can build contingency systems that can account for them, but then you need to consider contingencies for those contingencies, because what if someone uses systems intended for dealing with deceased or absentee members to expel people they just don't like? And again, you can only use code to enforce interactions that the programmers make enforceable via the code. Constitution DAO, a hastily set up scheme to bid on one of the few...
The game was rigged from the start. That's right.
Already ran aground most of these problems as the project failed to win the auction and is now trying to issue refunds, a thing that the slapdash machine was never intended to do. The reality is that most organizations with any meaningful social complexity, even tiny organizations like video game guilds, are too complex to properly express in code. There's too many contingencies and contingencies for those contingencies and contingencies for those contingencies to account for. So rather than trying to turn social interactions into code, the DAO is marginalized into only handling
Okay, I think I'm nearly done dying now. Tasks
like bookkeeping, digital signature verification, and on-chain asset management. But that's not a revolutionary new way to organize people. That's just a productivity tool. The DAO can have a process for voting on actions, but the moment
if you make an idiot-proof system, society will build a better idiot.
Outcome of those actions move off-chain.
Chat is absolutely popping today. Chat is absolutely popping off today. Well done, chat. You're all very smart. You're all my little pog champs.
Into the real world.
No, it's okay. It's okay, Tart. Don't worry. It's both our fault. It's my fault for finding it so funny, right?
The DAO program is powerless. The program can't make humans execute the decisions of the group. That's still an analog problem. The whole thing very quickly runs into an incentive wall, where it's just faster and easier to solve problems verbally via abstract trust relationships and promises to the same end results. This is why it's so common for DAOs to not actually have any of the inner machine that would actually make them into what they claim to be. It's easier to just
RTFY.
not. Taken as a whole, DAOs...
Long time no see, yo. Happy New Year. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I will hydrate. Thank you.
Aren't some revolutionary new model, they're a tool built onto the side of cryptocurrency that only has meaningful advantages when interacting with cryptocurrency as a tool for speculative trading and managing financial instruments. The rest is just a gimmick, a slow, inflexible tool for executing straw polls. Again, a lot of these boil down to a scheme to minimize liability on the part of the creators. The creators of Inuyasha Token, a meme coin DAO based on nothing except the ephemeral concept of the Inuyasha anime, demonstrated this admirably when they were pressed on the issue of copyright, openly trading on a known brand specifically for clout. Their answer to the question boils down to 1, a failure to understand copyright, and 2, an insistence that it doesn't matter because no one's responsible. The DAO did it. No, humans are liable, just this amorphous, sentient carbon cloud.
And you have a really good way you explain it about the copyright issue that everyone's afraid of because they don't want to invest.
Why is everybody's name the same color in his chat? Is this like a YouTube stream? Is that what happens in YouTube streams? Are they all the same color? They are all the same color in chat and YouTube, aren't they?
And a token that's going to be told to like cease and desist or.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, to clear that.
Or are they all just like gray names? They've all just got like a Twitch account today.
Up, I think first you have to distinguish between a mark and.
I'm not a financial advisor at the bottom. Yeah, I love that. That's for his lawyers. That's for his lawyers.
And copy, right? So right now on the website, it's all custom art done by Steven, your friend Steven. So there is no copy. I mean, the only person that can really copyright us right now is Steven. You know. So,
well, what about logo likeness or character likeness?
Yeah. So trademarks.
He's just wrong here. The character is covered by both copyright and trademark. Yeah.
It's possible that the Inuyasha mark. It could become scrutinized. However, we're a decentralized autonomous organization officially, and the token is launched on the Ethereum blockchain. So there's really no going back. I'm just a what? I'm not an owner. Like there's really no single entity that has ownership over this. So I mean,
and that's how these motherfuckers get away with it, innit? Because they sit there and they're like, you know, they sit there and they're literally just like, yeah, it's nothing to do with me. It's the DAO. It's the amorphous fucking crypto cloud. You know what I mean? The sentient DAO cloud. That's literally it.
It's on the blockchain now. There's no going back.
And that bit also just so brilliantly demonstrates the underlying mentality of a lot of these guys. They wanted to use the Inuyasha brand for clout.
They stole my apes, Odo.
Pardon?
They stole over 1 million bars worth of latinum in apes from me.
What are you talking about, Quark? I'm very busy.
I was having maintenance done on one of my Quark coin servers.
I've had complaints about the amount of station power they're using.
They exploited a backdoor in the system and got away with several highly collectible Quark Spar NFTs.
What do these NFTs look like?
Here, I drew them myself.
Not much of an artist, are you?
It's not important. They stole the blockchain authentication codes for these pieces.
I thought you said that whoever had the blockchain was the owner of the NFT. That the token was non-fungible?
Yes?
Yet you still claim ownership despite having lost the code.
Are you going to help me or not?
What do you want me to do exactly?
I want you to contact Starfleet, the Ferengi Commerce Authority, everyone, and blacklist these NFTs. Nobody wants stolen apes.
I seem to recall you taking great glee in explaining that centralized platforms were obsolete thanks to NFTs. But now you want the authorities' help in policing the sale of these things.
I can see I'm wasting my time.
The only people who wasted their time were the thieves who bothered acquiring these hideous things.
You obviously don't know the first thing about cryptocurrency.
I know only a fool would put real money behind such an obvious scam.
There you are, brother. I thought it over. Oh, I'm ready to convert my savings into Quark coin.
Cumstered and dumpstered by Odo. Very, very good. Very, very good. Thank you for that.
But they didn't want to ask for permission because they would probably get rejected. So they did it anyway. So now that it's on chain, it can't be easily taken down. So I guess you just gotta let them do it?
It's on the blockchain now. There's no going back.
Things get funny in that frustrating way when you do come across a DAO that's trying to be legitimate and they tip their hand by revealing that underneath they're legally a co-op or an LLC or some other extant legal entity. Unless your goal is a grift, there's nothing truly revolutionary about their structure or functionality. Lee Jin, the co-founder of a bunch of predatory venture capital firms that focus on
Hey Vod, what's going on?
The gig economy to distract from the ways in which it's eroding labor, has an extended Twitter thread where she tries to pitch DAOs as the future of unions, though her rationale is not only shaky, relying heavily on magical thinking, it's also peppered with inexplicable lies. For example, she champions Yield Guild, a DAO that she describes as a gaming guild comprised of thousands of play-to-earn gamers, an on-ramp that brings more players into play-to-earn gaming. It can represent gamers and lobby game devs for better policies. Its scale also enables the collective to offer benefits and protection.
That's exactly it, Agnew. Yeah, the copyright law will not give a rat's ass if the blockchain is unchangeable or not. Yeah, 100%.
E.g. healthcare, paid time off, that would be infeasible if gamers were operating on their own. This is a tremendous overstatement of what Yield actually is. It's not a...
And yeah, eventually, Chimera, yeah, it will result in people realizing how shitty the monetary system is. 1,000%, yeah. 1,000%. It will make people socialist at least. They will want more control of the market. Do you know what I mean? They will want, sorry, not control. They will want more regulation of the market, more than there is right now, you know? Because, well, there isn't that much control of the market. There is literally a free market now. That's why it's so fucked, right? Do you know what I mean?
Union, nor does it function as a union, nor does it have aspirations of functioning as a union. It's not even a DAO, though it does have aspirations of transitioning into being one. It's at best a mildly decentralized cartel that's experimenting with shaking down players with the promise of helping them by gamifying the process of participating in the guild. In practice, it's a...
When you had DAO described to you by someone wanting you to join one, I was like, so it's a co-op? They just did co-ops again. Every single thing that Crypto Bros come up with, it's just the same thing again.
Server that helps play-to-earn players find sponsorships, pivot from one game to another, and generally bitch about how much their jobs suck. In fact, in response to Legion's tweets, the server residents had this to say.
I've read that through the YGG, DAO members are able to get access to healthcare. Is this true? Is there any more info on this? Anywhere
Oh
to learn
my
more
God,
about what
are you
is offered?
kidding?
Or is this still in the works? As a freelancer, I'm always interested to learn about more options.
I actually don't know about that. That would be awesome to get partnered with healthcare. Where did you get that info, though? We haven't heard of any kind about it.
Yeah, I think Lee used it as an example of potential benefits and didn't mean it literally, but nothing of that sort has been discussed yet.
Now, on a functional level, most DAOs use an administrative system.
It is, yeah. Tech bro culture. Invent something that already exists, but worse. Yeah. Like Elon Musk inventing the fucking Hyperloop. It's just a tunnel. It's just a fucking tunnel that you can very easily die in.
Based off the use and spending of internal script, the governance tokens. There's a decent amount of variability in how they're used, but basically they function either as proportional voting power, exactly the same as voting shares in a publicly traded company, fiat voting power, where there's no point in possessing more than one, or direct voting power, where tokens are spent.
Why don't you judge use your ill-gotten crypto wealth to lobby for universal healthcare then? Right! Right!
Cast votes, and more tokens can be spent to cast more votes.
Oh my God, can ambulances not get in the Elon Musk death tunnels? That's a surprise. Not.
Typically, this script can be bought and sold, even on a secondary market, and indeed possession of it is typically a definitional part of membership. Rather than structuring like a union, Yield's overt goal for their DAO is to function as a hedge fund, using the exchange value of their token as a means to raise funds to invest into play-to-earn games, and allowing Yield members to spend their tokens to rent these DAO-owned resources. In fact, Yield is so far removed from the purpose and functionality of a union that the roadmap includes potentially implementing what's called holographic consensus, which is a futures market where participants gamble on what proposals will or won't be passed, using their governance tokens as the stakes. It's amazing if you wanted to build a machine whose sole purpose is to concentrate political power slowly over time. Additionally, many use a proof-of-stake staking system to reward members with additional tokens with no gate on how many tokens any single member can hold. This whole arrangement creates a system where participants with only a few tokens are incentivized to not vote against the interests of highly staked members. Plus, anything you spend limits what you can stake, and thus reduces all future income of tokens, which means even less voting power in the future. Members who possess a disproportionate share of tokens can afford to outspend on the outcome of any vote and...
Okay, Drago, I'll see you later. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Take it easy. Sleep well, lovely. Good night, good night, good night. Hello, Satirical. How you doing? To be fair, it's such a death trap letting ambulances get in would only give a false sense of safety. Yeah, true. What do you mean? He revolutionized tunnels. Yeah, that's right. I love all the digging on the death tunnels, but not near enough people know the military funded them to have new tech developed for war. What? I did not know that. Hello, Vogel V's. How are you doing? Vogel V's? You watched this video at least twice and it's damn good. Yeah, it is very good, isn't it? A very good video. Very well done video.
Still retain a proportional future voting power. At best, you end up with high-powered voting blocks, and at worst, a functional monopoly. The internal discourse of yield is, like all crypto, focused on the price of the DAO script and not its actual functionality within the organization. Rather than creating a more equitable, democratic organization that looks out for the needs of all its members, yield is a scheme that explicitly rewards its highest stakeholders with more power and access. Now, conceptually, you could make a DAO that behaves towards actually useful worker-focused goals, but you could also do that without a DAO, because it's just an organization. The DAO itself is just a mechanism of an organization, and more often than not, its involvement is little more than tech fetishism. So most actual DAOs don't resemble anything like a flat hierarchy. In fact, the ability to buy and sell...
All of Elon's businesses are heavily funded from the US Department of Defense. Interesting.
Power and the hierarchy that results is seen as a strict advantage in that it allows emotionally uninvested members to make money and gives them a thing that they can reward people with that will align incentives. And despite the fact that Li Jin is directly involved with yield as the philosopher in residence, yield is neither...
Oh, by the way, I spelled Dan Olson's name wrong in my title, and I'm very sorry about that. I'm just going to recorrect that for the last 5 minutes.
Structured like a labor union, nor does it have ambitions to be one. The point is that thought leaders like Li Jin, who get a lot of social traction by promising that their techno-fetishistic community are solving big societal problems...
Yeah, he gets heavily subsidized from the state, right? From the Fed.
They love the pageantry of democracy because it allows them to pretend to be democratic, because they can paint their detractors as being undemocratic. It's all hollow hand-waving and techno-babble to distract from the fact that it's just shareholding. It's the corporatization of everything, the conversion of the entire world into claves governed by power granted via token possession and enforced by machines that allow humans to wash their hands of the outcomes. At the end of the day, every DAO pretending to be useful is still a forced entry point to some hype-driven meme coin whose existence only benefits its creators and the exchange that sells it.
It's the only game in town.
In 2008, the economy functionally collapsed. The basic chain reaction was this. Bankers took mortgages and turned them into something they could gamble on. This created a bubble, and then the bubble popped. When you drill down into it, you realize that the core of the crypto ecosystem, the core of Web3, the core of the NFT marketplace, is a turf war between the wealthy and ultra-wealthy.
Yeah.
Techno-fetishists who look at people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, billionaires minted via tech industry doors that have now been shut by market calcification, and are looking for a do-over, looking to synthesize a new market where they can be the one to ascend from a merely wealthy programmer to a hyper-wealthy industrialist. It's a catfight between the 5% and the 1%. Ultimately, the driving forces underlying this entire movement are economic disparity. The wealthy and tenuously wealthy are looking for a space that they can dominate, where they can be trendsetters and tastemakers and can seemingly invent value through sheer force of will. This is, in my opinion, the blind spot of many casual critics. The fact that tokens representing ape PFPs are useless yet somehow still expensive isn't an overlooked glitch in the system. It's half the point. It's a
Right.
digital extension of inconvenient fashion. It's a flex and a form of myth-making. And that's how it draws in the bottom. People who feel their opportunities shrinking, who see the system closing around them, who have become...
Yeah, that's a good one, Master of the Art. Calling Elon Musk Tony Stark because he's a tech genius, small brain. Calling Elon Musk Tony Stark because his wealth comes from licking the boots of the military-industrial complex, big brain. That's right.
Become isolated by social media and a global pandemic, who feel the future getting smaller. People pressured by the casualization of work as jobs are dissolved into the gig economy and want to believe that escape is just that easy. All you gotta do is bet on the right Discord and you might be airdropped the next new hotness. It could be you plucked out of the crowd on Rarible and bestowed a 6-figure price by an elusive Emirati music producer. Get a bake in your wallet, hodl like a good diamond hands, and enjoy that yield. All you need is $5,000 in seed money and you can buy a Farmer's World milk cow. And if you milk that cow every 4 hours day and night for 2 weeks, why there's all your money back right there. And now it's pure profit, minus naturally the overhead of all the wax you needed to stake, the barn you needed to buy and build, the barley you needed to purchase and grow, the food you needed to buy to refill, the energy you needed to milk the cow, build the barn and grow the barley, plus you actually need to cash out, which isn't getting paid, it's quitting. This is your chance to stick it to Wall Street and the venture capitalists, as long as you pay no attention to the VCs behind the curtain. The line can only go up. It's a movement driven in no small part by rage, by people who looked at 2008, who looked at the system as it exists, but concluded that the problems with capitalism were that it didn't provide enough opportunities to be the boot.
Yeah.
And that's the pitch. Buy in now, buy in early, and you could be the high-tech future boot. Our systems are breaking or broken, straining under neglect and sabotage, and our leaders seem at best complacent, willing to coast out the collapse. We need something better, but a system that turns everyone into petty digital landlords, that distills all interaction into transaction, that determines the value of something by how sellable it is and whether or not it can be gambled on as a fractional token sold via micro auction. That's not it.
It's not it.
A different system does not inherently mean a better system. We replace bad systems with worse ones all the time. We replaced a bad system of work and bosses with a terrible system of apps, gigs, and on-demand labor.
That's right.
So it's not just that I oppose NFTs because the foremost of them are aesthetically vacuous representations of the dead inner lives of the tech and finance firms behind them. It's that they represent the vanguard of a worse system. The whole thing, from OpenSea fantasies for starving artists to the buy-in for pay-to-earn games, it's the same hollow, exploitative pitch as MLMs.
Right.
It's Amway, but everywhere you look, people are wearing ugly-ass ape cartoons.
He's right. He's right. Yeah. Gang, go show some love to Dan. Check out the video there. Get it get subbed, get it liked, get it watched, play it in the background while you go to sleep tonight or some shit, you know what I mean? Real cool video. And Dan is a bit of a based individual, you know? Yeah. So that was really fucking phenomenal shit. That was a good video. I really enjoyed it. Gang, do we think that we learned a lot about NFTs just now? And crypto in general? From like yesterday to today? And welcome back, Val, as well. How you doing? It's like we're the NFT specialists now. Exactly like Beanie Babies. That's all you need to know. That's literally all you need to know. You zoned out, to be honest. Hello, Lilith. Lilith, I wanted to congratulate you on the epic own yesterday in the chat. I don't think I I don't think I congratulated you enough when that guy came in and said he was moderate right, and you said, actually, you're moderate wrong. That's one of the best things anyone's ever said. Ever. That was really good. I hope you're having a good day. I actually kind of understand what it is now. Yeah, that's what we want. That's what we want. Important. I think the comments about the social context for crypto and NFTs is giving me a lot to think about. Yes, 100%. It's like a cult. It's like a cult. It's a combination of a cult, tech bro fucking weirdos, Ponzi schemes. Not even just a Ponzi scheme, like a full-on scam. And it's destroying the environment at an increasingly rapid rate. This is the wide Putin theme, yes. Mm-hmm. You tried to start drawing something original and your mind is dry. Just do little squirrely boys. Little squirrely boys. Doing good. Class that out early. Definitely feel like Dan's video helped me understand it. But also thoughts hard, brain smooth. Don't worry. Don't worry. That's all you gotta know. All you gotta know is it's a scam. That's all you gotta know. But if you were looking to not do a lot of thinking today, and also just, dunk on Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson, that's gonna happen as well. That's also gonna happen right now. I've been staying away from, wait. Oh, you can't get his full things? Wait, you can't get his full podcasts on, do we have to go on Spotify to get Joe Rogan's podcast now? You can't get his full things on YouTube? Nah, come on. Oh, he's on Spotify only? Oh, we're not going to be able to watch it. I wanted to watch the whole thing. Oh, how are we going to do this, gang? Do I have to log into Spotify to do this? He did sign a huge deal with them. I do remember that. It's been ages since I've watched thingy. I'm going to log in. I'm going to log into Spotify. Can you watch it on Spotify? Is that a thing you can do? Okay, Agnew. See you later. Thank you for being here, mate. Yeah, well, I'm better than Tisky Sour Lilith. We're gonna watch the whole fucking thing. You've seen others react to the full video of it? Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm just desperately trying to log into Spotify right now. Forgot what my fucking username is. Oh, you are kidding me. Is it just that? Oh. Yeah, I'm in. Okay, I'm in. Okay, here it is. All right, see you later, Quarter Dove. Right. So how do I get the video? Cuz right now I've just got like this. Now. Okay, listen, gang, you figure it out. Figure out how I can get the video. I'm just gonna go to the toilet.
those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of. And now you do what they told ya. 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 Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of. And now you do what they told ya. 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 Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones.
Okay. What's going on, gang? I'm back. Is that black box on the bottom left? Oh, fuck yeah. Is this it?
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Okay, this is it, gang. This is it, gang. One of the worst things of all time. What's a good title for this? Reacting to Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson. How about Joe Bogan, Jordan Peterson? Uh-huh. Content warning, Kermit transphobia. That's right. J Pete's. Hey Dime, how's it going? Yo, gang, please go and follow Dime Package, a phenomenal streamer. Petra P, how are you doing? Welcome in. Hello, 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 hello. Full disclosure, I'm using the fat client, not the web, so I have to remember my username for that. Oh, okay, no worries, no worries. J-Ro and J-Pets. J-Peets. M9000 says, did anyone see Jackson Hinkle destroy Sam Sater today? Truly a victory for the left. I assume that you're joking. Ace is on spotlighting the Dan Olson video. It's fantastic. No, you mean it? Okay, I was right to time you out yesterday. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking loser. You think that fucking Jackson Hinkle is a fucking leftist, dude? You're insane. Get help. Actually, just get help. Actually, seek a therapist. Seek a therapist immediately. You need help. Go outside, touch grass, get a therapist. I timed that guy out yesterday because all he was doing was defending fucking debate bros. If you think Jackson Hinkle defeating Sam Seder in a debate or anything like that is a victory for the left, you've got huge problems, massive problems. The Jackson Hinkle that got ratioed by his dad on Twitter for lying about what his parents taught him about the US military. Yeah, it makes sense as to why that guy was defending debate yesterday. A fucking Nazbol Jackson Hinkle shill in my chat. Please, please, grow up, get out of your diapers, throw your nappies in the bin, and go outside. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. Oh, fuck me. I don't know who Jackson Hinkle is. Yeah, don't worry about it, Magic Dan. Yeah, you are better off for it. Yeah. Yeah. Ask Sophie who Jackson Hinkle is. Is Sophie live right now? Is Sophie still lurking in my stream? I'm going to see if Sophie's live. Why have I just gone to my stream? Why does it just go to my stream? Oh, did I click my channel instead? Okay, Sophie's not live. All right. I think Nicole banned that person like 2 days ago. Yeah, unsurprising. Unsurprising. Yeah. After a year or so of learning who Vorsh is, avoiding learning who Vorsh is, I had to give in and do that, and it hurt. Yeah, I'm sorry about that yesterday if I was teaching people about Vorsh and they didn't want to know about it. It's got to be done, though. You need to know your enemy, right? I'm going to spell my name right in the title, by the way. Just, not my name, sorry. The names. Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson. Reluctantly. Because, now, listen, gang. The reason why I'm reacting to this whole podcast is because I've heard that this is a doozy. I've heard that this is a doozy. I've heard that these two lads, these two gentlemen, meeting together in the mind palace of ideas that's definitely not an echo chamber of absurd anti-vax nonsense. I've heard that this really is one of the 9 wonders of the universe. You know? You know? Send them a text in all caps. Tell my filthy hogs who Hinkle is. Oh, man. Okay, let's check this out.
That state of intense concentration on that before you can really manage it.
I think there's mental endurance involved too, because I think that are we up? I think there's mental endurance.
It's not working. Gang, it's not working. Gang, we got a problem. We got a problem. Is it because I got ad block on or some shit? Is that what it is? There's a really, really old bug report. Spotify video may not play through OBS. Can you see it on your machine? No. Let's refresh it. Let's pause it on this site and refresh it. See, like, nothing's coming up here. It's the little blank, little blank square here. Can you try Firefox? I can't do that. Hello, Bade. All right, okay. Live on stream, troubleshooting. Right click and see what video options it gives you. Yeah, that doesn't do shit. That doesn't do shit. Oh wait, there it is. Oh, it eventually comes in. Oh, it eventually fades in. Oh, okay, what the fuck? All right, okay. All right, it's working.
Dance between two people. I think you got to do it all the time. I think if you just do it every now and again, like especially like if you took time off of speaking to people, like if you hadn't talked to anybody in a long time and then you talk. Have you ever done that? Where you haven't talked to anybody in a long time, then you talk to them. It feels odd. It feels awkward. Because I think there's like a thing where you have to get used to it. You got to get used to
Yeah,
it.
well, I found that was particularly the case with the podcasts, is that it's hard to do that
Great.
sporadically.
Yeah.
You also
It's already popping absolutely the fuck off. By the way, just the fact that Joe Rogan is being like, he's making that kind of small talk where it's like, yeah, you know, yeah, he's it's hard to talk to people when you've not spoke to him in a while. Yeah, it's hard to get talking. Yeah, yeah. Why is he dressed like this? First of all, so many questions. Why did he wear a dinner suit to the Joe Rogan podcast? I don't understand. What happened? What happened here? Why does he think that happened? Joe and Jordan have the same genre of voice in different fonts. He's on a tight schedule. Yeah, what, did he have to go to an awards show? A fake made-up awards show before this?
also lose that rhythm of preparation because you get, well, I did. I'm not sure. How do you prepare for your podcast? Like if you have an author come on.
I usually read their book. It depends on within like.
No, you don't, dude. No, he doesn't. He absolutely does not.
I have 2 books that I'm reading right now that are future people that are coming in February. So they're
a lot ahead.
Yeah, they'll be, well, you know, it's like one of them is a climate change book, and it's intense. And so it's requiring a lot of thinking, and then I have to like
Wait, is he reading fucking Climate Leviathan? No way. He's either reading Climate Leviathan and he's going to have the fucking guy that wrote Climate Leviathan on, and he's not going to understand it. That's going to blow my fucking mind. If Joe Rogan has Climate Leviathan guy on, that's going to blow my mind because he's not going to understand it at all. He's not going to understand it. That will be fascinating. That will be like looking at like a car crash from like a petri dish through a microscope. You know what I mean?
Look at the criticisms of this
He'll be
guy
serving
and
drinks there.
criticisms of the work, and you know
he's conducting an
who
evil symphony after
believes
this.
that in 10 years Miami's going to be underwater. Who believes that
Mm-hmm.
this is probably hyperbole and that it's a gross exaggeration, and the reality is, you know, the world sort of always goes through these cycles of change, but human beings are definitely having an effect on it, but a small effect compared to cows and other things. It's like it's hard to sort out. The climate change one is a weird one. So that
Okay, no, he's not. No, he's not. He's not reading Climate Leviathan. If he is reading Climate Leviathan, he's got it so wrong straight away.
Such thing as climate, right? Climate and everything are the same word. And that's what bothers me about
Whoa!
It's probably hyperbole, and that it's a gross exaggeration, and the reality is, you know, the world sort of always goes through these cycles of change, but human beings are definitely having an effect on it, but a small effect compared to cows and other things. It's like it's hard to sort out. The climate change one is a weird one. So that
well,
one,
that's because there's no such thing as climate.
Oh yeah, this is a good idea. This is a good idea. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. This. Oh wow! Just dropping bangers straight away. No such thing as climate. Yeah, brilliant, phenomenal. By the way, I'm trying to figure out a way to get captions for this, gang. I don't know if you can get captions on Spotify. Is that a thing you can do? Hold up. No. What does that do? Listening on? Okay. Yeah, I don't think you can get captions for this, right? Okay, never mind. All right. Okay, whatever.
Right. Climate
I'll figure something
everything
out.
are the same word. And that's what bothers me about the climate change types. It's like this is something that bothers me about it technically. It's like, well, climate is about everything. So, okay. But your models aren't based on everything. Your models are...
He is. And I stand firmly in my belief that and I've said this before. I don't know if I've said it on stream. I don't know if it's something I've came up with in the past week or like the past 2 weeks. And I don't know if I've said it on stream before, but I stand firmly in my opinion that Jordan Peterson only sounds smart because his fans are people who smoke too much weed, right? That's literally the only reason that they think he sounds smart, because he tries to dissect things in a way that is very relatable if you've ever smoked weed for the first time and tried to think about how things work, right? He's like, actually, what the way that we think is we take in stimulus through our senses, and then our minds capitulate on those stimuli. And when we come to conclusions about those stimuli, that's what gives us our ego, and our ego becomes our ideology. And do you know what I mean? Like that's how he talks. That's like how he appears to be smart. And so that's why he's trying to do there with, like, you know, saying climate is everything. It's like, no, what you, bro, like he's like thinking about the you know, the term climate. You can use the word climate for like a lot of things. Like that's all he's trying to say here. He's like, oh yeah, you know, the climate of politics right now is like this, or the climate of you know, temperature is like this. The climate in which we're currently talking, the philosophical climate, you know, that's what he's on about. And he thinks he's being really fucking smart by that. But you're not being smart by being pedantic about a specific subject. Do you know what I mean?
Based on a set number of variables.
Yeah.
So that means you've reduced the variables, which are everything, to that set. Well, how did you decide which set of variables to include in the equation?
Do you see what he's doing? Do you see what I mean and how he's doing it? Listen to what he tries to break this down.
Everything are the same word. And that's what bothers me about the climate change types. It's like, this is something that bothers me about it technically. It's like, well, climate is about everything.
Do you remember when we watched the we watched him on Russell Brand a couple of weeks ago, and he was looking like extra frazzled in that podcast. He's looking like he's lost his fucking marbles in this one. Like his brain, his hair is looking crazy. He's not shaved. He's wearing a dinner suit. He's lost his absolute fucking mind. Yeah, an annoyingly educated 11-year-old. That's exactly it, Chimera, yeah. He never recovered from the meat diet coma. Yeah, he's completely rasfazzled.
Everything. So, okay. But your models aren't based on everything. Your models are based on a set number of variables.
Yeah.
So that means you've reduced the variables, which are everything, to that set. Well, how did you decide?
What you're doing is you're taking the word climate, which can also mean a lot of different things, and you're taking all the variables which are related to the temperature of the Earth, and you're reducing it down. How did you come to those variables? Where did you get that? You know what I mean? Absurd, like absolutely absurd. Why would a model be based on everything? Your model is useless unless it includes everything. That's right, Frudulus. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Oh yeah, you better strap in if you're just joining us. You better strap in. We're at the very start of this. When the Jordan Peterson YouTube video, Muel, we need this. Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to edit these sections of the stream down because we'll probably be continuing this tomorrow.
Which set of variables to include in the equation if it's about everything? And that's not just a criticism. That's like, if it's about everything, your models aren't right. Because your models do not and cannot model everything.
What do you mean by everything when you say?
Well, that's what people who talk about the climate apocalypse claim in some sense.
Joe Rogan is sat there going, yeah. What do you mean by everything? like he's like pretending to understand it. He's pretending to understand it, but then he's like, I don't understand this. I need to ask a clarifying question very quickly, otherwise I'm really gonna get lost in this. Hey Jolene, how you doing? Yo gang, please go show some love to Jolene, aka Neutral AI. How you doing, lovely? What's going on? I was in your stream the other day. Are you going to be dyeing your hair soon or what? What's going on? Oh, by the way, speaking of sub goals, let me do my spiel. Gang, Twitch is my only source of income at the moment. It's very dangerous for me to go out and do my work as a videographer at the moment because of COVID-19 and stuff like that. The goal that you have in front of you are my literal living costs that I need to survive, basically. If you are thinking about supporting the stream, I would ask you to consider subbing off Twitch. You could do that using the sub off Twitch command, which I'm going to put in the chat right now. That's a link to my Streamlabs PayPal dono. And that way, we are not giving any money directly to John Twitch. All of the money that you spend on the stream will come to me, and we won't be funding a platform that makes life very shit for marginalized creators. Other than that, if you do not have the means, and that's absolutely fine, the financial means to support the stream, I would ask you to please retweet my Go Live tweet. That will get more eyes on the stream. It's completely free to do so. Just get yourself a Twitter account, or if you've got a Twitter account, doesn't matter how many followers you've got, the engagement and the interaction is what drives it up in people's feeds. More people will see it, etc., etc., etc. Anyway, thank you for listening to the spiel. I will be if I hit the goal, but I've got something to announce on the 31st. Ooh. I've been told Blue will complete the social justice warrior vibes. Yeah, you better be dyeing your hair blue. That will be fucking cool. That will be cool as fuck. Okay, let's dive back into this. I am an egg. I am a bean. I am a pill. Thank you for the host. That is also a free way to support the stream. Yes. Thank you for hosting. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm still trying to find a way to get captions on this, gang, by the way, so bear with me.
So we have to change everything. It's like, everything, eh? Okay, what, and the same with the word environment. That word doesn't mean, it means so much that it actually doesn't mean anything.
I can't concentrate. I'm trying to, I'm there, and I'm typing in captions. And then he just says more insane shit. The environment doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. What do you mean, bro? What are you talking about? It doesn't mean anything.
Like when you say everything, in a sense, that's meaningless, right? Because, well, what are you pointing?
He's doing like a lot of things, right? He's doing a lot of things at once right now. What he's doing is he's saying that people who want to change the way that we run the world because it's destroying the climate. Tart! Thank you so much for the 3 quids. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting me. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Oh, the climate had it coming. You better believe it. Like, he's saying that, like, climate activists want to change everything, which is something that climate activists don't want to do. We just want to change, like, how energy is made, right? That's it. So he's operating on, like, a fallacy already, you know? And then he's trying to break it down in these, like, incredibly, like, ridiculous. It's such a mindfuck trying to figure out what he's trying to do. He's like, oh, you're using really broad terms and you want to change everything. Well, you know, define everything, bro. He's just saying nonsense. It's like completely nonsense. Yeah, it doesn't mean everything. He's not taken middle school anything. Or he has, and he got through anyway because his dad knew the professor. I don't fucking know.
Pointing to? Well, I'm pointing to everything. Well, what's the difference between the environment and everything? There's no difference. What's the difference between climate?
What are you talking about, bro? What's the difference between the environment and everything? Some things are not the environment. What do you mean?
And everything. Well, there's no difference. So this is a crisis of everything? It's like, no, it's not. Or if it is, well, if it really is, then we're done because we can't fix everything.
Well,
we have to.
Nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. This is so bad. People think this guy is smart. I had a friend that I've not seen in like a year came to my house like last week, right? He came to my house and Among other things, he was talking about like how he didn't understand why Jordan Peterson is bad. And I hope to God you're watching this fucking stream, Dan. I hope to fucking God that you're watching this stream. Hey, Scumlord, what's going on? Jordan Peterson is big cringe. Huge cringe. Huge cringe. Hey, Davey, welcome back. Yeah, nobody loves Jordan Peterson more than Jordan Peterson. That's right. That's right.
What they mean specifically is the human, what human beings are doing.
It gets better. Joe Rogan trying to explain. Joe Rogan, right, simultaneously, Joe is simultaneously trying to figure out what Jordan's talking about and also explain what people mean when they're talking about the climate. He's like trying to do so much brain work for Joe Rogan right now. It's just not working out for him. I'm actually feeling a little sorry for him right now.
That's causing the Earth to warm.
Right,
So
right. But
it's-
you have to include all these factors in the models to determine that. All these factors. Well, what can you not include? Well, then by deciding what you don't include, you decide which set of variables are cardinal. And you have to make that decision in some sense before you even generate the models. This is a big problem. It's partly...
He's a madman. He's making shit up. He's just literally making shit up. He's actually a mad scientist at this point. Like a comical, evil, mad scientist. That's what's going on. Just put him in like a fucking... What do you call it? Put him in a lab coat. He's got the frazzled hair. He's got the bow tie that mad scientists have. That's what's happening.
It's not the only reason, but there's another reason, another problem that bedevils climate modeling too, which is that as you stretch out the models across time, the errors increase radically.
What do you mean climate model? What do you mean climate model? What are you talking about? What does he mean? What's he on about?
And so...
Right, DJ, yeah, he's going over basic experiment design. Basic experiment design. That's why he's talking about variables and which variables need to be cardinal. It is absurd.
Maybe you can predict out a week or 3 weeks or a month or a year, but the farther out you predict, the more your model's in error. And that's a huge problem when you're trying to model over 100 years, because the errors compound just like interest. And so at some point, it's all error.
Climate change science, over the years, it's just like a bank. It's like a bank. It's where you put your money. It compounds. It's like interest. It's like earning interest. The errors that you make in climate change science, it's like accumulating interest in the bank. That's all it is. You know, the more and more you think about stuff, the more wrong it is. That's all it is, basically. No, I will not expand on what I'm talking about.
In fact, it's already the case that even if the climate models are right, the error bars are so wide by 100 years out that we'll never be able to measure the effects of the changes we're making now. We'll never...
No. That's just factually incorrect. There is no margin of error in climate change science that says we cannot safely predict. It was correct in 1980, in literally the 80s. There was no margin of error. He's like, it's just saying bollocks.
Never know if the changes we're making, to save the climate actually worked. We can't measure it. The errors are too large 100 years out.
What do you mean by the errors? Like what errors?
Well, prediction error. So, look, imagine that you're going to predict how your life goes.
Okay.
Well, you can kind of do that. No, you kind of know that tomorrow is going to be somewhat like today. Okay, but how much is next year's day going to be like today?
Well, oh my God, I think you might be right, Foxquirk. Predicting weather is more difficult over time, but climate is not weather and can be predicted further out. Right. Exactly. Oh my God.
Somewhat, but less certainly, because you might get sick, for example.
Hey, Call of Cthulhu's, how you doing? Long time no see. I hope you're good.
And then over a 5-year period, well, there's much more that has to be accounted for. And so the probability that your prediction is correct decreases as you move forward in time. That's why we discount the future.
So he's talking about the climate as if the climate was a person. He's like, the climate is as unpredictable and can wildly change. The systems of capital. Well, of course, systems of capital do affect the climate, right? But systems of capital affect people in a broader, more chaotic way than they do the climate, right? So he's trying to draw a comparison between that. He's like, yeah, the climate is just like people. Everything could just change randomly over a day, and that's why we cannot trust the climate scientists.
Right. So if you ask people, you want $5 now or do you want $5 in a month? They're going to say, well, I want $5 now. Well, you think, well, why is that? Well, if I have it now, it's certain. A month, well, there's a lag in there and anything could happen. And you can play games with people this way. And because people differ in the degree to which they discount the future, because how seriously to take the future is actually a near computationally impossible task to solve. How seriously should I take the future? Well, it depends on how uncertain things are. How uncertain things are they? Well, I don't know. Classic example. There's a chicken. And the farmer goes out every day and feeds the chicken. And the chicken thinks, man, I've got a good friend in this farmer. And then one day it's dinner time. And the chicken...
Oh my God, Kasona, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $3.99. Thank you for supporting the stream, my friend. Oh my fucking God. The chicken. The chicken. This is what a meat-only diet does to a motherfucker. Oh my God. I don't know if I can handle this. And then one day it's dinner time. I literally like, what? So what is he saying? He's saying like the climate is like a chicken. In that scenario that he's just created, right? He's actually kind of right. Like, sure, like, he thinks he's being smart in saying like, oh, it's unpredictable. But it's like, no, you've actually made like a pretty solid prediction of what's going to happen to like a chicken on a chicken farm, right? Is that like it thinks the farmer is its friend, and then one day, boom, it fucks it over. That is kind of like a solid prediction. And a solid prediction that we're making about the climate is that one day capitalism is going to fuck it so hard that it fucks us over. Like, come on. Jesus Christ.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Thank you for the 100 bits, Mr. Dank. Yeah, Jordan B. Peterson wants to eat climate change. That's what happens. Yeah, the everything fucking chicken. Yeah, this is phenomenal. Holy shit.
The main course, right? And so the poor chicken used induction to derive certainty. The farmer comes every day. He didn't realize there was a massive flaw in his theory. And one day that flaw reveals itself and everything falls apart.
Well, that makes...
Yeah, man. Chickens are using induction. Like, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that chickens could use things like, reasoning, logic and reasoning, inductions, predictions on the future. Very smart animals, chickens, actually, as I'm sure you know.
That makes sense when you're talking about chickens and farmers. But
Yeah.
when you're talking about human beings and
so we could
CO2...
play a future. Well, we could play a future discounting game. So this is how this sort of thing is calculated. This discount curve. So I could say, I'll give you $5 an hour or $5 in a week. Which one do you want? And people say $5 in a week. Then I say, okay, I'll give you $5 an hour. I'll give you $10 in a month. It's like, okay. $10 in a month. Okay, I'll give you $5 an hour. I'll give you $750 in 2 weeks. Or I'll give you $50 an hour. I'll give you $500 in 10 years. And so imagine you do that with all sorts of amounts over all sorts of time frames.
So he's talking about that chicken. He's talking about that experiment where they gave like a kid a cookie. That's what he's on about. What do they call it? It's like the something impulse thingy. He's on about like the impulse test, right? Impulse control. He's on about impulse control tests, where it's like you give a kid a cookie now and you say, listen, you can eat that one cookie now, or you can wait for like 10 minutes and then you can have like the 3 cookies that I've got in my back pocket, right? Delayed gratification, right? This has nothing to do with climate change. He's paying a chicken £500 a month.
Okay.
Then you can compute a discount curve, which is how much people devalue the amount a dollar is worth as it progresses out into the future. And what you generally find is that impulsive people discount the future more heavily. That's actually the definition of impulsive. And you might think, well, the impulsive people are wrong. It's like the ant and the grasshopper. You know, the grasshopper is fiddling all summer and then he starves to death in the winter, and the good old ant who packed away the supplies he's doing fine in the winter. He sacrificed the present to the future, and isn't that sensible? Yeah, it's sensible. You should save. Except, well, what if it's 1920 in Germany, 1923, let's say, and you're in a period of hyperinflation? It's like grasshopper won because he spent all his money before it became worthless. So should you save or not? The answer is it depends. And then there's a further answer, which is it depends on things that you actually can't predict. And so it's actually a computationally impossible problem to figure out how much to discount the future. It's actually impossible, which is why we vary so much in it. Part of that reason is the magnitude of our prediction error increases the farther out we predict.
Yeah, but the grasshopper and the ant analogy doesn't work because they're based on food. And the food that the ant supplied and stored and stocked away is still good. Inflation doesn't mean jack shit to an ant because they don't deal with currency.
Well,
they
the other way an ant could follow
but you know
up
what I'm
is,
saying?
Well, fair enough. But ant colonies also have wars. And so it's just as possible that the ant will store up all this food and another ant colony will move in and that'll be the end of that. And this is a huge problem. Well, you're very unlikely to be robbed and pillaged unless you have wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so the ability to store wealth across time to decrease the risk of the catastrophes of future, that's the problem in some sense that civilization set out to solve. How can we stabilize things over a long term enough to make long-term investing
Can you lot see those captions, by the way? I'm going to try and make these captions visible. It's small. They're small, right?
Here's a positive spin-off of that. So I worked on the UN committee that wrote the Secretary General's report on sustainable development. I worked on the Canadian subcommittee, to be technically accurate, and I was by no means the head of that. I worked with the team that worked on that, but we edited and wrote and rewrote a fair bit of the document. And so I did a lot of work.
It's not really doing anything when I click on it, like I want to resize it and shit, but it won't let me do it. Hold up. How do I make these bigger? Whenever it asks me to do options in Chrome, it takes me to my Windows settings and shit. So
in the background,
I think we might be stuck with this for the time being.
Learn to work on that committee with some degree of, what would you say, qualification. I read.
Okay, I'm back in it. I'm back in it now, gang.
Ecological development.
What did I miss? What did I miss in the chat? Everybody was going crazy because he was talking absolute bollocks again. This is like my dad the other night. I challenged his anti-vax claptrap and he started talking about Building 5 of the World Trade Center. Yeah, it's not relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant at all. You just noticed he's wearing a tuxedo? Oh yeah, he's gone full mad scientist. Full mad scientist. Yeah, how does this relate to climate change at all? Oh, he's not smoking pot, Pib. Listen, I've smoked a lot of pot and it didn't turn me into Jordan Peterson. He's smoking actual crack, just simply crack.
And economic development, the relationship between the two, and
$200.
Oh yeah. I was over about a 2-year period, and so. And a lot of it was on oceanic management.
Did Joe Rogan just get really impressed that Jordan Peterson read 200 books over a 2-year period? Wait, what? Is that what happened?
The catastrophes of future. That's the problem in some sense that civilization set out to solve. How can we stabilize things over a long term enough to make long term investing a reasonable proposition? Here's a positive spin off of that. So I worked on the UN committee that wrote the Secretary General's report on sustainable development. I worked on the Canadian subcommittee, to be technically accurate, and I was by no means the head of that. I worked with the team that worked on that, but we edited and wrote and rewrote a fair bit of the document. And so I did a lot of work in the background.
That's really worrying. That's... S. Jane, thank you so much for the £3.71. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Walmart dinner jacket, yeah. I questioned the thickness and the depth of the books, yes.
Learning what I needed to learn to work on that committee with some degree of, what would you say, qualification. I read maybe 200 books on ecological development and economic development, the relationship.
Okay, he said maybe. I reckon he didn't read 200 books. I reckon he read like 130. If he's saying maybe, and he's like, you know, a benzo addict, raw meat diet, fever dream, has a teaspoon of apple cider vinegar, and he doesn't sleep for 2 weeks, completely knocked him out. I'm going to say his numbers, his recollection is probably not quite right. Maybe 200, maybe 2,000, maybe 200,000. Who knows? Hey, Corvin, how you doing?
Between the two. And
200 bucks.
Oh, yeah.
And you're right, Kasona, we do need to hit that fucking January goal, 100%. I'll be doing a DJ stream if we do that, by the way. I'll actually be DJing live on Twitch. I'll be doing that if we hit that goal. Just think about that. Think about how good that's going to be.
I was over about a 2-year period. And so, a lot of it was on oceanic management.
Between 2 and 100.
That one thing we're doing that's extraordinarily stupid on the ecological front is destroying all the marine life within 40 miles of the shores. And all the marine life is within 40 miles of the shores. Like, you think the oceans, they're vast. It's like,
Right.
yeah, but they're empty.
Yeah.
Except for where the sun can shine to the bottom. And that's the 40 to 200 miles, say, on the coastal shelves.
So basically what Jordan Peterson is saying here, I don't mind if all of that just goes. I don't care. It's fine. The rest of the ocean is really dark. So don't worry about it. Never mind the fact that the midnight zone that he's talking about, where it's like too dark for light to get to, is actually dependent on that sort of area, right? Like the upper levels of the ocean, like, you know, things dying and drifting to the bottom is part of the ecosystem of shit that happens in the deep ocean. Absolutely absurd. Well, the ocean is basically everything, so it's impossible to model.
And we've like trawled
Impossible.
those bare like 7 times.
Isn't that
It's a
wild?
catastrophe. So, but that was the only real environmental catastrophe that I encountered in all that work that I thought was both credible and addressable. We know how to fix.
So what you're saying to me is he saw like coral bleaching and said that wasn't credible or addressable. So he's admitting that we are doing things to fuck up the environment, like trawling, deep sea trawling. But he won't acknowledge like coral bleaching. And corals are like a fundamental part of the ecosystem of like reefs and stuff.
That you make marine protected areas like national parks that you need about 15% of the total coastal territory really protected, and that solves that problem essentially. And then everybody has fish, because the fish, they don't just stay there, like they move around. You can have your cake.
Well, this is it, right? Corvin. Yeah, the guy is supposed to be an expert in what? Self-help, psychology, right? Basic philosophy, psychology shit. But he's not even that. And also, people are like taking him seriously on these fucking like deranged rants about climate change. Like Joe Rogan is sat there literally just like platforming these terrible ideas, just being like, yeah, okay, all right,
They can eat it too with marine protected areas. But mostly what I learned, and this was really cool, was that this was so cool, and I really believe it's true. The fastest way to make the planet sustainably green and ecologically viable is to make poor people as rich as possible, as fast as we possibly can. Because the thing about poor people is that, well, first of all, they're not resource efficient. They use a lot of resources to produce very, very...
Oh, what are you talking about, bro? What? We just need like 7 billion CEOs. You know what he's talking about. You know what he means, right? Do you know what he's talking about, right? He's probably heard that, like, we need to stop poverty. He's probably heard in order to stop climate change, poverty needs to be eradicated. Like, we need communism, right? We need to remove profit incentives. We need socialism. We need social justice, stuff like that. That's probably what he's heard. But of course he doesn't want to, like, hear that. Or, like, he has heard it and he's like, this doesn't really fit my brand, so I'm going to spin it in a different way. What we need to, literally, like, just horizontal economy. But, everyone's rich. Instead of like no money and no profit incentive, we need like everyone to be rich. So basically we need to like start like 50,000 more shell companies, right? That's basically what we need to do. Jesus Christ. And it is blaming poor people for climate change, which is what most energy companies do, which is what most governments who are being lobbied by these energy companies do as well. Yes, correct.
Very little outcome. And so that's a problem. Slash and burn agriculture, for example. But even more importantly...
Wait, what?
When you're insecure on a day-to-day basis...
Did he just say slash and burn agriculture? Like, bro, you're talking about something that happened like 5,000 years ago and is like probably only used by like indigenous people today. That is insane.
You don't know where your next meal is coming from.
People aren't doing slash and fucking burn agriculture. If anything, they're just doing like mass, like what? They don't do that when they like demolish forests anymore, right? They don't do that because they have fertilizer from like petrochemical companies, right? They don't need to like burn the ground and shit. That isn't what, like, I guess technically you could call it slash and burn agriculture, but really what he means is deforestation.
You're not paying attention to the broader environment, that hated word, around you. Mm-hmm. And you can't even really worry about your children's future in some real sense because, like, no, you don't understand. Lunch is the future. We don't have lunch, we're hungry, and that goes on for like a month. We're dead. That's the future. So what happens? If you can get resources to the poorest section of the population, as soon as they get to the point where they have some hope of a genuine future, especially for their children, they immediately become concerned about broader environmental considerations.
Bro, shut the fuck up! This is so deranged! This is so deranged. He's like, if we give poor people money, they'll start worrying about their kids' future. They've already got kids, you fucking muppet. You actual muppet. Already got kids. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Fuck me. Hey, Avi, how are you doing? What's going on? Yeah, this is a whole thing, honestly. I can't even like, I'm like, this is insane. He's got actual brainworms from the raw meat diet. He must mean deforestation, like, yeah, as you do even a little research into indigenous Australian land management, they do a lot of burning, and part of Australia's forest fire problems, they were forcibly stopped from doing it. Same in America, same in the US. Indigenous populations were stopped from doing controlled burns, and it fucked with the forest fires that they have over there. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he said there's no point in worrying about the broader environmental problems because that's everything. Yeah. Yeah, make it make sense. Wait, poor people have children? What?
And then the attempt to make the environment habitable and sustainable, that comes up of its own accord at a grassroots level and spreads everywhere.
Bro,
and evidence for that is clear. And so this is one of the things that really bothered me about COP26. So, and that was based in part on this.
What is that?
That was the big climate meeting.
Of course Joe Rogan doesn't know what COP26 fucking was. Of course he fucking doesn't. Oh, to be as ignorant as Joe Rogan. Jesus fucking Christ. Give me the brain monkey man pill, like, that lasts for like a day, right? Give me the brain monkey man pill, please, just for like a day. Oh, God. The come down would be horrific, though, wouldn't it? It would be horrific. Just like all the knowledge coming back to you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, thank you, Avi. Yes, my beard is looking incredibly snazzy. You're absolutely right. 100%.
In the UK just a few months ago, you know, the one where all the COVID rules were suspended so the important people could talk about important things.
You're insane. You're insane if that's what you think. You're insane if that's what you think. That's not why the COVID rules were fucking dropped. You nutter. Like, that was literally because fucking think tanks, right-wing think tanks from America were saying, yo, UK government, here's some money. Why don't you consider dropping all the COVID rules so that the NHS gets overwhelmed, so you can manufacture consent amongst your populace to bring in a private model that's going to be more efficient. Like, get the fuck out of town, bro. Get the actual fuck out of town.
I thought if the politicians who were discussing environmental sustainability were serious, especially the left-wing ones, and I say especially because
there were no left-wing ones there, bro. There were literally no left-wing ones there. He's talking about like the Conservative Party in the UK who are actually trying to make it illegal to protest.
Because the left-wing ones always say, well, we care about the poor and dispossessed. It's like, do you really? When push comes to shove. It's like, is it the environment or...
Well, I mean, if he's talking about the Democrats, I can understand why he's thinking this. Sure, but Democrats, not famously left-wing, to be honest. You know what I mean? Labour Party in the UK right now, not very left-wing, you know?
For poor people, if your idea is that we have to limit growth to save the planet. If we limit growth, poor people starve. Because whenever we put limits on economic development, who suffers? The rich? Are you really? That's what you think? And you're on the left, you think if you put limits on economic development, the rich will suffer.
This is like absolutely unhinged at this point. He is so... It's so funny that Jordan Peterson said to that woman on Channel 4, I'd rather speak to you than the ideology that's possessing you, when his ideology has clearly possessed him. You know what I mean? It's so absurd. I've never heard of anything more ridiculous than this take. Like, oh, if you put limitations on economics, it's not gonna help poor people. If you put limitations on the economy, it's not gonna help poor people. You are so factually incorrect. So factually incorrect. Yeah, and that's right. They didn't actually change anything specifically for COP26 in Scotland, which is where it was held. Correct. Oh my God. So ridiculous. So ridiculous.
Runs contrary to every theory that your whole political philosophy is based on. You put limits to growth on, the poor stay poor or get worse. Doesn't matter because the planet has too many people on it anyways, which it most certainly does not. If you are serious about...
He is flip-flopping. He is literally like flip-flopping so hard between political centers right now. It's going fucking everything. Yeah, Jordan Peters, Joe Rogan's just checked out. He's not even there anymore. Joe Rogan put like a football on like a sack of pudding and just put it in front of his mic. He did just say that overpopulation isn't real, because it isn't real. That's actually correct. He's right about that. Overpopulation is not a problem. It's like DJ says, there's only 8 billion people on the planet right now. We can feed 12 billion people with the resources that we have. And actually, if we put more money, we could, you know, we don't really want money, but you know what I mean.
The environment.
Right,
And
yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's surprising that you know, it's surprising that Peterson of all people would say it's not real, yeah. Yeah, which left-winger actually believes the overpopulation concept? He probably thinks that Bill Gates is a left-winger.
Even vaguely concerned about poor people. All of your
See you later, Dave. Thank you so much for being here, pal. Thank you for stopping by. I know. We've been on this for almost an hour and we're only 14 minutes in. This is going to be literally the next 5 streams.
Policies would be devoted to making the poor rich as fast as possible. But that would violate the anti-capitalist presumption, let's say, that the reason for environmental degradation in the first place is, say, entrepreneurial and free market development.
Okay, hang on. Jordan Peterson just invented something that apparently left-wing leaders want. And then like said, this is the problem with left-wing ideologies. Mate, you couldn't make that. Well, you could make it up. He did make it up. This is so fucking ridiculous, man.
Which it most certainly isn't. That's actually completely backwards. Make poor people rich. So what should a COP26 been about? That's fairly straightforward.
Completely backwards.
It should have been about trying to generate as much energy as we possibly can to be distributed as widely as possible in the cheapest possible manner.
And what would that be? Nuclear?
Well, I would say ultimately likely nuclear.
Joe Rogan's into fucking section. That's just great. He doesn't question anything. He's just like, yeah, man, that's what left-wingers want. I had Bernie Sanders on. He was saying he doesn't want, you know, people to suffer and like he wants Medicare for all and shit like that. Yeah, you know, yeah. I'm not going to question any of the stuff that you just said. And I'm going to ask you a direct question. What would that be? Nuclear? The cheapest way to solve climate change? God damn it. Yeah, he literally read a chapter of the Communist Manifesto to prepare for a debate with Slavoj Žižek on Marxism.
Nuclear, and probably not fusion, because it's so, you know, fusion has always been a year away, 10 years away for the last 50 years. We haven't managed it. Nuclear.
That's not true, right? I mean, I'm not supporting nuclear, by the way, but that's actually factually incorrect, right? Like they've achieved fusion in China, right? China's figured out a way to do like cold fusion or some shit, right? It just completely factually incorrect.
Likely. France managed that very effectively. We can do it.
And we still have a weird idea of nuclear because of the several, you know, whether it's 3 Mile.
Oh, it is. They've not done fusion yet. Okay, right. I thought that. Oh, that's thorium fission, right? Okay, yeah, sure. Like I said, I don't like nuclear power. Whatever. I think that if we go nuclear, it's the same as climate change, but like for the future in like 500 years rather than like, you know, 20 years. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's got huge divorced energy, and it's like separating from reality. Yeah.
Island, Chernobyl. There's been a few disasters.
Yeah, more people
Fukushima.
die every year from solar energy than die from nuclear.
What? There it is. Let's pull that back. Joe Rogan's face is great there. Let's pull that right back.
And we still have a weird idea of nuclear because of the several, you know, whether it's 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl. There's been a few disasters.
Yeah, more people
Fukushima.
die every year from solar energy than die from nuclear.
He's smoking crack. He's smoking actual crack. When you said, like, DJ said it before in the chat, right? He said, like, sorry, they said, like, sorry, DJ, I don't know your pronouns, but, like, DJ said in the chat earlier, right? Jordan Peterson says that solar energy kills more people than nuclear energy. I did not expect it to be said with that, like, pompousness and surety. It was like, what the fuck? Incredible. Yeah, does he mean the sun? Does he mean the sun? It's even sillier than that. So he doesn't mean skin cancer. He doesn't mean, like, you know.
It's from solar.
Well, of course. Guess how you die from solar?
Sunburn?
No, you fall off the roofs when you're installing it.
Yeah, man. Should we do a little bit of fact checking, gang? How many people have died from installing solar panels? Okay, 440 people apparently, right? 440 people. So, how many people died at Chernobyl? 50 deaths, the UN says, right? But here's the thing. The true toll will probably never be known because of the fallout, the cancer radiation, shit like that. Yeah, that was in the immediate explosion, right? This guy really thinks he's fucking smart. He really thinks he's a smart boy. Yeah, does he think, like, he's being funny? Many, many more people at Chernobyl died due to the effects. Like, we don't know how many. You know what I mean?
Oh,
yeah.
That's gravity.
Right. Yeah, gravity. Yeah. And, you know, that's a good example.
The intellectual
of
titan of our time.
Because systems are complex, and when you change them, you think only good things will happen. It's like, well, you know. Oh, so I was going to...
Bro. Pinklon, thank you so much.
Bun hen bun low.
Thank you so much for the bun hen bun low 2 months. You've joined us. This is one of the most academic moments of all time, really. Like, you better strap in, get your brain ready. Get your brain ready for some real brain mode shit. You know. It's not a fair comparison. Yeah, very little people died from nuclear disasters, but if you're counting accidents from installing solar panels, you should count accidents from building nuclear power plants as well. Right, exactly. Exactly. Just to simply invest in harnesses for the workers installing the solar panels. Right. Yeah, but Muel, listen, Mr. DJ Muel, you would have to track the Chernobyl death toll, you'd have to define variables. And then, of course, your variables, you'd have to make those variables cardinal. That's right.
You asked about energy.
Yeah.
There's also a environmental progression.
Right, it's right. It's workplace safety regulations, not solar panels that are the problem. And also, isn't that like people who are installing their own solar panels on their own roofs? You know?
Clean energy.
Yeah.
And so the poorest people burn wood. Well, that's not so good because, first of all, they cut down the trees and burn the trees. And second, if you're concerned about pollution, especially particulate pollution.
Whoa. What are you talking about?
Gravity. Yeah. And, you know, that's a good example of unintended consequences because systems are complex. And when you change them, you think only good things will happen.
Installing solar panels on a roof is not changing a system. It's not changing a system. You're not fundamentally changing any system Like, what are you talking about, bro? He's talking about infrastructure. He's not talking about a system. Like, changing a system would be like changing capitalism. You know what I mean? He's like thought of too many things at once. That's the problem here. So he's like stumbling over his fucking words and shit.
It's like, well, you know. Oh, so you asked about energy.
Yeah.
There's also a environmental progression towards clean energy.
Yeah.
And so the poorest people burn wood. Well, that's not so good because, first of all, they cut down the trees and burn the trees. And second, if you're concerned...
What are you talking about? The poorest people burn wood. Like, is he fundamentally misunderstanding the fact that, like, some of the poorest people in the world live in, like, some of the warmest countries in the world? Like, they don't need heating in, like, the favelas in Brazil, man. You know what I mean? Like, they don't need heating in, like, fucking... in some country. Like, what are you talking about, bro? What do you want about? And then if you're talking about, like, the global north and the imperial core, like, everybody's on gas and electric, man. You're a fucking... What an absurd fucking thing to say.
Concerned about pollution, especially particulate pollution, especially indoors, which kills, I think, 7 million children a year. 7 million children a year.
Okay, fact check right there. Particulate... What did he say? Particulate pollution. Death toll. Okay, 4.5 million, actually. He's wrong. He's wrong on his numbers, and it doesn't even say children. It just says people. Okay, no. What he's done, okay, actually, what he's done is he's slammed two figures together. 4.5 million people died from outdoor air pollution, right? That's air pollution, not wood burning. 2.3 million died from indoor air pollution, which isn't going to be like wood burning either. It's going to be stuff like car fumes and fucking, like, you know, brake dust. You know what I mean?
Are killed by indoor particulate pollution.
What?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Well,
Joe Rogan asking the real questions. How is that possible? Well, funny you should ask that, Joe. It's actually because it's not. It's actually because it's a lie.
7 million
Yeah.
indoor particulate pollution. You meaning from starting fires in homes, like to keep warm,
without good ventilation systems. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. These
Bro,
people
you are
poor.
talking shit. He's made it up. He just made it up.
Real number? Can you look
Yes,
that
that's
up?
a real number.
I need to know that. That's a real number. That seems
That's
insane.
good. We should double check it. Yeah.
7 million children die every year from indoor particulate
Pull that up,
pollution.
Jamie. Let's go.
And
Pull it up.
So you want to burn
Pull it
wood.
up, Jamie.
Well,
Yeah.
charcoal's better. Coal's better than that in terms of pollution as well. And then fossil fuels are better than coal. And then natural gas is perhaps the...
Did he just say that? Did he just say fossil fuels are better than coal? Does this man know that coal is a fossil fuel?
Die every year from indoor particulate pollution.
Yeah. And so you want to burn wood. Well,
Yeah.
charcoal's better. Coal's better than that in terms of pollution as well. And then fossil fuels are better than coal. And then natural gas is perhaps the cleanest of the fossil fuels. And maybe, I don't know if you
Natural
know this, but
gas.
this-
Natural gas. The cleanest of the fossil fuels. Natural gas. The cleanest. Yep.
This is so funny too. The United States has cut its carbon emissions 15% in the last 20 years. It's gone down.
Oh, here we
not
go.
up.
Here we go. Here we go. Are you ready for it, gang? What's he going to say? What countries are you going to mention next? What do we think? What do we think, chat? What's he going to say? What's he going to say now? What could it be? What could it be? What could it be? Maybe China. It's China. It's China. The communists. It's China. Actually, I think it's China. In India.
Up, down. Why? Fracking.
Fracking.
Yeah, fracking.
Oh, what? It's stupider. It's stupider. It's stupider than what I thought. Okay, I legit. Okay, chat, that's my fault. That's my fault. Chat, that's my fault. I was giving him too much leeway right there, right? I was giving him too much leeway. I thought he was gonna say something like, the postmodern neo-Marxists in China, oh boy, those lefties over in China, they're going whole big ham on the coal. But okay, no, he's talking about how fracking is good actually. Air pollution goes down because we pumped it into the groundwater, right? Places like Flint, Michigan have still not got clean drinkable water.
Really?
This thing that environmentalists hate. It's like, don't frack.
It's a double-edged sword, right? Because fracking has definitely polluted some water supplies.
Not really. He is literally like that fucking stupid guy on the hill. He's like the barbarian on the hill, right? And he's like, but one man explained to me that fracking is bad. Which one is right? Are you right? I will bring man who said fracking was bad into the studio and you two can fight it out. Jesus Christ.
No? It hasn't polluted any water supplies?
Look.
Did you ever see
everything pollutes something. And so the idea that there's any source of energy that we...
Everything pollutes something. Everything. Everything, chat. Just by you existing right now, you're polluting something. I'm sorry to say it. Sorry to say it.
Derived that's not going to produce some pollutant as a consequence. That's the kind of nonsense you hear from people who say things like net zero. We're going to hit net zero by 2050. It's
right,
like,
but
no, we're not.
Fracking does have issues. Okay, more than 90% of the world's children breathe toxic air every day.
Yeah, how many of them, Joe? How many? 93%.
How many of them, Joe? How many?
Of the world's children under the age of 15 years, 1.8 billion children.
But this is about polluted air. I don't think this is necessarily about indoor particulate pollution. But it's only.
Yeah, but that's all indoor.
Okay, it says World Health Organization estimates that.
It's not indoor, dude. It's not indoor. Yeah, this guy thinks that net zero is actually zero. Jesus Christ.
100,000, so I must have been citing figures over a decade.
There is a part on here that says it lowers the life expectancy of up to 7 million people per year, but it doesn't say they all die.
Comsted and dumpstered in real time on the Joe Rogan podcast. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what it is.
Okay.
So, but this
Thank
is.
you for clarifying.
They're talking about what though? They're talking about pollution, right?
It says
Air pollution.
Thank you for clarifying that one point of about 50,000 that I just made in the last 15 minutes that are complete bollocks.
Together, up the second line there. Together, household air pollution from cooking and ambient air pollution causes more than 50%.
But that's
of
both things.
Yeah, but
So
it's
that's
still almost all of
outside
it inside.
air pollution.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the outside air
But
pollution.
let's just
is
read it so
trivial.
that people understand what we're
Yeah.
saying, because we can read this.
Yeah.
Together, household air pollution from cooking and ambient outside air pollution cause more than 50% of acute lower respiratory infections in children under 5 years of age in low and middle income countries.
Right, and read the next one too.
Air pollution is one of the leading threats to child health, accounting for almost 1 in 10 deaths in children under 5 years of age. That's fucking wild.
Yeah. Well, it's just poor children, and the world has too many people on it anyway.
But
so.
that's you say that you're being facetious.
Yeah. Definitely.
I still want to, like, we've kind of.
Joe Rogan literally just said he's being facetious. That's so good. This is the best thing in the fucking world. I knew this was good content to stream. I knew it. As soon as I said to myself today, I was like, you know what I'm gonna do on the stream tonight for the gang, for my lovely chat who literally pay for me to survive. I'm gonna watch the Joe Rogan Experience with Jordan Peterson that everybody on Twitter is going crazy about. This is like, oh boy, this is crazy. This is so ridiculous. Oh my God. Thank you for your sacrifice. I appreciate it, Vogelvis. I appreciate it. Yeah. Meanwhile, Kerry is like, this is fucking torture. Well, no one's stopping you from being here. Just saying. You're all obviously here for a reason. It is funny shit. Yeah, being serious, it is actually incredibly funny shit. He's also got new mic arms. This is interesting. He's got these like ultimate GG White company. Whatever the fuck that means. I don't know why the command for sub off Twitch doesn't work for random chat members. But there you go. There it is. Oh, it works again. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Oh, because you didn't spell it right. Right, there you go. Yeah. Right, okay.
Like you went on these rants, so I want to like bring you back to like this idea of climate and environment. We should be concerned not just about particulate pollution, but shouldn't we be concerned about the effect that we're having?
So what? I just want to break this down, right? For anyone who's just joining us, I just want to break this down, and for anyone who's like lost the point of what's going on here. Earlier, Joe Rogan said that he was reading a book, right? Now that's big moves for Joe Rogan, right? Not only is he reading a book. He's reading a book about climate change. Now, it may not be a good book about climate change, but Joe Rogan appears to be like wrestling with like this information that he's read in this book, which is a novel idea for Joe Rogan to be reading books. And he is confronting Jordan Peterson with the knowledge he's learned in a book, to which Jordan Peterson is directly poo-pooing and claiming all sorts of nonsense
on the CO2 that we release in the atmosphere. Now, from what I've read, it has an impact. They don't exactly know what percentage of an impact it has, but it's most certainly something that we can reduce. What I also have read,
that's not so certain.
What I've also read is that one of the problems is when people start talking about like electric cars, is that is literally impossible. There's not enough minerals, and these conflict minerals they use for these batteries, there's not enough to give a car is like as many cars.
He's right. Joe Rogan's spitting facts. He's right. He's absolutely right. I've spoken about this multiple times. Kiri.
I'm keeping me here. GODDAMIT. Bagels.
Kiri, thank you so much for the 5 quids. Gang, we're at 385 English pounds quids. Or Scottish or Welsh or Northern Irish pounds quids. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Like I said, if we get to 600 by the end of January, I know that we've not got long to go. We've got Monday's stream as well. I believe the 31st is a Monday. Yep. There will be a DJ stream. I will be hitting a DJ stream. We'll be getting really, really crunk. And I'll be blasting out some drum and bass for you. How about that? Joe Rogan is literally citing his sources. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine that. Holy fucking shit.
Cars as we have in this country, as many cars as there are in the world that are mostly internal combustion engines.
Sorry, yeah, as I was saying, like this stuff is like actually correct. Like this stuff is actually correct. Like we can't solve climate change by everybody having an electric car. We can't solve climate change by everybody going vegan. That's not to say you shouldn't go vegan. That's just to say that it isn't going to work even if everybody goes vegan tomorrow. It has to be a complete sort of like everything, right? You know what I mean? Going vegan is good, actually. It's based. It's cool. But also, like, the real crux of the matter is fossil fuels. That's really what we need to tackle. Because even if everybody goes vegan tomorrow, we're still going to be using fossil fuels to, like, power the industries and shit like that. It's ridiculous. It's the same with the electric car thing. There's not going to be enough resources to actually make all the batteries for the electric cars. The way that we build the electric cars is still going to be, you know, based on fossil fuel consumption. So it's kind of just like another way for capitalism to like market something to you. There's a reason why veganism and like vegan products in the Imperial Core can be like incredibly expensive. There are really cheap ways to go vegan, but the ones that are advertised to you all the time are like the Richmond vegan sausages, the Beyond Meat burgers, the Impossible burgers. They're all like fucking £50 each. Do you know what I mean? It's a new way for capital to convince you that you're doing something. You know what I mean? So he's right. He's actually right.
To replace those with battery powered cars, I don't think that's possible.
Well, where are we going to get the electricity?
Well, there's that.
Yeah, that's
nuclear.
a big problem. Yeah,
but I mean,
fair enough.
But even if we did get the electricity from nuclear, which, by the way, is fairly clean, it's like it's all in whether or not there's a disaster and whether or not they.
It's not on whether there's a disaster. You fuckwit. I just can't stand nuclear power shills. They are literally like the most insane people of all time. It's like if you are shilling nuclear energy, you are literally the same as people back in the day who are like, yo, let's burn this fucking shit we found in the ground. It won't have any effects on shit in the future. I'm certain of it. Like, you are the same person. No one has any idea what storing nuclear waste is gonna fucking do to the fucking planet or people living on the planet in years to come. We do know already that nuclear waste has like given people cancer and shit like that in certain countries, even in the US, right? Just shut the fuck up about nuclear energy. The only way is renewable sources.
Have these precautionary measures set in place.
Uranium is a finite resource as well. Like, why do people not understand that? Why are more people not talking about the fact that uranium is literally a finite resource? You know what I mean?
You know, to have systems that will be able to shut down the core when there is a disaster. Fukushima didn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of the problem.
were large. And that's absolutely right, Vogel Vies, on the subject of veganism. Not the subject of veganism, but going vegan, saving the planet and shit. There are so many subsidies that make meat cheap. And I said this in the stream last week, that supermarkets operate on a profit incentive, right? So they'll buy a bunch of chicken in, but that's part of their overall stock. If they make a profit on their overall stock and they throw out a bunch of chicken, it doesn't matter because they made a profit. So whatever, the chicken's gone off, they throw it out. It doesn't fucking matter how many people in the store have bought vegan or whatever. The chicken still gets bought and sold like a bit. They still throw out the stock that doesn't sell. They do the same with vegan products. It's all about profit, right? You have to remove the profit incentive. It has to go hand in hand with communism every single time.
Scale reactors,
right.
And they have small scale reactors now, thorium salt reactors that are small and modular in some sense. And when those sorts of things happen, they shut down by themselves.
But we should talk about it because those Fukushima, let's look this up. When was Fukushima first online? I want to say it was in the 1970s. Is that correct?
Likely.
I think it was.
That's when most of the nuclear development took place.
I remember reading about it at the time and finding out that they couldn't shut it down. I was like, what? Okay, 67. Construction began 67, commission date 71. Okay, so 70s essentially. Imagine getting a car from 1970 and expecting it to be compliant with whatever emission standards we have today, or braking. You ever drive a car? I'm an enthusiast. I love old cars, but I take them and I bring them to these craftsmen, and they put modern brakes on them.
Right.
They put modern suspensions on them, so you don't kill yourself driving them. But if you drive it,
you ever drive a car on DMT, bro?
Old car, like if you get a 1970 Pontiac and you just try to drive it around, the brakes are fucking terrible. The steering is like you kind of have a rough estimate of where you're going. You know, they're awful.
Right.
You take a 2022 Chevrolet, like a Corvette, and drive that. My God, it's like telepathic.
I know.
The acceleration is like time travel.
Yeah, new cars are so good.
What is he getting at here?
Good.
Oh
it's
my
just
God, they're
stunning.
so good.
Yeah,
Plus, they have airbags and then
the
they have
stereos are great. The old stereos in those
terrible.
60s and 70s cars
Terrible.
it was like listening to the end of two tin cans with a string between them.
Not just 60s and 70s. You go into the 2000s. Everybody used to buy aftermarket stereos. You used to get a car and then you bring it to a place and get a stereo place. Shout out to my friend Kenny Fong, Dark Side Motors. I would bring my cars to Kenny, and Kenny would like hook.
What kind of heterosexual metaphor is this? This is what straight people do when the conversation's getting too gay. They just talk about cars. That's what it is. That's what's happening.
Me up with people that would do the stereo, fix the wheels, and all kinds of stuff. You always had to do that. But then car manufacturers realized, like, why are we leaving all this money on the table? Let's just give them an option to have better stereos and better wheels and better suspension and all that jazz. So they fixed that. But my point is, anything from 1971 sucks, including the nuclear power reactors. But if you get a nuclear...
Okay, dude. All right.
Reactor from 2022, you know, all that advancement in technology and innovation, you're going to have a far better system.
Yeah, well, we're see, part of the problem, I've been very curious about why the left-wing types particularly, seem willing to sacrifice the poor to their utopian.
I don't think they're thinking.
What is he talking about? And also, Joe Rogan literally fucking corrects him on this.
No way. I just don't think they played it all out.
When push comes to shove, that's what they do. And
what do you mean, bro? What are you talking about? What are you talking? What communist have you heard say something along the lines of "We're gonna kill poor people to save the planet"? What are you talking about? That you're talking about capitalism, bro. You're talking about actually capitalism.
It wouldn't take much thought to figure it out, because let's say you increase the cost of energy, and that's the price you pay to move forward to a hypothetically green economy. But you increase the price of energy. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what happens is that in any system that's hierarchical...
Whoa. Why are we talking about fucking like... What? Not even Stalinists say shit like this, right? Right. Jesus Christ.
Swingers know this because it drives their whole philosophy. In any hierarchical system, when you stress the system, the disproportionate amount of that stress falls on the people who are in the lower rungs.
Yes, leftists, famously huge fans of hierarchical systems. Yeah, that's right. What, you want a source? I just made it up, bro.
They're barely hanging on anyway. So, you get a 1% increase in unemployment. You get a 5% increase in psychiatric hospitalizations.
Where's he getting these numbers from?
It's because there's a bunch of people there who are right on the threshold of psychiatric hospitalization, and then they lose their job. It's like, that's the end of that. Right. And so even among birds...
Yeah, he's talking about eco-fascists that are like almost exclusively on the right.
Even among birds that don't live in strict hierarchy, so non-social birds, not ones that hang about in flocks like crows, the birds will move into an environment, any environment, and the more able, in some sense, healthier birds get the best nesting spots. They're closest to the food. They're sheltered from rain and wind.
Oh, man, this guy, I swear to God. I swear to God.
And all of that. So they're not psychophysiologically stressed. And so then when any kind of avian flu comes through, let's say, to challenge the bird population, the birds die from the bottom up. They always...
What are you talking about, you absolute butterbrain? Slime brain? What does he mean? Thanks for being here, Stewie. Appreciate that. Famously, losing your job is what causes mental health problems, not the associated poverty. Right, yeah. Yeah. Look, what he's talking about is like crow eugenics, right? He's talking about crow eugenics, but like that doesn't happen because like, if birds are like sadly like, born disabled, they just die. Like they get eaten by their fucking brothers and sisters and shit. Like it's fucked. Do you know what I mean? Like they don't operate in like a society like ours where like if someone's born disabled, we want to look after them and make sure they're like, you know what I mean? He's on about like nature. You can't compare animals that live in nature to the human experience, right? You can in like a small way. That's why Joe Rogan loves this guy so much, because he's like, yeah, apes are fucking cool. We're like apes. Have you ever seen an ape do DMT? Shit like that. And then he gets Jordan Peterson on because he's like, yes, apes are like when we do a DMT. Anyway, listen to my nonsense about lobsters.
That's the old saying, when the aristocracy gets a cold, the working class dies of pneumonia. It's like, okay, so fine, increase energy costs. Well, what happens? A bunch of poor...
No one on the left is saying increase energy costs, bro. No one is saying that. There's at least one story about a corvid feeding its mate after they broke their beak and were unable to hunt. Well, there you go. Yeah, that shit happens too, right? You know? Like, either way, the way he's describing it is not how it works, right?
People fall off the map, like a bunch of them. And the more you increase the energy cost, the more that happens. And so if the price we have to pay to move towards a sustainable environment is increased energy costs, and it isn't, that's a policy decision. It doesn't have to be that way. The absolutely 100% inevitable consequence of that will be that you sacrifice the poor.
So, okay, all we have to do to radicalize Jordan Peterson is say that we don't want communism. We don't want leftism. We want the thing that you're talking about, because you're talking about not increasing energy prices. That's good. We just want the energy to be different, Jordan. That's all we want. Just get behind that, bro, and then we're good. Hey, Lolo, how you doing? Right, crows only engage in capitalism and humans teach them about capitalism, right? Yeah, the left, we want to make all necessities of life freely provided to everyone. Jordan Peterson, why do you want to kill the poor? I'm very smart. God damn it. Corvids actually exhibit mourning behavior? Oh, is that right? Yeah, I know crows are smart as fuck. I know that stuff, yeah.
Except the left, the real hardcore leftists, they want to implement socialism. And implementing socialism will solve a few of those problems.
Yeah, well, that's...
Based? Like Joe Rogan actually correct and based? What is happening? What is happening? I need a new emote that's like Joe Rogan with like a fucking hammer and sickle tattoo on his bicep or some shit. Do you know what I mean?
That's part of the issue, is that
he's like this.
The pro-environment stance is contaminated by an anti-capitalist rhetoric. Now, the problem with the socialists... So
whoa.
Socialism will solve a few of those problems.
Yeah, well, that's part of the issue, is that the pro-environment stance is contaminated by an anti-capitalist rhetoric.
Can't wait to see where he goes with this. Can't wait to see where he goes with this.
Now, the problem with the socialists, so let's take this apart a little bit. I mean, the socialists always point out something that's true. And Marx pointed this out, but it wasn't Marx's discovery. And he's like seriously wrong about it in an important way. So Marx observed that money tends to aggregate in the hands of fewer and fewer people. Okay, the first question is that true?
Yes. The answer to that is yes. Like, there's no other, like, this is fucking facts and science it's been literally agreed upon for decades. 100% yes.
And the answer is, not only is that true, it's so true that you can model the distribution of money in a population using equations derived from physics. Like, it's really...
Okay. I think what happened here, yeah, is he actually started to read Das Kapital, right? I think he actually like read a few pages of Das Kapital and was like, there's a lot of equations here. I don't think I'm smart enough to read this. It's all leftist nonsense anyway. I'm going to leave it here. So basically what he just said there is he was like, yeah, Marx says that you can redistribute the wealth to society using like equations, right? For a start, he didn't say that. Physics right when money, but not when climate.
Unbelievably true. But then Marx said, that's capitalism. That is not true.
What are you talking about? He never said that. He never said the redistribution of wealth was capitalism. That's not... What do you mean, bro?
And it's actually an underestimation of the problem, because...
Did he really say... Am I misunderstanding? Did he really say that?
Using equations derived from physics. The question is that true? And the answer is, not only is that true, it's so true that you can model the distribution of money in a population using equations derived from physics. Like, it's really unbelievable.
Okay, he didn't say exactly that. Okay, he's not talking about the redistribution of wealth. He's talking about the distribution of wealth. Okay.
Unbelievably true.
All right.
But then Marx said, that's capitalism. That is not true. And it's...
I mean, it is. It is true. It actually is true. Didn't Karl Marx like literally invent the term capitalism? Like, where does the term capitalism come from? I actually never thought about that. Capitalism etymology. Okay, it was first used by French socialist Louis Blanc. is literally, it was like the definition of capitalism was created by a socialist. So like this guy is like saying this thing that this guy said, which is like the first time it was ever invented. Like socialists literally invented, like not invented, but like defined capitalism. And he's like, no, that's not capitalism, bro. Sorry.
It's actually an underestimation of the problem, because if the problem of inequality, which is an actual problem, was as simple as let's change capitalism, well, yeah, let's change capitalism. Unfortunately, the problem is so deep that changing capitalism won't change the problem at all.
What's he getting at here? What the fuck is he getting at here? Because he could either say something really based, like we don't need to just change capitalism, we need to destroy it, or he's going to say something insane like it's impossible to change.
And in fact, in most of the places where
he's doing capitalist realism, yeah,
it's being attempted, especially the more radical forms of communism, let's say, rather than socialism, because we can distinguish the two, and should, it's important to do so.
It's not. It's not. It's the same thing. Socialism is a bridging period between capitalism and communism. You fucking idiot.
So, in countries that became communist, it wasn't like a small percentage of the people still didn't own all the resources. It's just that there were hardly any resources, and almost everyone had nothing. There was.
He just made that up. He has made that up. He has actually made that up. You know, it's funny because like when you get like actual criticisms of communism, yeah, like for example in the USSR, where they didn't have the infrastructure in order to distribute food amongst the masses, right, which caused starvations and stuff like that. That's an actual critique of one attempt at communism, right? That's an actual valid critique which other socialist states have learned from. And if you wanted to be like the conservative smart boy, you would say something like that, and then you would follow it up with, and this is why it'll never work. Do you know what I mean? And just like leave it at that, right? That would be a better argument than just like, in communism, they still had money, and they all kept the money, even though the money didn't mean anything. And yeah, then they had everyone starve because no one had any food. That's what happened. Jesus Christ, dude.
There was still a tiny fraction of people who were the privileged elite. And so, you know, if you play Monopoly, what happens when you play Monopoly? Everybody starts out equal, and one, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so you can actually model.
Yeah, but Monopoly is capitalism, dude. Monopoly is literally it's a board game based on capitalism. And no one starts equal in real life. Yeah, in Monopoly you get $200 every turn. Every turn. You get universal basic income in Monopoly. All right, Kerry, good night. Sleep well, lovely. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Right, I'm just going to go to the toilet. Chat, I need you to log everything that he says. Everything crazy that he says in the time that I go for a wee-wee and come back, I need you to log it.
This problem with something as simple as a Monopoly game. That's actually a fairly good model of how money distributes itself in the environment. And you can blame that on capitalism, but you can get exactly the same result if you have people trade because they flip a dice. So if you took 100 people, let's say give 100 people $10 each, and then they had to trade with each other. If you flip a coin and I flip a coin, and if we flip a coin, if it's heads, you get $1. And so that's your game. Heads gives you $1. If you play that out till it concludes, what happens is some people lose, let's say they have $10. They lose 10 times in a row. Well, then what happens? At zero. Well, they can't trade anymore. So what happens is that people lose at different rates, but if you lose enough, even if it takes you 100 trades to lose all your money, as soon as you hit zero, you're done. If you play that out to its conclusion, even though it's random, completely random, the trading, one person ends up with all the money and everyone else ends up with zero. And so I'm a member of a Native Canadian family.
What did he say? What did he say?
West Coast Indian family, Native family. And this particular culture had a tradition, the potlatch. And they had the same problem in their culture. And the problem was that some of the big chiefs over some period of time would end up with like all the stuff, all of it.
Literally lying. Literally lying. Literally lying. I've never heard anything like it. Yeah, man. In indigenous cultures, they just had one big chief with all the stuff. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? He's had to change that since his indigenous friend said he was bullshitting. He's just... I've never heard anything. I've never heard anything like more factually incorrect than like some big chiefs had all the stuff. Like, bro, what are you talking about, man? It's like actually documented that most First Nations, peoples just they lived in communism and anarchism. They lived in communism and anarchism. There was no police. There were no hierarchies. Not all indigenous cultures are a monolith. I know, and there were probably some problems, but this is like a vast overstatement of like, this is really shitty. First of all, lying that he's part of an indigenous family or some shit. And secondly, saying that like some First Nation tribes were just like, yeah, sorry, that's all mine. I'm having all that. Something about giving out tenors. Give 100 people $10 each. They flip a coin and heads is $1. If you play that out, some people lose $10 and damn, they can't trade anymore. One person will end up with all the money. Oh my God, he's talking shit. He's talking absolute shit. Hey, Astral, how you doing? What's going on? What's this? Oh, I think I saw this tweet. Oh! Okay, I didn't see that one. Yeah, we watched this. We watched that video last time. Last time we had Jordan Peterson on when he was on Russell Brand. Oh my God, it's like this guy. I swear to God, man, this fucking guy. Oh wow.
And that wasn't good because, well, for
this is better. It doesn't do that weird thing every time. This is better. It doesn't do that weird thing every time. The inventor of Monopoly was actually an anarchist. He made it to show that capitalism was shit. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that 100%.
It would destabilize the society. That's in some sense the least of the problems.
He looks like Joe Rogan in that picture.
This mechanism. They'd have these big celebrations that rich people would put on, where status was determined by how much of that wealth you would give away.
Bro,
right.
He is talking shit. He's talking absolute shit.
And that was the potlatch. Yeah, they had to do it. And back well,
that's philanthropy, right? Like people really look very highly.
Right. Let's Google this. Potlatch, ceremonial distribution of property and gifts to affirm or reaffirm social status as uniquely institutionalized by American Indians of the Northwest Pacific Coast. A potlatch was given by an heir or a successor to assert and validate his newly assumed social position. Right, what he's doing there is he's taking this, he's taking this, like, idea that, like, some tribes did. And it's clearly not, in terms of social status, it's clearly not going to be, now this big chief has all the stuff, right? There's even a different definition here, which says it's not just distribution of stuff or valuable items, it's also destroying some of them as well. The federal government banned the potlatch in 1884 to 1951 in an amendment to the Indian Act. The government and its supporters saw the ceremony as anti-Christian, reckless, and wasteful of personal property. Yeah, I'm sure, Peterson. I'm sure, dude, that what you're talking about is exactly what happened. He is talking shit.
upon very wealthy people that engage in a lot.
Listen, anything that the federal government bans natives from doing that is seen as reckless and wasteful of personal property is not going to be a bad thing. You can be pretty sure of that, right? We know that from the conversations that we've had with Sue. We know that from the fucking videos that we've watched by Twin Rabbit, right?
On philanthropy.
Yeah, well, and I haven't. This might be a biased sample, but I don't think so. And if it is, it's biased towards entrepreneur conservative types who you would think in the parody sense would be the least likely to do this. I haven't met anyone who has a vast fortune whose primary concern isn't what the hell can I do with all this money that's beneficial as fast as possible. They're not sitting around thinking, I need another super yacht. Now, look, there's going to be people like that, but I haven't met any of them.
Have you met Jeff Bezos?
I haven't met any of them, so it's not real. This is like that fucking, this is like that whole thing of like, like I saw this guy being like super racist to this other guy, and he's like, well, I've not seen it. So it must be wrong. It must be untrue. It's like just literally every billionaire. Literally every billionaire.
Bezos?
No, I haven't. I haven't met Bezos. But
I bet he's got a couple super yachts.
I'm sure he does. But like, I'm pretty happy about the fact that he's building rocket ships, and that actually takes a lot of capital.
Yeah.
Oh, Bezos is building rocket ships. I thought he got Bezos and Musk confused for a second, but it was me that did that.
And the other thing there's a couple of other things about capitalism that are worth thinking about. One is all the evidence suggests that relatively free markets are the best way to make the absolutely poor richer.
That's interesting, Jordan. Based on what? Based on what evidence? Because the evidence right now seems to point to the fact that having free markets means that actually poor people exist in multitudes. Like, there's a lot of poor people, and actually having free markets doesn't lift poor people out of poverty. What you're talking about is the lifting people up by their bootstraps, Pick yourself up by your bootstraps, an impossible action. That's what you're talking about. And no, free markets don't benefit poor people in any way, shape, or form.
That's not an inequality issue. It's just that, well, they're not starving. And that's something. We've lifted more people out of...
There's literally people starving. What are you talking about, bro? There's literally people starving all over the fucking United States. The world, bro. You are fucking absolutely chatting out your ass. Bezos literally sued the US government for giving a rocket contract to Musk and won. The US government had to pay damages to Bezos, right? I'm freeing this market to attempt a Web3 scam, I guess. Yeah, right, exactly. Well, that's what they want you to do, innit? That's what they want you to do. They want you to do shit like NFT scams. That's what they're talking about. Yeah, free market. We got crypto now. We got the blockchain. That's a free market. You could just do a Web3 scam.
Poverty in the last 15 years than in the entire course of human history.
Can I pause you for a second there?
Yep.
One point that I forgot. I read this the other day, that where Karl Marx is buried, they have to charge money because they have to maintain it.
Uh-huh.
Looks like he got us, gang. Looks like he got us. I guess, pack it up. Communism's over. Yeah, that's it. It's over. Karl Marx, society, Venezuela, gabillion, jillion dead.
And they
Very
needed money to
funny.
maintain it, which
Yeah.
make sure that's true.
Yeah.
Because it's hilarious. I read that, and it was like a meme, and I was like, is that real?
My daughter
Because that is kind of funny.
My daughter once bought me a 50% off Karl Marx doll, which I thought was just ridiculous, and she bought it for.
my daughter bought a doll of Karl Marx, and it cost money. Because we don't live in communism, by the way, but everything that's to do with communists and about communists should be free. It should be free. Because that's what they say, right?
For that reason.
That's
she
adorable.
told me. It's so funny. It was
Now,
so funny.
Capitalism.
Yeah.
Here's when people start talking about capitalism, and we talk about capitalism uplifting poor people. One of the issues that a lot of people have in this country is when you ship jobs overseas and you ship companies.
Yeah, his daughter also put him on an all-meat diet, and he almost died. She also took him to Russia and put him in a coma to fucking cure his fucking benzo addiction. I once saw a Jordan Peterson doll that did meth and cried on YouTube. Thanks for the clip. Appreciate that, Kasona. His ideas are distributed for free, though. Exactly. Yeah, checkmate.
Companies start manufacturing things overseas for essentially pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like, it's one of the great contradictions
Right.
to the progressives in America, that they complain about capitalism on a fucking iPhone. Because if you knew where that...
He's actually doing it. He's actually doing it. I can't believe it. I genuinely can't believe it. I actually genuinely can't believe it. I'm stunned. I'm fucking stunned. He is literally doing the meme that we just put up. Yo, sorry about that, Magic Dan. Yeah, it thinks you're doing a link when you do that. Yeah, sorry. Jesus Christ, we literally just did the meme. Communism is when no iPhone. Oh my God.
That iPhone was, if you went down to the factory where that iPhone was manufactured, you'd be heartbroken. If you went further to where the minerals are dug out of the ground in the Congo, you'd be devastated. Like that.
Right, so why are you using one then, Joe? Why are you comfortable with using one? If you know, if Joe Rogan knows this, why is he using iPhones? Right? Like, do you not understand, like, what kind of, like, hypocrisy you're fucking saying right now? Like, you're being a hypocrite. That's literally, we understand that it's bad and we want to stop it. You understand that it's bad and you don't give a fuck.
That's the reality of capitalism. That's the reality of sending jobs overseas. The cure to that is a more even distribution of wealth within the company.
You're talking about fucking communism. You're talking about socialism. You're talking about raising the minimum wage. You're talking about workers' rights. You're talking about socialism. You fucking nutter. Joe Rogan is like this close to being radicalized. If Joe Rogan wasn't rich, he would be a communist by now. I'm pretty sure of it. He'd probably be a stupid one. He'd probably have a couple of idiot takes on Twitter. But like he's like, if he wasn't rich, he'd be a full-blown communist. I guarantee it. 100%. 100%. He's absolutely rich. He's comfortable as fuck. He doesn't give a shit. Yeah, he'd be a Hassan fan. Right. Yeah, he'd be a big Hassan fan. Yeah. 100%.
Meaning that the company would have to, and I'm not picking on Apple, like any company, name them, they would have to pay the people that work there a decent living wage with great benefits and health insurance and dental and all the stuff that people want and need in order to feel secure and safe. Give them a great working environment, don't overwork them, and now how much money do you have? Because the amount of money that Apple has put aside.
He'd be watching MasterChef, yeah.
And obviously I'm an Apple fan.
I'm honestly surprised Hassan hasn't been on his show. Hassan consistently derogatorily Hassan consistently insults Joe Rogan's intelligence all the time, and I guarantee Joe Rogan knows that 1,000%. There's no way he'd have Hassan on his show at all.
I have an Apple phone right here.
I think that Joe Rogan thinks that he's a socialist, and he thinks that Hassan's like a communist. I think that that's probably what Joe Rogan thinks.
Picking on Apple, but they are one of the richest companies that's ever existed on the face of planet Earth. But how are they doing that? One of the ways they're doing that is by paying people very little to make their products that they sell for a giant amount of money.
Yeah,
so what's the solution to that?
Okay, well, let's
is the solution to pay people a fair amount? And if you do that, is the solution to pay people a fair amount in another country? Or is the solution to pay people a fair amount here where we can regulate it?
Oh, where we can regulate it. Bro, like, come on, man. Like, so close. So close to getting it. So fucking close.
Because we do manufacture some things here, but we manufacture way less than we used to because it costs too much money to do so. But that word too much, or that phrase too much, is bullshit. It's not that it costs too much. It's just that it costs more. And
he's actually being based right now. He's being based. Apart from like the insane meme that he just did, right? He's actually being based. What the fuck?
They don't want to pay it. They would rather just reap in profits, and the way they do that is on the backs of poor people.
Yeah, well,
now, if you do that on the backs of poor people,
we could take that apart a bit.
Right.
And so,
but here's my question.
Jordan Peterson does not want this conversation to be happening. You can hear it in his voice. You can hear it in his voice. He's like, no. Let's take that apart, Joe. Let's dissect that a little bit, because you're too close to getting it. You're too close to getting it right now. That's not part of my grift. My followers are going to be watching this. They're going to be saying that you're not based. They're going to be saying that you're posting cringe and that I'm cringe by going on your show. So let's take that apart.
Question. If you really wanted to make these other countries, like third world countries, and raise them up and really increase the economy, what you would do is pay people in third world countries where you have these plants the same amount that you would have to pay them in America. Then you'd have a complete change in those environments.
Okay, like it's you know what? He's doing like Vorshite shit. He's like, America is the way, communism, but only in America. He wouldn't be a Hassan fan. He'd be a Vorshite. Joe Rogan would absolutely be watching Vorsh. He would be a, what do they call it? Libertarian socialist, patriotic socialist, or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Something like that. Something like that.
Okay, so we can take that apart a bunch of ways. I mean, part of the advantage to manufacturing things where wages are relatively low is you give those countries a competitive advantage. So part of the reason that there aren't millions of people starving in China is because even the Chinese communists woke up enough to realize that if they opened up their economies...
Okay, like, I know a lot of people like shit on China just because it's like, you know, the American thing to do, and I'm not doing that here, but like, it's kind of fucking stupid to say that people aren't starving in China. Like, people are definitely starving in China, dude. Come on. Come the fuck on. People are literally fucking like living in cages in China, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that's any better, any worse, or that the US is any better, right? I'm not fucking saying that. But you can't just sit there and just be like, yeah. Like, the people aren't starving in China. People are starving all over the world, you fucking nutter, and it's literally because of capitalism.
That free market is nothing different than allowing unrestricted choice among consumers in some sense. So when we're talking about the free market, we should be careful about what we're talking about. It's like you get to have choice about what you buy. That's the central spirit of free market capitalism.
No, it's not. He's on about like an unregulated market, and he's saying that it's having the freedom to choose what to buy, but then free markets result in monopolies, which means you don't have freedom of choice of what to buy. Like, you are fucking talking shit.
Capitalism. Exporting those jobs stop the Chinese, a huge proportion of the Chinese, from living in absolute privation, and likely decrease the probability of like a broad scale.
This fits his ideological slant. China fixed its starving people problem when it opened up to capitalism. Right. Yeah. Are people starving in Cuba? I don't know. I would hazard a guess to say that maybe they're not starving, but I don't know, because we know that there's an embargo, right? Again, it's because of capitalism. You know what I mean?
War. So, and it also brought the Chinese into the economy.
I'd like to think, no, we learned a lot about Cuba, innit? Do you know what I mean? We learned a lot about Cuba. I'd like to hazard that Cuba probably doesn't let people starve. And Vietnam and stuff, right? But these are socialist countries affected by an embargo of capitalism, innit? You know what I mean?
The Chinese produce more engineers every year than Americans have engineers. And so now we've unlocked an unbelievable amount of brain power. And that's produced an insane technological revolution. Now, I think it's unfortunate that a lot of that was done on the backs of the American working class. And I think...
What do you mean? What is he talking about? How is China producing... And also, I really doubt that fucking figure that like China produces more engineers than engineers that exist in America. That sounds like absurd. And also, like, how is he quantifying that? Like, how is he saying that that's on the result of like the result it happened on the backs of the American working class? What are you talking about?
The Democrats abandoning the working class when they were in that state of privation was a catastrophe of public policy, and also part of the reason why Trump got elected. But it isn't obvious to me that...
How has that got anything to do with China, China producing millions of engineers? What do you mean?
Exporting those jobs was a bad long-term decision, because, well, you want a world...
He thinks, so hang on a second. He thinks that exporting manufacturing jobs to China is the reason that Trump got elected. Are you for fucking real, bro? Are you for real?
Where 20 million Chinese are starving.
He thinks the Democrats got that. He thinks the Democrats made that happen.
That's not good by any measure, right?
But is that the only way that they don't starve? The only way they don't starve is if iPhones are manufactured there for pennies on the...
Yeah, kind of weird that Trump didn't do anything about that, huh?
Dollar?
Yes.
Really?
Well, no other solutions ever worked.
But
Wait, what? Wait, what?
That's not good by any measure, right?
But is that the only way that they don't starve? The only way they don't starve is if iPhones are manufactured there for pennies on the dollar?
Yes.
Really?
Well...
Oh, man, calm the fuck on. iPhone-based economy. That's all China is. All China does is make iPhones, be bisexual, and lie. I swear to God, man.
No other solutions ever worked.
But that doesn't mean they can't work. If they
it
work
might.
In America, it might?
Well,
really?
Well, I don't know, Joe, because that's a good question, but for me, the problem with utopian...
That's right, Chimera.
...theories is that they're hypothetical.
Oh, here we go. The problem with utopian theories is that they're hypothetical. Okay, he's going to be talking about communism here and how it's a utopian theory, right? And here's the thing. We know from what I was just talking about, a bit ago, that indigenous people lived in communism and anarchism, and it was fairly good for a long time, right? Before white fucking imperialists, colonialists showed up, right? Yeah, we're literally materialist, not idealist, right? Exactly. And also, there was a time that money didn't exist. There was actually a time that money didn't exist, and things were pretty good. Yeah, he understands that ideas are hypotheticals. That's a good start, right? Exactly.
So I like to look at what's actually worked. And what's clearly worked is the introduction of free market principles into poor countries.
Bro,
so
what the fuck are you talking about? What really works is the introduction of free market capitalism in third world countries. Bro, you are talking shit. You are literally talking like an imperialist IMF shill. You know?
Africa has the fastest growing economies in the world, particularly sub-Saharan Africa. That's really something. And some of those countries are really getting on a reasonably solid footing. And almost all that's happened since the Berlin Wall fell. And part of the reason for that is that that continent isn't...
Yeah, that started happening directly after the end of communism, which was 1989. Yeah, 100%, man. Yeah. That's when communism ended. There's no more communism in the world now. That's right. That's when things started getting good.
isn't being riven by a terrible conflict between the communists and the capitalists. And most of the reason the eradication of that conflict has been beneficial is because they're not doing unbelievably stupid and counterproductive things at the policy level. They're letting markets flourish to...
Okay, yeah. So Africa, just as a country in general, as a country, because Africa's a country, obviously, that's why he's just referring to Africa and not any countries in specific. They just do incredibly stupid things all the time, and until communism was ended. I'm waiting for him to talk about how awesome South Africa's economic rise was in the 70s. Right. Yeah, refusing to look up Thomas Sankara, yeah.
To at least a limited degree. And people aren't, I talked to some people, I was in Washington for a week, last week, and I talked to some people who are working with UN committee that's prime goal is the eradication of hunger. Well, there isn't any hunger in the world anymore that isn't caused by political conflict.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's right. No hunger unless it's war. If war happens, that's hunger. Well, you know what? Surprisingly, actually, if we did stop companies like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon from making money, then there would be a lot less wars, and that would be a good thing. However, what you're saying is still factually incorrect because, there are people starving in countries that are not war-torn whatsoever, Yeah, he also said sub-Saharan Africa as well. He said the S word. Yeah, regarding Africans and indigenous people. Yeah, love that. Love that little white supremacist nod there. Sub-Saharans. Yeah, good. Stupid things like letting white people in. Right, exactly, yeah. Trying to work out what political conflicts is happening in London that means some school kids arrive not having had breakfast. Right.
Everyone has enough to eat. In fact, it's so interesting that one of the emerging problems, especially among the poor all over the world, is that they have too much to eat. And so we're
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's what the problem is with some of the poor people in the world. They got too much to eat. He's going to start talking about fat people now. He's going to start talking about how being fat is a problem. He's going to be fat phobic. I'm feeling it coming. I'm feeling it fucking coming. Yep. 100%. Hey, Nico girl, how you doing? What's going on? Yep. Yep. That's what's happening.
We're seeing diseases of affluence replace diseases of privation.
That's right. Everyone who's poor is just getting gout. Yeah, everyone who's poor is getting gout. That's what's happening. They're just eating too much boar and too much game. That's all it is.
And you think, isn't that too bad? These Western diets, and fair enough. But you want to be fat or dead?
Oh, man. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. Holy fucking shit. I knew it. I absolutely knew it.
And fat's better. And fat isn't optimal, let's say, but it beats the hell out of dead.
Well, how many people starve to death
now
in the world? Yeah,
almost none. And
let's look that
almost
up.
all those who do it because of political conflict. Like, it's purposeful starvation now.
So,
bro, what are you? He's on about like hunger strikes. He's saying that oh my god. He's actually saying that hunger strikes are like the reason that people starve now.
So someone has put a blockade on ships and goods.
Starve them.
To starve.
Right, as a political weapon.
Okay, so he backpedaled just now because he said people are starving themselves. And now he's like, oh no, it's blockades. It's a siege. It's like a medieval siege.
Yeah. When you're talking about the process.
You know what he's on about, right? When he says the world, the reason that he's saying it like this is because his fucking audience are in the Imperial core, right? And if you're in the Imperial core, it is like easy to believe that no one starves in the Imperial core, right? If you're a white middle class guy that listens to Jordan Peterson, because those are literally the only types of people that listen to him, of course it's easy to believe that like no one starves in the Imperial core. And when he talks about the world, he's not talking about the world. He's talking about the Imperial core. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, right. That's what it is, Petra. Yeah, literally. It's if you consider white people to be people.
Prosperous areas that have prospered because they've brought in the market, and these companies have shipped these jobs over to these places and allowed these people to flourish. The flip side is Detroit.
Right.
Detroit was one of the wealthiest cities in this country, and hence one of the wealthiest cities in the world just a few decades ago. It wasn't that long ago. When they were in the height of their manufacturing, all of the American automobiles were made in Detroit. Cadillacs and Chevys and Fords, and that was where everybody worked.
Racism warning. Oh no. Have you seen this before?
Worked, and then it was also where the union auto workers had established a strong foothold, and they made good money.
You
the
bet.
people got paid a great wage, and everyone who worked in those places, they had a good lifestyle.
Well, Henry Ford did what you said that capitalists should do. I mean, when Ford was pressed on how much he paid his workers, because he paid them a lot, he said, I want to pay them enough so that they can afford a car. And so he ramped up wages dramatically. And that was partly part of his...
Oh, right, yeah. Well, when you said it, I started thinking about what he was saying, and it kind of sounded like he was going to start saying something like a lot of black people moved here and then everything went to shit. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's fuck it, yeah. In Detroit, white people hear shit on... because black people in crime, right, yeah. Right. That's what you're waiting for, right? You're not going to push back on saying no one starves. No, well, he is kind of pushing back on saying no one starves. Yeah. Because he was saying just like a second ago, let's look that up, Jamie. So we'll see if Jamie actually looks it up.
You could say self-interested vision, although I think that's an oversimplification. It's like, well, if we want to sell our product, why don't we expand the consumer market? Well, those people have to have some money.
Yeah.
That was Ford's notion.
When I was a kid, I had friends that had done gigs in Detroit when I was just starting out doing stand-up. And they were like, whatever you do, don't go to Detroit with a fucking Japanese car because they will fuck your car up. I go, really? They go, yeah, these guys are auto workers. Like, they don't want to see foreign cars that they don't make in their city. It's a proud city that makes American cars. So, like, there was a thing.
Yeah, well, they were responding to a real threat. You were talking about old cars with me earlier. So one of my friends in the little town I grew up in, this was back in the mid-'70s, had
Ford also created company towns, right? Yeah, feudalism,
a Dodge Colt, and it was one of the first Japanese cars. And that thing was a real piece of junk in a sea of pieces of junk because cars in the...
Wait, a Dodge is a Japanese car? Is that right? I didn't know that.
Mid-'70s, they were not good.
They fell apart.
They rusted fast, but nothing rusted faster than a Japanese car in Canada. Those bloody things, you could put them outside in the winter when there was salt in the road and watch them dissolve. But what was very interesting about that...
A Dodge Colt? Dodge Colt? Oh, it was manufactured by Mitsubishi Motors. Okay. Marketed by Dodge for years. 1971, 1994 as captive imports. Okay. So he's right. Yeah, the real threat, talking about Japanese cars. Yeah, that's a racism.
I saw this with the Chinese too, because in Alberta, I went to Edmonton, I think this would be 1975, it was the first Chinese trade fair in Canada. So they had Chinese manufactured implements at this display. It was really interesting because it was like walking back into 1945 or 1950. We looked at all...
Okay, fasten your seatbelts, gang.
All these things, and we thought, oh, that looks like exactly like what Grandpa was using on the farm, 40 years ago. So but with the Japanese, it's like...
The Japanese automobile question.
Their cars were junk to begin with. Yeah, to begin with. And then they got to be Toyota.
Yeah.
And just think what Toyota did. You talked about how good cars are now. Well, the net consequence of opening up that competition was the Japanese got their act together, in the 80s.
Bro, calm the fuck on, man.
Particularly, Japan got so powerful that everyone thought it would be the dominant world economy for like 10 years. And they just went from nothing after World War II to like superstars in 40 years. And it's really hard to see how that wasn't to everyone's benefit. Now, to your point...
Hey, David, how you doing, brother? What's going on? Yeah, my beard's not looking bad, is it, dude? I gotta use mustache wax now because it keeps getting in the food and drink that I consume. Yeah, how are you fucking doing? Folks, please go follow $27. If you like my politics, you'll love his politics. It's the same shit. Go show him some love. Mate, this is the most insane shit I've ever seen. I haven't watched any of the clips of this, David, by the way, on Twitter today because I wanted to watch the whole podcast on stream, and we've gotten Pink. Thank you so much for gifting $27 a sub. You absolute bean. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Nice one. Thank you, thank you. Same shit, different accent. That's right. That's fucking right. Yeah, you see bits and pieces. I've avoided it purposefully because I wanted to watch the whole podcast on stream. I'm going to be finishing it tomorrow as well. Well, maybe finishing it. I don't fucking know because we've been on this for like nearly 2 hours already and we've gotten 40 minutes. 40 minutes into the fucking stream. Into the podcast of a 4-hour podcast. There's fucking so much going on, honestly. Every five words I have to pause it and debunk what the fuck they're on about.
When you open up...
At the moment, currently, they're being racist about Japanese and Chinese cars infecting the lovely free market. The lovely white free market of America.
Competition internationally, especially in manufacturing, you pose a tremendous threat to the current working class in your country, a tremendous immediate threat. Like it might be a long-term benefit because it stabilizes international relations between countries that might otherwise go to war, in which case it would be working class people that would be being slaughtered like mad. But it's no doubt that, to me, there's almost no doubt that the freeing of trade worldwide and the benefits that that produced were paid for disproportionately by the American working class. And it also raised...
He's talking about, like... He's saying the free market was a really, really good thing, apart from when Japan was allowed to sell cars in America. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Hey, Posh P. Yeah, you got it in one. Yeah, they're pro-capitalism, apart from when it's foreign. Yeah, capitalism's great as long as it's white people in America doing it. Yeah.
This is another really complicated problem, which is when your economy switches to information and services, which is more complex cognitively to deliver. What do you do with people who would have been really good at working class jobs but aren't going to be good in a knowledge economy? And the answer is...
In the knowledge economy, bro, shut the fuck up. He's talking about working in like a call center. Dude, fuck off.
We don't know.
He's like, these people would be really good at like hard fucking labor with your hands, shit like that. But now they're just like wasted on these nonsense jobs. I wonder what that's a symptom of, Jordan. I wonder why that's a problem.
Which is not a very good answer. And the idea that we could just somehow give them money. You can't solve people's problems by giving... I had a client.
Do you see how he steered away from that, right? He steered away from that shit. Because earlier in the podcast, he was talking about we solve climate change by giving everyone poor money. We solve climate change by making everyone who's poor rich, because then they stop being poor and they start worrying about the future. Like, bro. And then he said that that's like a leftist thing. Yeah, I'm just like falling apart. My brain is falling apart trying to keep up with like what his actual position is.
Who had a cocaine problem, and he was rather intellectually limited, this client, and would have agreed with
intellectually limited. Yeah, so he's just doing the whole like intelligence is a thing that you get at birth thing. You know what I mean?
That assessment, by the way. I'm not being
That's
rude.
An adorable statement.
Well,
I'm going to use that from now
I've
on.
I've dealt with many people in my
talking
life
about himself.
who weren't going to university.
Right.
They probably weren't going through high school. And it isn't because they didn't work hard. Sometimes that was why. But it was because, no, they couldn't do that. They couldn't do it. And so they struggled, man. And this guy in particular.
They just couldn't do it. They just couldn't do it. It was nothing to do with the fact that, they come from a poor family and they had to work for a living straight away to help their family pay the rent or anything like that. No, it was nothing to do with that. They just simply could not do it. They just simply could not do it. That's all it was.
It was so interesting because he wasn't doing too bad when he had almost no money. But he'd get in.
Yep.
He got a
nothing systemic. They were just dumb. There were just some dumb people. That's all it is.
A disability check because he'd been hurt at work. And every time he had a disability check, he was gone for 3 days on a cocaine and alcohol binge. And he'd just drink up all his money. Then he'd end up in a ditch somewhere, like really 80% dead. And then eventually dead because eventually it was that kind of behavior that killed him. But more money, he would have just died sooner. Like, you need to be able to handle money. It's a tremendously destabilizing technology.
But, okay, now about...
So he admits it. So he admits that money is an incredibly destabilizing technology. Well, it's not a technology, it's a concept, right? But it's like he admits that money is bad. Right? That's incredible. Money is a technology. Well, it's not. It's a concept. It's not a technology, is it? There's no technology around money. It's an idea. Like, if you want to talk about, like, the way that money is, fucking created. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, the way that money is created, it's banks and computers and shit like that, right? But that's computers that are the technology. It's not money itself. Right, yeah, money's not real, innit?
That man, do you believe that that was a genetic situation, or was that a situation of nurture? It was the way he was raised?
Oh, bro, here we go.
Is the environment that he grew up in?
Oh, it was a couple of things. I mean, he really liked alcohol, and there's a huge biological
He really liked alcohol.
Contributor to that. Some people... I worked with a researcher in Montreal who had a monkey farm on St. Kitts, green monkeys. And
Listen, man, I take so much issue with that. My uncle drank himself to death, right? My fucking uncle drank himself to death. If there's a genetic thing with alcohol, I wouldn't have quit drinking. Sorry. Yeah, when I used to drink a lot. And it was because I used to use it to fight fucking depression and anxiety and shit like that. But it's not a genetic thing at all. Huge biological attribute to that. Yeah, comparing poor alcoholics to monkeys. Yeah, Yeah, what the fuck is he on about? What is he on about?
And he was interested in studying alcoholism, and he would capture monkeys in the wild and bring them to his compound and then allow them to access a pretty sweetened mixture of rum and water. Well, they used something else other than water. And most of the monkeys could take it or leave it. 5% of them would drink themselves into a coma.
He's talking about like fetal alcohol syndrome, right? Or some shit like that, where like mothers drink when they're fucking, or fathers, I guess. You know, it's when people who are pregnant are drinking, right? When they're pregnant, that's what he's on about. Like that's the kind of shit that can be fucking super damaging. That's what he's on about. Like you can have an addictive nature. Yeah, what DJ's saying is right. You can have like an addictive nature due to like genetics, right? But it's not alcohol per se. And it's not like, you know, it's not something that's always going to happen. It's also the environment being inherited as well, right? Yeah.
On first
epigenetics.
Exposure. And he has videotapes of this. It was like watching the frat house, you know, on Saturday night. So it's comical. You know, drunk monkeys are actually pretty funny, as you might imagine.
That's the kind of level we're dealing with here, man. Like, look at him. He really looks like he's lost the plot, doesn't he? Like, he really does. You know?
Imagine. But 5% of them would drink themselves to coma on first exposure. And those are the monkeys that would become alcohol dependent if you gave them unlimited access.
Right, but you know the problem with those monkey studies, right? Those monkey studies that is the same as rat farm studies.
Mm-hmm.
When they've done studies on rats, they've done studies with rats in cages
yeah,
with cocaine.
These were monkeys. Yeah.
Bro, Joe, shut the fuck up, man. I swear to God. The problem with that is that they're doing tests on rats in cages. What do you mean he's right? Wait, what do you mean he's right? The study he's referring to is very important? Nah, is he not on about, like... Nah, he's pushing back, which is good. But, like, he's gonna, like, go into some kind of shit now where it's like, yeah, okay, all the tests that they did on rats with COVID is why, yeah. Okay, so it's this one specific test. Addicted to drugs. Right, okay. It's about rats being addicted to drugs. Okay. Sure. Okay, that's fair enough. I thought he was going to lead into something like his fucking anti-vax nonsense where it's like, oh yeah, well, you know, the rats that had COVID, they survived and shit like that. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm just very fucking wary whenever Joe Rogan says something about, oh, you know, tests that they do on rats in labs and shit, very, very bad. Not for a vegan reason, but because they're wrong. You know, it just always worries me. Okay, fair enough.
These were monkeys in natural environments.
Natural environments,
yeah,
how
we
so?
knew about that. Well, they were housed in colonies.
Housed in colonies?
Yeah.
How large are these colonies and what kind of land are they on?
Well, okay, let's separate this. It's very hard to get rats addicted to cocaine if they live in a natural environment.
Right.
If you put them in a cage and bore them to death.
Let's explain that to people what we're talking about, because there are studies that were done where initially people thought that cocaine was so addictive that if you gave it to rats, they would just take the cocaine until they died.
Right. And they wouldn't even engage in sex.
But then they realized that if you take these rats, that what you were doing is you're taking these rats in these highly stressed out environments, you're putting them in cages, nothing's natural. And if you take these rats and you put them in a far larger environment with trees and everything that a rat normally has. And
like
then,
other rats, for
like
example.
real normal, like a normal rat environment. And then you give them cocaine, they're not interested.
Yeah.
They're only interested in it if you...
Yeah, see, that's pretty cool. I like that. I like that he, like, did a fact. Turns out when your life is shit, you want to die. Right, exactly. It's like that, basically. You know? And also, you mentioned the rat utopia thing. The rat utopia thing is a different thing. You should watch out Frederick Knudsen's video on that. The Down the Rabbit Hole. It's really fucking good. Really fucking good.
You stress them out by putting them in cages. Now,
Okay,
is
so
that
imagine,
the same with these monkeys?
If you imagine the natural rat environment there.
Yes.
Okay, so now you have your rats in in the natural environment. Now imagine you gave them access to cocaine and you stressed them. So what would happen is a certain percentage of the rats would start using cocaine in proportion to the amount of stress.
Like if you let a bunch of cats loose.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, now it's starting to get really convoluted.
Exactly. And maybe in that case, maybe they'd prefer alcohol or benzodiazepines.
No, rats are not going to go, oh my God, I'm getting hunted by cats all the time. I'm going to do cocaine. That's not something that's going to happen, Jordan. No fucking way. I'm sorry, but I'm not like a rat scientist, but I know that for a fact. There's no fucking way rats are out here. Yeah, remember, we were talking about poor people. Now it's cocaine rats. Yeah, love it. Love it.
Because that would specifically alleviate anxiety.
Did you notice how he never actually, like, he never actually, like, explained why people don't die of hunger anymore. He never confirmed his point, which was that, like, people don't die of hunger. I feel like Joe Rogan's got really badly undiagnosed ADHD, and he's never gonna get that sorted. And that's why he platforms all of these idiots, because he just gets taken along with the sophistry. Do you know what I mean? 100%. You know?
And so it is the case, and this was brilliant research showing that, see, a lab rat's actually a pretty good model of a human being for reasons we can go into later, but an isolated lab rat who's been genetically bred is not that much like an actual rat. And when Skinner did all his studies on lab rats, not only were they isolated, which rats...
Oh, David, he was so close to getting socialism earlier. He's been really close. He's actually reading a book on climate change at the moment. I don't know which book it is, but it sounds like he's understanding that climate change is actually a thing. And it's bad because he's having a guest on to speak about it. Bernie nearly got him. But this is like, what, 2 years after Bernie? And he was literally talking about how the best way to stop poor people from having a shit life is to increase their wages. He was talking about that earlier. Very interesting. But still very far away from the fucking matter, you know what I mean?
Never are in the real world because they're communal and social. They play, they laugh, they wrestle.
Yeah.
They have very complex social environments. They're not that interested in artificial forms of psychomotor stimulation if they're in a natural environment. But some of them will still be more interested than others. There's still that variability that's lurking in the background.
I don't know, man.
Monkeys,
I don't know, man. For someone who claims to understand animals' hierarchical nature, he doesn't seem to be understanding that rats move as one, generally speaking. Oh yeah, honestly, he's losing it. We don't know why he's wearing a tux. We've got no idea. But my theory is that he's gone full mad scientist, lost his mind, done too much benzos, eating too much raw meat and eggs. I feel like he's completely lost it. That's what I'm saying when I say he's completely lost it. No, I know he doesn't understand the animal hierarchies. That's why I said someone who claims to understand animal hierarchies, you know? Yeah, he lied about the lobsters for sure.
Most of them wouldn't take alcohol repeatedly, but a small percentage of them would.
I don't even think he's right about that. I think rats move together as a pack all the fucking time. There's literally one alpha rat, right? But they don't even really they just kind of control where the pack goes, innit? Do you know what I mean? It's crazy actually to think that he's it's just so ridiculous.
Very much the same. And all I'm saying, I'm not saying anything revolutionary here. I'm saying, for example, if you experiment with 20 different drugs, you'll probably find the one for you, right? And people react differently to pharmacological substances, and a huge part of the variation in that reactivity is genetically determined or genetically influenced. So that's not a surprise. It's not much more surprising than saying some people are.
Okay, the Peterson lobster meme. So he basically tried to make out that lobsters live in a hierarchical society. That's what he tried to say. He tried to say lobsters are hierarchical, so it's normal that we have hierarchies in our society. So basically making apologies for white supremacism, patriarchy, shit like that, by saying lobsters do it. But they don't. They simply don't live in hierarchical societies. How could they?
Are born more anxious than other people.
Can I bring you back to this though? What kind of an environment were those monkeys?
No, that's literally the whole thing. That's the cliff notes. You asked for the cliff notes. That's what it is. He tried to make excuses for hierarchies in human society by saying lobsters have hierarchies. We just need more lobster CEOs. That's all it is. Yeah. Animal does this, and so should we. But actually, the animal doesn't do this. It just doesn't. Sorry.
Are they in a cage?
They were in a cage, but it was a large cage.
How
The
big
cage
is
wasn't
large?
stressing them.
How big is large?
What are you fucking talking about? What are you fucking talking about? The cage wasn't stressing them.
Cages would have been. See, the monkeys actually didn't mind being in the cage because
How do we
monkeys.
know this? Do we talk to?
Okay, this bit is brilliant. Let's pull that back.
Environment with those monkeys in. Are they in a cage?
They were in a cage, but it was a large cage.
How
The
big
cage
is
wasn't
large?
stressing them.
How big is large?
These cages would have been. See, the monkeys actually didn't mind being in the cage.
It's like a comedy scene. It's like a comedy scene. He's in his own cage now. He's in his own brain cage. Because he's like, all right, it doesn't matter. They weren't stressed by the cage. I don't know how big they were. They weren't stressed by the cage.
How do we know this? Do we talk to the monkeys?
Oh, you can tell because they won't run out of it if you open the door. Like there's ways of.
Fuck off,
you say,
bro.
what is it?
Fuck off, bro. I was there every time they opened the door, and they would not run out. Every time they opened the door, they wouldn't run out. That's just how you know.
Rat want? Well, how do you know what a rat wants? It's like,
Right.
that's easy. What will he work to obtain?
Fuck off. How do I know what a rat wants? How do I know? How do you know? What will he work to obtain? Fuck off, man. Jesus Christ. As someone well versed in the history of primate experimentation in science, the answer to how big the cage was is not big enough, right? Exactly, yeah.
And so rats, we know that rats like play. It's like, how do you know rats like play?
Give them
well,
toys.
You put two rats in a little arena where they can wrestle. And then the next time that they know they can go into the arena, so maybe do it a couple of times so they learn that, then you can make them press a bar to open the door to get into the arena.
Okay, bro. Oh my fucking God.
Well, then you measure how many times they'll press the bar and how fast they'll press it, and then you can derive direct insight into how motivated they are, because motivation is directly proportionate to the willingness to expend energy, logically enough. And so, and you can do the same thing with drugs. How hard will the animal work to obtain a given pharmacological substance is an indication of how rewarding that drug is to them. And those studies have been done unbelievably carefully, and we know that there's tremendous variation. So you can have your cake and eat it too. You can say, look, under most normal and natural conditions, it's not that easy to addict animals to an addictive substance, but there's still a percentage of them that are more susceptible to that than others. And even in highly stressed human environments, not everybody becomes a cocaine addict or an alcoholic. And then you might say, well, why do some people become cocaine addicts and some people become alcoholic? And some of it is availability, but some of it is, well, they like alcohol better.
I swear
or they like
to
cocaine
God, man.
better. Other people can take it or leave
I swear to
it.
God.
And so when you say, because you asked me, is it nature or nurture? Right. Right. And that's where this argument stemmed from.
But I was talking also about his limited intelligence.
That seems to be completely independent of susceptibility to drug addiction.
Right, but do you think that you were talking
gang.
about him?
Okay. Shut up. I can't. I don't have enough time to finish it today. We already knew this. It's at 49 minutes 26. I'm saying that so I can check out the VOD and find out where the fuck I'm up to with it when we start it tomorrow. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. We're going to go and raid the Goat and the Goblin. If you don't know who that is, that's Chill Goblin and Sam from We're in Hell. So we're going to go and raid them right now. They're actually watching it. They're actually watching it as well, which is phenomenal. I fucking love that. Okay. come with us into the raid gang. It's going to be fun. It's going to be poggers. It's going to be whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't fucking know. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here tonight, gang. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for all the retweets on the Go Live tweet. Thank you for the donos for the January living costs goal and stuff like that. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the hosts. All that kind of stuff. Really appreciate it. I'll see you in the chat. And I'll see you tomorrow. We'll pick this up tomorrow. I'll see you back here, 5 p.m. UK time. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace.
How connected are you to someone in the government? Is like